All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 9th, 2026, and welcome to history. A lot has changed since last night. At one point, you were literally showing on the oil futures the biggest single-day move ever in history, bigger than any event you have ever witnessed. It did calm down. There was a report last night that the G7 finance ministers were all going to meet up to discuss releasing oil from the SPR. That would be the 5th time in history. That does not happen too often. Has a lot of implications with it. And then oil started to chill out. It's still up a ton. Market has recovered half of the losses so far, but a lot more sensitivity than any other day. And like I was telling you guys last week, once we get above 100 on oil, things start to get a little real. And the reason why, there's a lot of debate over this. You got to really ask yourself, why did we wake up with oil above this level? Why did everybody go crazy? There was two things that occurred. One, they announced a new leader. It did not play along with what Trump was looking for in terms of leadership. You could view that as escalatory. You were literally showing on the other part was that Israel, not Iran, we were talking about Iran kind of rigging the Strait of Hormuz and doing some escalatory measures with there. Well, in this case, it was Iran or Israel who decided to attack some of the Iranian oil infrastructure. So, in my opinion, these are the two events that got us here, created a historic move. Anytime oil moves like this now, we got to juggle the SPR. You got to juggle the reaction after a massive move. And then now, bro, you got 7 hours. So you are going to be extremely headline sensitive today, my friend. So I hope you're ready for all of it, Chad. I hope your morning and weekend and happy daylight savings is good. But my friends, before we chase the dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have, never will, and it's even happening right in front of you, man. And that is why I want to pay special homage to all of the active servicemen, past service, anybody who has served this country, the veterans. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service, commitment, and sacrifice to this country, whether we agree with wars or not. And I know a lot of us don't, man. That's why it's crazy that we're in week 2 of this. But for real, man, the heroes out there, we can never take away their honor and what they have given for this country. So all the veterans, the families as well, y'all made the sacrifice. God bless every single one of you, man. And thank you for everything you have given for all of our collective freedom. We love and appreciate you. And I hope you still get the long term too, man. I don't know, man. Long-term stuff like this seems meaningless when things go on, but that's why too. Usually all of this stuff does end, and then the long-term does its thing. But for real, man, God bless every single one of the vets, everybody who has served, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, my goodness. Chadadonia, are you ready for history? You're already living through it. I can't believe it calmed down like that last night. You guys have no idea. I was tweaking, bro. I was tweaking. No one's ever seen an oil move like that ever in their lives, my friends. So get ready for all of it. I do have a couple of plays. Again, I made a couple of shorts for you. So go. You guys got to go to the trading fraternity. Just like the shorts so they show up for you, because I'm going to give you your 1 minute, 2 minute ghetto watch list through that way. I think that's easier for everybody. But I did talk about them. Pretty much oil, wheat, EWY, the oil importers. And then keep an eye on HYG as well. And then you have two activities. You have HIMS pretty much with the NVO stuff. We'll see if that continues. And then Lamb Weston, they got what's it called? They got somebody taking a stake. And then Oracle, Adabe, and then HPQ, HPE. Those are going to be the ones with earnings today. So other than that, man, keep your eyes on oil as your North Star. And we'll see where it leads us. We only got 30 seconds, bro. Oh, man. Are you ready? Are you ready, bro? Are you ready for game time? Oh, yeah. Gas, dude, I know. Well, I don't know if they're going to jack it up this morning. I got gas last night. I didn't want to, but I had to. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. There you got Air Force trying to destroy Iran's Navy. Rubio's making comments right now. Where is it? All right, let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, some of them don't have bids yet. I'm looking at some of those plays from yesterday. Or on Friday. And then where is Korea? Okay, the Korea one's all hit for now. They're, again, do these not have bids though? I think we're just starting off. And then where's your boy? Yeah, the Korea plays, they got a couple. The bids are kind of removed there, but the spreads are high. You got to wait till volume gets in on there. Again, dude, Korea was, I think they got halted again. BWY, Sox S and chips on the low. Again, I don't know if you guys noticed, but your boy IGV still alive. Oracle came back down again. Watch, remember, you saw that on Friday, though. The Mag 7 effect. If we really wanted to start moving and you don't see everything else go, you know, that was, that's pretty much going to be the reaction. Oh, and then the SanDisk and Micron. That's going to be the other one. Yeah, those actually hit. And they, oh, damn. Those hit, but the bid, let me see what I can do with that one. Okay, they'll fill. Not, damn, they filled that quick. I threw one out. There's a couple of 100%ers. If you want to take them, I took one of the microns from Friday, but they filled that over 100%. The bid was, the spread was crazy. EWY. Let's see again. IGV still climbing up again. Watch oil down at 98. SPY is, dude, you're less than 1% right now on the SPY. That's kind of insane. Again, it was down 2.5 yesterday. But really, I mean, oil, bro. Oil was terrifying last night. So the way that played out, Korea's going up again. There's big spreads right now. If you really want to try to take them, I would just throw in an offer and see if it fills you. I mean, that's what I just did there with Micron. Again, those are pretty far out the money. Yeah, HIMS already fell. HIMS already fell a decent amount. Broadcom, Oracle. Yeah, again, Korea's even up there. I haven't tried to fill any of those. Oh yeah, where's wheat? I forgot about that. How'd I forget? Well, I forgot about the plays, but let's see. The wheat plays are the same. Again, the debit spreads did a little bit better. The other ones are around. Again, those were technically, they hit in the money last night. So again, wheat was up another like 4%. That's opening up pretty stable there. Gold starting to go up. Again, gold and silver wasn't going that nuts. I mean, where are we at? 1.1 on the Dow. NASDAQ 0.8. SPY 0.9. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, HIMS did, again, that's kind of what happened with like TTD. Again, sometimes with that pre-market move. A lot of people are hyped on the HIMS though. And then Apple on the low and Oracle. So watch out. See if that brings the SPY. Oh, I need to switch to SPY. I have the futures up. So yeah, here's your gap down for now. I'm actually going to see if we can find a play there. XBI. Dude, there was a FDA. So pretty much the guy from the FDA, Prasad, he's reported to leave again. And then all of these biotechs pretty much ripped. Yeah, Oracle just dumped another $5. UAE says 2 members of armed forces died after helicopter crash. And then EU opened to further tailor maritime defense operations. USO. It was a couple of things. It was just escalation in terms of like leadership. And then Israel attacked the Iranian oil infrastructure. So, and then we were up, dude, oil futures were up 30%. And then essentially there was a G7. Again, it's still, it came from Financial Times, but they're saying the G7 is meeting to discuss releasing oil from the SPR, which would be your that would be your 5th ever oil release. Tesla on the high. I don't know if that's because of gas prices. Again, Microsoft's only down by 0.3. I think you got Apple down a decent amount. Where are these staples going? Yeah, staples are kind of moving around again. SPY at 666. Ah! Google. Yeah, so again, big tech's not doing too bad. Again, a couple of the other ones chilled out. I mean, Korea's still down only 2. Korea was down 5 or 6 last night. The wheat has gone negative. And then who's our other guy? Oh, HYG. Yeah, bro, that printed 77. That's barely down. So yeah, everybody's kind of chill right now. This is nothing. We're going to have a long day ahead, friends. A long day ahead. Yeah, they bid up some of these, though. I only made one thing free just to see if it would fill. I'm checking the other ones. And then IGV, bro. Oh, I forgot about the other one, SOC. I was even on Friday. We didn't get any. That shit still went up, but you didn't get the other one. DHT, the tankers. I don't know if you guys recall that one. So that one lagged a little bit, but it's starting to go. And then I'm waiting. I want the SPY to make a easier move, see if we could get any other plays there, but they're not going for now. And then there's Jeffries, but that, again, any of the banking stocks, watch out for that. Yeah, but DHT's moving. Load, mother effer. Hot dog. Bro, they just took off the bids on everything. Yeah, so even those DHTs, they just wiped the bid and then jacked up the ass by like 3 times. All of them. But yeah, tanker stocks are going up. And then who's the other one? Dow is still up again. Dow, chemicals, even DuPont. Like I was saying, people are talking about the water salinization play, but it's a little odd. Essentially, it's like I don't think those are going to go up till later. And then you need more escalation, but then chemicals and DuPont, some of those Dow and DuPont are pretty much getting tied into it, and Dow has been going up from last week. All right, low ticker's picking up. You're hitting a new low. Well, let's see the volatility here. Oh, no shit. You actually have a certain extent of those puts are down. That's actually crazy. So again, even some SPY index puts are actually still trading in the red. That's why I wanted to see if these things would actually chill out a little bit, get you a decent play. But yeah. Bro, everything, they're just white bids on so many plays. Like I'm telling you, your tanker plays are going good. Again, there's a couple of the ones. That's why you just got to put in an order if you want to actually take profits, or you're going to hold for the rest of the day to see if these come to life. That's pretty much how all of them played out. Let's see your hymns. That one's still coming down. Again, SPY's already dropped another like 3 points from the open. Our mortgage rates clapped. I mean, bonds just got clapped in general. So again, I mean, even last time you released oil from the SPR, last time oil went crazy, it was terrible for bond yields. So yeah, I don't think I don't think it's that I don't think any of this is good for it. Just oil kills everything. That's kind of what we were talking about from last week. That's why I was even telling you guys, once it gets above 100, then it's game time. I mean, a lot of the economy does not work. I don't want to say it doesn't work at all, because we've done it, but a lot of the economy doesn't work well with above $100 oil, let alone above 120, which again, you were hitting 119 at the highest last night. Yeah, the NATO Turkey thing, did they get another one? That was about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. They said they intercepted a missile. All the big tech went a little bit lower. Again, anything that started off, Oracle's getting pummeled again, so that one's leading you down. I don't know. Let me check the equal weight. It seems to be a... Oh, yeah. Eco-8's getting murdered, bro. Eco-8's down 2.8. So, yeah, you are pretty ugly today. Again, it was way uglier pre-market, but Eco-8's hiding it. Or, again, the SPY's hiding it because of the big techs not absolutely demolished. But, yeah, those are getting absolutely worked right now. Stock up on fertilizer. I mean, I don't have too many plants. I was getting my journey started, but, I mean, this does kind of get in the way. They all chilled out, though, again. So, even wheat and a few of these food plays, at least to start, I mean, that pre-market move, they're probably all going to correlate with oil. On Circle, they're up 9. No, I haven't checked. Where is Bitcoin? Actually, Bitcoin's even up right now. That is interesting. This would cause rates to go up. It just if oil stays up for a long time. So again, right now the oil curve is pretty much pricing higher oil till May. So if you go within there, I mean, it's quote unquote manageable, but anything past that, any escalation day by day, that's where things get a little crazy. I don't see anything on Circle. They're going to be at an event on the 11th. But yeah, crypto's even doing pretty good here. Crypto, biotechs, and then the dollar. Yeah, dollar's still climbing up there. So watch out. Now you got more big tech. Like I'm telling you, Eco-8's down 2.8 right now. So other than that, your SPY's down 1.2. That's almost triple. Is just kind of just being held up by your Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Tech, all of that. I mean, Meta's down 2, and Nvidia's only down 0.75%. Again, Korea's 2.2. That one's probably performing the weakest out of any of those. Let's see. Oh, those Oracle puts from Friday actually went up. Again, you have Oracle earnings, so any of those plays, kind of up to you on that. Let me check the spreads on those. Those are probably going to be horrendous as well, too. Yep. It's 100% spread. Ay. Our support on the SPY? I have no idea, dude. Let's see. Because now you're broken out, bro. This is starting to look like last March, too. I think your next level is going to be around like 661. Another 2 points, then 660. And then the real one's 657. You break that shit, now you're going to... Fireworks everywhere. Pew! All right, well, yeah, you're still dropping there. Like I'm saying, a couple of those puts earlier that were red are going green. Again, most of the curve is still, like today's, a lot of these are cheap. Ironically enough, a lot of the puts from yesterday are down. That's actually the crazy part. I don't like these, though. CoreWeave almost positive. The options chain example from the video. If it happens, so if we get a popper, you'll see it. But did you watch the lesson? Do you speak the language? And then Korea is starting to dump a little bit more. So again, low ticker is still pretty active. But yeah, if it comes up, I could probably do it in real time. But you're gonna need that. Again, it all depends on the news and like a bigger movement. Bitcoin and more crypto is going up. So literally, crypto is the first one to rocket here today. I think that one's kind of fascinating. So again, I don't know why Circle's up 9, but then Bitcoin, a couple more of those are actually starting to move. Let's see the other bids. DNTH. Oh, DNTH at Biotech. They had some phase 2 or phase 3 this morning. Average down, bro. I just got it. Chill. Say average down. Sorry. Let me see these. Those expense, Habibi. All right, you're still kind of washing. Oil's coming down here. Seems like oil's not moving, and then SPY again, the eco weight. Man, I don't want to. I want to wait, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to. I'm throwing out one really small one. They killed the premiums, but all the premiums are still dead. That's the problem. So usually I'd wait for a better premium here, but there you go. Unless we could get a bounce. But they haven't even made these go up. Did HIMS keep going? HIMS kind of chilled in the morning. It'd be nice if you had something kind of get its own little area of not reacting. So not a recommendation. Do not go big on that one. Like I'm saying, I'm not as confident, but if you catch up to that gap there. There you go. I needed to add a little bit to that. Yeah, you can play the earnings ones if you want. For, again, Oracle, Adobe, and then HPQ or HPE. Microsoft on the low, BMY. Turb, was that the one from Friday? Again, more Staples. See if Staples start catching a bid. Staples actually aren't as bad. I mean, same thing. Staples and IGV are around the same. Then SOC fell down. That was the oil one from Friday. That filled the gap. Again, the tankers are going up. That was the weirdest part over the weekend. Like I was saying, remember we kept talking about it on Friday. I was like, man, if they really want to escalate this shit, bro, Iran's gonna start blowing its shit up. And I was like, they refused to like get in the way of their own money. But that's why I'm like, damn, Israel did it. So that was kind of, that was very escalatory. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are just thinking it was the same situation, but mix it in with a new leader that Trump, obviously, you know, a non-Trump elected or selected leader, and everyone's, you know, it kind of keeps the escalation going. That was one part of it, but like literally Israel destroyed Iranian oil infrastructure. So that's kind of what's created this, this extra escalation here in the morning. But then again, you felt it last night, dude. 130. That was kind of crazy. I'm surprised those premiums didn't move as much. Like I said, that's not the main one. I'll tell you if there's a bigger play, but for now we had to throw one of those out there. Keep it small, and again, try to make whatever you can free if you want, or you keep holding if it has a little bit more time. What happened? Like, dude, what happened to the defense plays? I forgot about then Bobo, and then Palant on the low, XOM on the high. Yeah, Boeing still has a pretty. Boeing came back to that level from Friday. Damn, somebody filled those high. VRT, that one's still, the S&P ads are actually doing pretty good. So VRT and who's the other one? And then even the ones that got removed are going up. VRT, Coherus, Light, and Sats. And then Qualcomm on the low. Futures were terrified. Oil was the one, bro. That was, again, you have never seen a move like that ever. That was the craziest part. Kuwait summons Iran ambassador for second time. Dombrovsky must de-escalate Iran conflict as soon as possible. So again, we're still holding near there. You didn't even get up to VWAP. I mean, you were still down around 2 or 1.3 on the SPY, 1.6 on the Russell, and then 1.4 on the Dow. Let me get you a checkup here. It's only been what, 20 minutes? Yeah, so SPY 49 names in the green, 450 in the red. NASDAQ 17 in the green, 80 something in the red. And then Dow Jones 4 in the green, all biotech staples, and then 1 Chevron. KHC again, more of the staples are actually going up. Financials on the low. See if financials and banks, that HYG and all those other stuff will come back up. You never knew you spoke fluent Klingon. Wasn't that dope? I was pretty surprised by that one. So I'm glad. I'm glad for those of you who followed instructions. You got a nice little lesson in there. Broadcom on the high. Remember we did this on Friday or last week on one of these like death spirals. You started getting that thing moving. Him still dancing around. Oracle. And then a Dabe. All right, so SPY's still dropping though. Again, you're doing the back and forth. Let's see those premiums. SPY's the same price. Yeah, a lot of random biotechs are damn moving. Hi. Yeah, bro, the ASCs are fucking, they're going, but the bids, so people are buying them at very high prices. Let me see. I want to see if I can get out of one of those. I'll leave that there. Bro, literally nothing has a bid. Kind of fascinating. It makes me want to get more HYG. I'm telling you, a lot of these, like, again, even Oracle, anything like hyper liquid that has a lot of liquidity, there's still a bid, but then it's literally 200% lower. Japan had online meeting with G7 finance ministers. Again, they were the first ones to dump oil. That's what they announced yesterday or on Friday. And then, yeah, oil's still staying pinned here around 100. SPY near the low of the day. Can you sell a leg above the original strike to ghetto spread into a debit? Don't sell. You can sell it above, but make sure whatever you're selling is more than the one that you own. Not a recommendation. China is coming down by 1.1. It's not too bad, but Yang's on the high. Crowd, I mean, a couple of these software plays are trying to wake up. Tesla, Microsoft. Okay, big tech still holding you up. And now more, dude, that's the third time we've seen a set of staples start to go up. Dombrowski, one of the options is to release oil reserves. So you're going to start getting those comments throughout the morning. Your boy IGV. I might want to keep staples up here today. PTCT, JDCT. USO's climbing, even though futures are kind of staying. Futures have been at this for the last like 4 or 5 hours. Literally between like 96 and 104. It's literally right in the middle of that. But SPY going lower and oil starting to move up. I mean, again, EU Dombrowski have reflections on possible energy steps. Then you just had the comments there from Japan on the G7 stuff. So see. Give me my bids. 4 Iranian super takers arrive near Singapore. Oh, and Bradley Frizzle has arrived. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Your history, every day the peach is history. I know oil was historic last night. Still kind of historic now, but every day the peach record they don't. You know, it's the G7 plus the peach. It's technically the G8. They don't know about that. That's it. You know, the peach has never had to release the peach reserves. It's amazing, man. The peach has stayed out of trouble, stayed out of conflict. It has been the mediator in all these situations. Amen, brother. Amen. Good morning. Happy Daylight Savings Day, Mr. Bradley Frizzle. I hope, I don't know. I hope it's been good. Are you guys handling Daylight Savings well? I don't know. For everybody, man, because it's kind of not bad. It was a little rough to start off in the morning, but it's chilling. Again, more staples. Katama IEA urged G7 to release oil stockpiles. So Japan is saying that the rest of the G7 said that everybody should dump. Intel coming up. Again, a lot of the chips. SPYs, that candle's getting bigger. See if we react to that. IEA urged G7 to release oil, says Katayama. Again, then you had the EU guy just say it as well, too. So oil took a dollar candle, but SPY, that's like 4 points from the bottom there. Believe it or not. B&O. There's a lot of oil puts actually right now. Believe it or not. Yeah, most of the like unusual puts right now are just straight up off oil plays. Like over half of them. AAOI. Nvidia.com. Yeah, again, Nvidia, Oracle, all your big caps, those are going to be kind of your leaders there. Again, Oklo, a couple of the uranium plays. So that was your biggest bounce so far today. Watch if we could get our way above the open, and then I don't know if you'll fill the gap depending on if you're going to fill the gap and get a crazy move. It's literally going to be on like an official big announcement about releasing all of the oil inventories. Otherwise, just use that move to your advantage. XPEV on the high. Why is this thing up 7%? But yeah, you got to be careful though today. Again, the bids, bro. A lot of these plays, even from Friday, any of the insurance plays, some of them you're able to get filled on. But yeah, bro, the bids they've wiped the bids on everything. Anything even catching a bid right now. I mean, the wheat and all those are about the same. They're still holding, but there's a couple that moved in like the tankers all moved pretty big, but they've literally wiped all of the bids on there. I guess they did come down there, but at one point those were up 4. Is the U.S. short? I don't think they are, but that was the other part, like right before the Israel attacked the Iran stuff, and before the futures opened up, it was like around the time Trump put out a Truth Social saying oil is going to drop very soon or very large, and he said you're a fool. So some people are trying to interpret it like his buy the dip, his buy the dip Truth Socials, but there was something, I don't know if they're shorting it, but Trump did make a mention towards only a fool would think oil would be up this high for long, saying it'll be much lower. I'll read you the tweet here in a little bit. AAOI. Again, there's a couple of names kind of doing their thing there, but you still have it. What was the checkup? I think you still have like 460, 480 in the red. So NASDAQ, 85 green, 16 in the red. Dow still the same, 26.4. SPY 450. Yeah, you still got 50 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 16. It's about nothing's really changed numbers-wise. ANET. So again, a couple more software plays. There's Intel still climbing. LEU. VRT still doing great. XOM on the high too. I mean, they're still up 1. Yeah, Japan financial minister says we agreed we will closely monitor energy markets, take action. G7 statement will mention specific steps, including release of oil reserves. So Japan's pretty much confirming it. Explain Japan's financial market situation, including Forex. G7 would push relevant ministers on release of emergency oil. IEA called for joint release of emergency oil reserves. So it kind of sounds like what he said on Friday, though. So he's saying somebody else is going, other countries are going to outline their steps, but it does seem once again that you are getting led by Japan on this matter. 3:30, president participates in round table. Okay, more staples. MO, Philip Morris. I mean, they're barely red, but they're about to go green. I mean, again, staples are down 0.7. Damn, staples are doing better than software today. Again, Oracle still whacked. Meta is still down 2.5. Is Oklo, that's why, again, those uranium plays started popping up. I don't know if they're going to hold. I mean, that's kind of the issue from last week. But for the meantime, right now, nuclear is catching a nice bid. Yeah, the food plays are kind of basing out. No, I mean, people were kind of doubting the whole reserve thing just because they're so low. But again, the reserves don't happen a lot just because you guys experienced it recently. There's only been 5 other times in history where you actually released oil reserves. So, and that was like Hurricane Katrina, Kuwait War, and Libya War. And then the Russia-Ukraine one. But on Friday, that could be what you're referencing. Friday, the Japanese, they said this already. So, like, again, he's even making comments now. It's kind of, but oil's not really reacting too much to it. But essentially, Japan was like the first one to say they're going to go ahead. But it's just not a coordinated release. But, like, if you did a coordinated release with everybody, that, again, that's only happened 5 times in your lifetime. So that's, I wouldn't take that as a given considering. And the problem is once you do that, and like you could go release oil from the reserves and everybody could do it at the same time. But then it kind of just admits there's a big problem. It will give you short-term relief, but that would kind of highlight that the situation is more out of hand than not. SanDisk on the high now. A couple of others, Broadcom, Oklo. A lot of the nuclear plays are going up, and then I don't know where the biotechs are going. Again, yeah, even biotech's coming down. Those are the leaders. SPY right below VWAP. Oil practically not moving intraday. The oil move, it might, I mean, from here to here, this is pricing in the oil release. That's the, but then again, if they do or don't do it, they're still like I'm saying, it could admit stuff or not. But yeah, I mean, we were at 119 on the futures. We were literally at 119 before that G7 finance minister headline came out last night. So that could have been the pricing in, and then whether it happens or not, there might be a little bit more effects, but even then, you know, oil did already move $19 from 30% in a day to 10%, or at least on the future. SPY going up there now, getting a little bit away from VWAP finally. And then Bitcoin's still up. Again, nuclear stocks are on the high. Staples aren't doing too bad, but they kind of just flipped right there. Yeah, it's more big tech, if anything. So let's see if the numbers have changed in terms of broadening out. Yeah, Dow actually had more names go red right there. NASDAQ, everything's about the same. So again, you could just keep eye on equal weight. Essentially, if equal weight moves big, people are going to feel good. Otherwise, equal weight doesn't really move. This is all just going to be your Mag 7 moves right there. Yeah, NVIDIA, Robinhood with about $1 candle, a little bit more than 1%. Yeah, Broadcom, again, Broadcom, Nuclear, Intel, AppLovin, Crowd. Those are, so again, software pretty much. France finance minister ready to use strategic oil reserve to stabilize. Heads ready to take all measures. So again, that's starting to hit now a little. That's a second person now. Japan you already heard from. You got to hear EU, France, and then now, and then you got Japan, and then now France. So like I said, wait till we get into open, see if we get into the middle. Otherwise, too, watch if there's any other drastic oil moves. I have no idea why Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin and silver and gold were kind of like chilling in the morning, and then literally right off the open, Bitcoin just started taking off. There's a couple China names that are up, or XPEV. That one keeps hitting a high. I don't know what's going on with Baidu. Oh, Baidu actually with $2. Yeah, pretty big move on Baidu for some reason. Check that. Baidu, yes. Again, we didn't get any of that DeepSeek shit from last week, huh? Yeah, Baidu 118 to 119. It's only $1, but still pretty aggressive. Yeah, Baidu 120. Chinese local government subsidize OpenClaw up to 5 million yuan. That's it. That's old. It was like 30 minutes ago. So yeah, there's something about OpenClaw and Baidu and all that, but I don't know if that's causing it. Oil SPY. Hold up. Something just snapped. Oil got their first little pop of the day, and then SPY just came right back down. Lescure says G7 not yet there on releasing oil stockpiles. So yeah, France just said not to release stockpiles, but ready to take all measures. All right, well, they didn't like that. Again, that jacked up the premiums higher. Your premiums are higher now to the downside here than they were at the very low of the day. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, oil's starting to take off a little bit more. Again, like I'm saying here, if you don't want to get involved in the other plays, watch to see if any of those other ones, like look, wheat's now coming back up to the high. That lagged all day. Korea's still near the low. Europe may tap emergency oil reserves. Yeah, so just watch out though. Again, that comment from France saying that they're going to do everything but release the reserves, I think that's kind of tweaking them out. See, if you get pretty much the level you want to look for is like 105, 106 on oil, and then 108. Those will be the danger zones today. Yeah, G7, they're pumping that one again. So that's the highest oil's been here since even 4 a.m. now. So like I'm saying, watch like 105, 106, and then like 108. That'll probably be where shit gets a little bit crazier. Did I? Yeah, I made that play on Friday. So if you were here, I told all of you. I gave 2 of them. I had 2 different sets on there that we went over on Friday. All right, Korea's going down 104. All right, bro, it's getting kind of violent. The SPY's doing it again, though. I don't know if you see that oil move is ridiculous, but now the SPY kind of has the air brakes on it. So again, that was your first bad set of news there related to it. I mean, Europe or France saying they're willing to take all measures, but then not there on releasing the stockpiles. And then Israel resumes nat gas exports to Egypt on limited basis after meeting. Rubric, where's software? IG or XLP went down. Software didn't really move on that. Uranium went down on all that. Again, China stocks are coming down too. Yeah, a couple big tech is holding you up here. It's going to be a wild game of musical chairs. So you guys see it though. So those the stockpile, the G7, releasing the SPR, all that stuff, that got things moving, but you see how one comment that literally just popped oil 4%. I don't know if you guys realize that. So that's a 4% oil move. The SPY's going to move a little bit lagged comparing on whatever the NASDAQ does, but Yeah, so you're still going to be extremely headline sensitive. I don't even think you've even had like an Iran headline this morning. So you've heard oil ministers, this, that, but we haven't heard of any other attacks or any other drama there. So keep that in mind. Now, wheat is on the high. So there, again, wheat was up a lot more, you guys. That's the crazy part. So wheat pre-market was up, or last night was at like 24 bucks. I mean, last time oil was at like 109, it was trading like 24, 25. So yeah, but you were near right under 25 bucks last time. SPY's moving though. And then check out bonds. HYG still hasn't made the move, and then Korea's about to break the low. They just wiped the bids off of Korea. You know what? We might be able to double dip on that shit. Actually, they're up. Damn. So yeah, the last trades even came in higher, but they won't fucking fill it. So you're just gonna have to play that musical chairs game with Korea, or until the bids show up. You can go for the fertilizer plays if you'd like. I mean, I already have my wheat plays, so I'm not, that's kind of the one I'm focusing on food-wise. And I'm going to flip them, too. I don't plan on holding these too long. I hope you don't either. So it's not like these plays aren't made to be held forever, you know, or even for a longer amount of time. The problem is, like, there's a couple of good out-of-the-money plays, but anything out of the money... Today is the first, like the last couple days, the out of the money is you were getting some hits on them, but today they've wiped a lot of the bids. So until we get back to that like early morning type volatility or late last night, it's gonna act like this. Portugal says key to keep some oil reserves, so watch out now. You have another country saying they want to hold on to reserves. So now SPY's hitting a low. Oil hasn't broken past the 104, but it might start there. Like I said, 105 to 106, and then danger point will be like 109. Because then once you get past there, it's back to fucking la la land with wherever we've been. So premiums are chilling out on the SPY there for a little bit. Germany Steel Association against the backdrop. Measures must now be taken to stabilize energy. That's not G7. Spreads are bad on wheat. I haven't checked. They're bad on Friday, but let's see. Yeah, they're about the same. You're just paying, it's like 10% more. The problem with wheat is that it's just gonna die once all this stops. All of these plays, even EWY, anything right now, even oil, the moment this kind of crazy back and forth stops, you're gonna get clapped on all of these. That's why the whole idea is like the lead up, and as it heats up, those are gonna just keep climbing up. Again, try to get in the money, but also that's why I'm saying debit spreads too. Because then you could get something that's overpriced near the money, but then monetize the further out of the monies to make it cheaper. So again, like look at wheat, if you could essentially get in the money and then short the ones that'll stay out of the money, that's going to be how you're going to capture some of that move. All right, well, SPY's still going lower. SPY going lower. Oil's, again, that was a 4% move on oil just off of that France comment. DTCK. What's this? 3,000% small cap. So if you're over today's oil move, that's all you, baby boo. Apple's coming up there, so that's going to chill some things out. Nvidia near the low. Google just hasn't moved. And then Microsoft coming down. Yeah, IGV, is that off of Oracle? It might be. But IGV actually took a candle down. Almost $1 there in 3 minutes. So that oil move hit IGV. Was this the first time market has responded to France? It might be. It might be. So far, what? G7, you've heard from 3 of them. So you still have half. 3.5. I don't know who the 0.5 is. All right, Chad. What time is it? 7:14. Not bad. Well, I got good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it, but I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Make sure, again, I posted a bunch on. I posted them on the Trading Fraternity, both the YouTube and Instagram, but You guys have your ghetto watch list available if you haven't seen it. They're like, what's a ghetto watch list, Josh? You'll have to see. You'll have to see, but I will be right back. Who's this? Like, this kind of creeping me out. Let's see what CNBC has. Oh, they ain't got nothing. But yeah, good news, bad news, because last week, every time I go to the bathroom, you got to move.
So
we'll see.
And he is not somebody that President Trump would have chosen. It's been reported that President Trump is not happy about the choice.
And, one wonders if this regime will be any different from the one the Trump administration just took out, or whether or not it may even be worse than the prior regime, if you can imagine that, because now you have a younger, maybe more robust leader in the Ayatollah's son.
Yeah, that's possible. And there's also the fact that he may be looking to avenge the death of his father. Right, who were killed. They were killed on February 28th in the opening strike by Israel, which opened the current bout with Iran. So yes, that's also possible, though it's hard to think how it would be possible for him to be more hardline than his father.
So tell us a little bit more, Alyssa, on what we've learned in terms of Iran fighting back with its own attacks. Where are we in that?
Well, they've been hitting the Gulf countries today and, during the past days. And of course, Israel. Overnight, there were many strikes on Israel also during the day today. Today, one person was killed and another two were badly wounded. Last week, 10 people were killed, including in one place it was 9 people, including 3 siblings, teenage siblings. So they've been hitting very hard, though there is evidence that the number of strikes has declined over the days.
Tell us more just about, you're in Jerusalem, Alyssa. Just tell us what things are like on the ground there in Israel and how people are coping.
Well, it's kind of mixed. On the one hand, it's very difficult for people, especially people who have small children or the elderly, who would have trouble running for shelter, running for their safe rooms or for public shelters or for shelters in their buildings. And there's people who have had to sleep in the shelters, in public shelters, in train terminals and so on. But on the other hand, there's also people are also keeping good cheer. There's even jokes. People have put together an app called Can I Shower, which is supposed to tell you if it's safe to get into the shower when, judging on when the last strikes were in your area and so on, or another app where it tells you how much time you've spent in safe rooms.
They're like, cut it off there. You're not supposed to talk about that. So wait a minute. Trump truth, Australia making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing Iran's national soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. Give asylum. The U.S. will take them if you won't. If you won't, thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, because didn't they refuse to? Yeah, that was a minute ago. That's weird because Trump, they were just saying, even Hegseth at that one meeting last week, they were like, we're not talking about asylum or refugees or anything. Well, that's because, again, the girls, the Iranians women's soccer team, when they were playing, they refused to like sing the national anthem of Iran. I mean, they learned it from the Americans. Interesting. So yeah, that just came out a minute ago. I mean, again, oil just slashed off 3% of that. That's insane, you guys. I'm telling you. So even though obviously it's not 119 and that was nuts last night, these little pops, bro, are actually pretty massive. Remember, yesterday or the last couple weeks, we'd be watching everything play out, but essentially, that little pop and drop right there, that was like half a day of oil when we go from like 5 to 10, if you think about it. So pretty crazy. Well, yeah, you have Powell on the 18th. So you still get one more Powell. I think that's going to be his last one. Then we get the transition. Now Google's going up. So see, Korea even starting to rocket up a little bit too. So Korea likes the drop. No, the oil moves are huge right now. Do not be deceived. These are not tiny. Yeah, Iran warns 200 a barrel if strikes on infrastructure don't stop. See, that's the weird part, bro. That's what I'm saying. Last night to today, yeah, Google's about to fill the gap, and then Broadcom. But yeah, Google's printing the high ticker right now. But literally just the fact that I was like, I would have expected Iran if they would have hit their own infrastructure. They would have taken more of the off ramps, but Israel was the one that struck the oil infrastructure in Iran over the weekend. So that was part of this whole move to 120. But so it's interesting that they're the ones warning on it now, but they're not the ones who really caused it. So it's very fascinating. I don't know if I was expecting a little bit more. I'm expecting one move at least to open or a little higher. That would be your best entry at any downside play. But for now, it's not. It's still been kind of heavily weighed down. I don't know if we'll get that. That's what I'm looking for, but we'll find out. SanDisk, Korea, those plays are actually going up. No, TLT, I don't know if TLT is green. It shouldn't be. Actually, it is. Holy shit. So HYG is still wrecked. I mean, that one I think is the silent. That is the silent cancer in bonds right now that I'm saying. Everyone's focused on oil, but that's the one where oil could exasperate it. But at the same time, I'm surprised TLT is actually catching a bid with oil above 100. Because remember, TLT yields were a lot higher. I mean, you did give up that last couple of weeks here, where bonds. Remember, bonds were looking very, very good. They were changing things. The economic situation was looking different, and then fucking $100 oil that starts to change it. But at least for now, TLT is green. I'm kind of surprised by that. VIX is on the high, so get ready for it. No, you're not. You're nowhere near the low. VIX is bottoming out right now. It's hitting a high while the SPY's not there. So heads up. Again, that Iran comments hitting, and then Trump in Australia. That was all within the last couple of minutes here. Medical. Healthcare is still pretty whack. Everything's about 0.8. Again, let's get the checkup. You're about 2% on the Russell, 1.2 SPY, 1.5 Dow, and 1% on the Nasdaq. This is nothing on the Nasdaq. So again, there's SPY. Like I'm saying, UVXY just hit the high. Oil down 4% in the last 10 minutes after going up 5% or 4%. Excuse me, not 10%. But yeah, that's moved a decent amount. Korea is about to break out. Food plays are still kind of up. Yeah, the fertilizer plays are still holding too, but they're not really like moving. Why 2 million candle on HYG? I don't know right now, but yeah, that just came in. Maybe because TLT went green. But I'm telling you, that print last night at 77, insane. But I do still think those are the bonds you got to watch out for. Korea, SanDisk, again, the Microns, all of those are still working. I see if the defense stocks actually even come up too. So like Katos, LMT, RTX. HYG gets clapped if oil keeps going up. Yes, and then even without it. So pretty much if oil just stays heavily elevated and it leads to other, pretty much the supply chain, and then people get worried about other stuff. I just think oil and strong dollar is clapping liquidity. And then before we even had the Iran conflict, you had the bond issue. So that's kind of the idea there, where there's something going on with financials. And that's like, it's taking a back seat, but it's actually still more important than not. And then anytime bonds have actually been this bad, there's usually an event. Now this time when we look at the charts, we're going to look back and say, oh, it was Iran, but something was brewing ahead of that. CBZ, this thing just flushed like 50 cents. Yeah, the hard part's going to be the timing, because bonds they move extremely slow. So we've been talking about this for a month, and it did move down. So a lot of them hit, but at the same time, it's like the real washout will probably be with extreme volatility, or it could take months for something to develop there. But then also too, though, if oil keeps doing a month or two in a day in 60 minutes or 6 hours, then that could also speed some things up too. French finance minister, says that we've agreed to use any necessary tools, including potential release of necessary stockpile. What the fuck is this bitch saying? She keeps. So again, there's another reiteration of the French thing, but it sounds different than the first one that caused that little pop and lock. So now they're saying they will consider potential release of necessary stockpiles after saying they don't want to. The French. They do. That's why, again, if you think about 2022, all the countries were on the same page. Now, granted, we had a lot more oil. Everybody had a lot more oil in their stockpiles. But, yeah, you need collaboration. And even like in 2022, the two releases, everybody was saying the same message. They were all unified. So any lack of, everybody kind of showing that unity, it's not going to be a good sign. So now NVIDIA is back to green. So again, NVIDIA, Google, a couple of big tech names. I mean, watch Oracle. It's already down 3 off the earnings. Let's see if those premiums finally moved. They did, but they didn't. The spreads, once again. They're tightening up, though, a little bit. Yeah, bro. All of those, even like Bond, Jeff, financial plays that have that exposure, they're all down 3-4%. They're not moving at all. Like, those are still just dribbling down, ironically enough. Rig, MP on the high. France. Well, that's what Macron said in the morning. So in the morning, Macron said they're going to send an escort of ships to try to do it. And then it's kind of like challenging it. It's not America doing it, but Iran said, do it. They said, I dare you. So we'll find out. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Part of today, a lot of, just like that other day last week, a lot of today is rhetoric. We haven't really heard of another. I mean, there was the Turkey missiles in the morning and a couple of other things, but you haven't really heard, we haven't had like an action yet in the strait or anywhere in Iran. A lot of this has just been talks, financial ministers, everything else. Yeah, India, they import a decent amount of oil, believe it or not. So that's the other thing. That's what I was saying. Like, that it's odd that Japan is the one willing to do it. And Japan kind of started this talk from last week because Japan is one of those that imports like 80%, or at least over 75% of their oil. Albemarle, it's another material play going up. And then a couple of healthcare on the low. Again, lately, last 10 minutes here, all tech stocks. So again, equal weight still like dribbling down. SPY kind of looks the same, but you do get a little bit more things holding you up. Is there uranium going up again? Oklo and CCJ, all those uranium stocks are still holding. Again, they tweaked a little bit with the oil move. Yeah, you have earnings for Oracle and then Adabe is this week. Those are the big ones for now. And then Oracle, remember they had that headline on Friday about the what's it called? About the canceling the data center, and then they came out over the weekend, and even this morning they were saying or last night they were saying it's kind of misleading. But even then they took a big candle. That was a good example though yesterday or on Friday. You got to just see the SPY is kind of holding up very well. And like you're not watching the moves until like a big 7. You need like software plays and tech. If they start going risk off, then you're going to actually get a move. Other than that though, without it, it's going to be a little different. Why are your oil plays clapped? It depends where you bought them, but like even then, a lot of the premiums, anything out of the money, they wipe the bid. So some of them might be up. You just gotta kind of bid on them. But then also too, the other part was like even SPY plays. So I looked at them this morning. Most of the SPY puts were down. You had a lot of that weekend premium on Friday, where people were expecting a lot. So, and then again, intraday we're not doing shit. Comparatively, we're down 1.2, but we were moving. You were down 2.5 yesterday pre-market again, and oil was up 30%. So this type of volatility, I mean, you were pricing in a lot more on the move last night, but intraday, the last 6 hours, like take a look. First couple of hours of oil yesterday, we literally went from closing at 90, gapping up to 100, at 112 within the first candle, chilled out for about an hour at 105, and then in the next 3 hours, you went from 105 to 120, setting the biggest daily move in oil ever. So that was all this. We're talking 3-4 hours here max, and then now the last like 6 to 9 hours or 11, you've stayed within a $4 range. And then again, we have all the SPR comments too, so people are pricing it in a little bit more. I would argue though that if we get an SPR release, I would say you're still going to get more volatility in the weeks after. A SPR release is going to just pretty much say, hey, we do have a problem, and we're, pretty much people are willing to panic on it to drop reserves. IEA's Barol took part in a meeting of G7 at the global economic situation and Middle East conflict. Get ready, you're going to get another IEA comment. French says that the emergency will be made in the coming hour. Possible release. So yeah, and then there's IEA Barol. That's the IEA. They're the ones talking now. So see, oil and stocks might be a little sensitive here. Sandy, you're right at VWAP. You're just dancing. It's still very early, so we've only been here for an hour. You might have a couple of more moves in store. What's the volume right now? 26 million? Not the bad, Habibi. Not the bad. Abby Vibe. More biotechs, although a couple of other random names going up. Why is pizza up almost? It says only 1%, but they were clapped. I just keep seeing pizza on the high. And then Arquite. Has oil peaked? You might be getting close to it, but it just depends on what's happening. So what you saw last night is what people call the shooting star. So that happened in 2022 as well. Like, think about it. 30% is fucking crazy. So a 30% move, it's a shooting star. And usually the same thing happened in 2022 and a lot of the other instances where you get like a crazy blow off top. It doesn't end right away, but essentially the next coming days and weeks, oil starts to, the volatility starts to change a little bit. But in this case, I mean, it really depends on what actually happens with the conflict. Again, if we get if there's more oil infrastructure destroyed, if French start sending in ships and then they get blown up, there's still a lot of ways it could go, but more likely than not, I mean, we're getting towards the back end closer than not. But then again, the repricing could change almost immediately. I mean, right now, everyone's if you look at the whole oil curve, it's pricing that this ends in May. So if that doesn't end in May, and this, certain developments show it'll go longer, that's going to change a little bit. Pizza. I don't know why. Just, again, 29 to 31. It's a pretty big jump. Sonos wins patent trial. Is that against Google? Sonos took a candle there, though. They're down 4, but 30 cents? That's about 2.5%. know. They used to think I was the CEO of Sonos. All your big tech, bro. IGV's, again, IGV was holding up a lot better earlier, but that's starting to give up. Wheat's still near the high. Caterpillar. Interesting. And DuPont. And then the containers are still up, but they also chilled out. A couple of oil providers on the low. Surprising them. More Bitcoin plays. Yeah, Bitcoin's still up there. HYG on the high. Yeah, so that's starting to go with TLT. They're actually just taking turns there. IA Baral challenges at Strait of Hormuz create significant growing risk for the market. They're in close contact with energy ministers from Saudi Arabia, Brazil, India, Azerbaijan, and Singapore. On G7 meeting, they discussed all the available options, including making emergency oil stocks available to the market. China foreign minister held call with Kuwait, CCTV. It's like the wheat play from 2022, but smaller scale. Because in 2022, Ukraine was a major exporter of wheat. So in this case, it just, people are having anybody with import problems. So that's where it starts to get affected, and then it really depends on this time. So if this does last, May and beyond May, then food plays and other supply chain related plays will get affected. If it doesn't, then all of them are going to pretty much top out very soon. All right, man. See if we can get above here. 665. Again, we got these EIA or IEA comments, but we haven't got anything too crazy yet. So SPY's breaking out now without oil moving. I would say today's already historic. It's just gonna be, if anything, today might be a little frustrating depending on how it plays out here. But yeah, this is already, the oil move might be packing something for either middle of the day or even towards the end of the day. Can't choose a frustration. Oh, choose it. Choose your frustration on all of them. Again, even like oil, it's either going to keep going, you're either going to miss the 20% back up to the highs, or you're going to miss the downside. Same thing even with the SPY. I think you just got to be a little patient. It'll be easy when it once we get out of this little stay in the box. I think it's going to be a lot easier. So you're just going to have to be a little bit patient here. But I would choose a frustration and what you're comfortable with. It'll help you for when the moment arrives. Like I'm saying, there's a lot of different areas of focus. You could be on oil, the importers, the plays related to food, financials, and then, or even then, just good old tech, Big 7 and IGV. They have their own little pocket as well, too. So again, high ticker is still gassing up here. We're getting near the open. Like I'm saying, this is the one we're 1 point away from what I was looking for. Well, again, one headline, it seemed everything's leaning towards these IEA comments. So again, that's what clapped oil in the morning, but everything's kind of pushing towards that direction. So the next headline is probably, again, or get ready for the fake one. That's what I was telling you even from last week. You're going to get one of these headlines where they're like, Iran puts down weapons or something of that nature. Or they're going to say something that'll cause a Reuters spike. But other than that, just it seems like the next update's going to be from the IEA and what is the result of these minister meetings and what is the actual plan for potential oil reserves. But yeah, I do think we are going to be very sensitive to headlines. I mean, again, look at that oil spike earlier. We're still kind of in the wake of all that. High ticker is almost fully gassed though, at least on 30-second and 1 minute. We'll see again if we get a, this is that move I was looking for. So let's find out if it actually hits. It's all still kind of moving in slow-mo. And then the breakdown, the mix is very, very weird. So again, equal weight, like SPY's doing way better than equal weight. To put it in perspective, equal weight's still like another like 50 points away. So SPY's getting up to the open. So that's just all Mag 7 big tech kind of holding you here. Okay, and NVIDIA, it's all NVIDIA actually. I think NVIDIA and Google, those are going up. Meta's now only down 1. Meta was down 2.7 at one point. And then Apple as well. So Mag 7 has gone straight up here. And then a couple plays like Korea, but then the MOS and the food plays are going too, ironically enough. Those are holding pretty well out of all of them. And then HYG's right near open. TLT went green for a second. Yeah, see if Microsoft goes, but Google, Apple, I haven't looked at Amazon a little bit, but Google and NVIDIA, those are like really, again, NVIDIA's up 0.5% right now. So like I'm saying, next headline will probably be related to whatever these ministers decide. And then Broadcom, that was from earlier too. Again, high ticker now, you got a couple more names running. Sphere again, that was from last week. They don't, I guess that doesn't get affected by oil. Materials, Fastly. Again, where's Albemarle? Yeah, all the material plays are going up. And then again, fertilizer, MOS. Out of all of those, that one's doing good. Yeah, that's another part. I mean, that's what Besant was talking about over the weekend. He already did it with India. But yeah, they are allowing Russia to sell oil again. That's going to be one of those next steps as well. Besant's already done it, and then he's hinting at doing it more. Again, Europe, if they want... Remember, Europe imports at least over 50% of their energy. So that if you wanted a temporary easing, they would probably incorporate Russia back into this. Well, you're getting near the open. A lot of this is getting led by tech and Mag 7 for now. So like I'm saying, either open or slightly above open. That would be the most optimal, depending on how this plays out. Yeah, staples are staying pinned. They're down 1. Let's see, IGV down 1.2. They're down 1.7 at the most. Kharkiv. Would lifting oil drive the price that much? It would just be like the SPR. It would add relief. So again, any of this oil shock, it's all about timing. How long is it going to last for? So even then, the Russian oil can add supply. Obviously, it's not right now it's the weird part about this. It's not like the supply is missing. The supply just can't move. That's why, again, they're shutting down the shut-ins of production and all that. So the whole goal is to just get the shit moving. And then that way it'll ease it up for a little bit. But at the same time, it's just all about timing. If you could calm it down for a couple days, a couple weeks to prevent these 120 moves, then the whole idea is it buys you time for oil to find another way to move. And then hopefully not fill up your storage as fast, but some already have. And then ultimately see if you could get a resolution. Checkpoint McDonald's on the high. That's an interesting one. And oil back to the 100. Like I'm saying, that last move was crazy, but last couple of hours here, man, you have just been holding. Like, we're talking since like 1 a.m. So about 7-8 hours of just staying within 100 to 104 pretty much. That's why if you broke above that, that would have been crazy, but it didn't hold. Now AMD on the high. Again, equal weight's trying to climb. You got led first here by big tech. Yeah, AMD's in the green. Intel's about to go green. Again, Broadcom, that went green very early on. Yeah, chips, SMH, and SOX on the high. All right, man. Halliburton. No, there was a lot of... Dude, there was a ton of red after hours. So banks are still getting clapped. I mean, that's what I'm telling y'all here. The weirdest part about this is that Some of those weaker financials, the Owls and the Jeff, they're all still getting pretty clobbered. Now gold is on the high. So gold's starting to rip up. They have a gap to fill. They're only down by 0.7 now. And then Bitcoin, that was taken off from the morning. And then Nvidia is your leader for now. I mean, Nvidia is even cutting into that Friday move at the end of the day. IL Barral members currently hold over 1.2 million barrels of public emergency oil stocks. So again, where does that stack? U.S. only has 200 million barrels, right? IEA hold a further 600 of industry stock held under government obligation. So yeah, he's coming out again. Those are the comments they said to watch out for. We haven't heard from him in a couple of minutes, but he's saying 1.2 billion barrels of public emergency and then 600 million of industry stocks held under the government obligations. Pizza's going crazy again. Literally, pizza just keeps taking 1% moves. And now Google. So again, see if oil drops down. Anything now, same thing. Just how like 104, 105 was like bearish. Anything below like 97, people are going to hope it gets back to 90. Yeah, Google, Broadcom, a lot of tech is still going up. So you're reacting right now. Again, they're saying, they're putting out the number. Because a lot of people were just looking at it like the United States. How much oil does the U.S. have? Yeah, because we have like we have like 300,000 barrels or so. That's kind of the number we've been at. We're like below 400, above 375. So that sounds like nothing. But then now he's saying they have 600 under government obligation, and then what, 1.2 billion in total. All right, so now you're above the open, 667. Hello. Did him start moving? They didn't really do much throughout. Yeah, that was the news from last night, but once it gaps up, that's it. White House says it lawfully fired NTSB board Todd Inman after reports of alcohol use and harassment of staff. Iran Larjani says it's unlikely any security will be achieved in the Strait of Hormuz in light of the fire wars ignited by U.S. and Israel in the region. Iran Larjani. Alright, where are we? You're right above the opening candle. So this could be one spot, otherwise we could wait for a little bit more. G7 discuss current conflict in Middle East. Again, crowd, is NVO moving? NVO's actually moving a little bit more. So HIMS is the one that really took it, but NVO's starting to gap a little harder. Again, most of the medical biotechs are doing good if they're like small cap biotechs that benefit off the FDA guy leaving. And then Ring, software, a couple software names. Crowd, software is only down by 0.6 now. Pizza. Prudential, JP, Matt. Dude, all the banks is not pretty. That's what I'm saying. That's the second part of this. Yeah, I see those candles you're talking about on the after hours. I didn't know. I thought you were talking about just sell-off, but yeah, I see those. Kind of crazy. But all the banks are terrible. Again, NVO kind of going up. You're moving up on comments as of right now in the like recent short term. You're moving up on these comments from a IEA director saying how much oil that they have. They're saying 1.2 billion barrels in total, and then 600 million barrels under government obligations, compared to about just around 375,000 of oil just in the United States, which people thought was not enough to do anything, which I would agree with. Yeah, G7 stands by, ready to take measures. Possible measures include oil stockpile release. So these are coming out. And then Advent said to explore $3 billion sale of Ultra Maritime. Yeah, UPS is down. Again, crowd, more software. I don't know. Staples didn't catch any of that love right there, believe it or not. And then Eli Lilly, NVO, they're still both up. But yeah, literally software. So software took 1%. Staples stayed. They were about the same at one point. Financials are still clobbered. If you take a look, financials look even worse than oil in their own little weird way. I mean, oil's still up 10%, which is crazy. Still hugging the 100. Again, you came back to open here. So again, it could either go a little bit more or this will be it. Korea. Yeah, they're still going. G7 will closely monitor markets. Around security chief in response to France and Macron. It is unlikely any security will be achieved amid war. Post on X. I think they are jawboning a little bit. It worked. I mean, that jawboning, just the rumor of this meeting brought oil down $19. So now as we're hearing it, it's moved it a couple more bucks, but hearing those numbers, it's going to get people to chill for a little bit, or it just supports the idea that the oil pricing might be correct for now, that again, you could do this for a couple more months, but the real worry is this lasts longer than May. But yeah, hearing that you have 1.2 billion barrels and 600 practically immediately available, that, you know, that kind of creates its own little thing. Google. Wheat. All right, fertilizer plays are chilling out now. All right, man, you're slightly above the open gap down. You're down only 0.5% on the SPY. Dow Jones down 1, NASDAQ down 0.4, SPY down 0.7. This is nothing compared to last night, bro. Oh, man. All right, Dow Jones, you got 23 in the green, 7 in the red. 4 more went green. NASDAQ, you have 15 that doubled up. So you have 71 now in the red instead of that 85. And then you have 30 names in the green. And then SPY 77. So 20 more names went green on the SPY. What is it? Trump's Gaza plan on hold as Iran war pauses talks? And then Korea again. And then NVO, they're all still working their way up. The current job, what you're getting now, I mean, the next one will be the release, the actual release of the stockpile. That'll cause something, and then from there, you know, the next sets of volatility. Because again, it's like kind of the idea, central bankers panic, markets chill out, and vice versa. But they will be admitting something. You know, I think the release of SPR, a big one, would kind of be, you know, confirming that the oil market's more offsides than not. For now, this has just been, again, the supply not necessarily going away, but just not being able to move. And then again, mix in infrastructure attacks and then shut-ins That's pretty much what has created this event that we have. High ticker is fully gassed now. Again, 30 second, 1 minute's fully gassed. 5 minutes not doing too bad. SPY's still moving a little slower, believe it or not. Oh, well. Because now NVIDIA and Google are having candles. So this time it's equal weight. Take notice. NVIDIA, Google, all the tech is chilling out. And then equal weight's starting to climb up here. So they're just taking turns. Yeah, last time the Korea did that gap down, we were pretty clapped. I mean, again, the thing changed overnight. The biggest thing was the G7. So I still think we're going to be massively headline sensitive today. But for now, we went a little bit lower in the morning to start. Oil was still kind of chilled out. But then you're finally getting your first, maybe 30 or 45 minutes of going up. Yeah, the VIX is down 3%. That's great. That's actually kind of crazy. It did have a wild move last night. XPO Logistics. So where are we? We're slightly above that. Again, you're just taking turns. I might put up the equal weight. So look, equal weight now is getting back to open. SPY's already not open, but like the gap down level from open. Yeah, stocks pair losses, S&P down 0.7, NASDAQ only down by 0.4. Wandis. Well, they're bringing some bids back. Now you're getting an oil one. Final decision on when to release oil, more likely to be taken by G7 leaders. Energy ministers to hold teleconference on Tuesday. G7 leaders later this week. There was a broad consensus on Monday not to release oil reserves just yet. It's just about timing. More analysis needed. Ta-da! So yeah, now there's going to be another call tomorrow, but they have decided not to release the oil. So again, today was just the talks. Talks brought it down $20. But yeah, they're saying they're not going to do it. The next meeting is going to be Tuesday. Or at least the finance ministers wouldn't be the one who decided. It would actually be the leaders. But yeah, they said it's more about timing. Need more analysis. So see, oil reacted a little bit, but now that's going to add a overhang over oil. Oxy. Okay, VIX on the low off of that. So again, SPY's a little bit higher here. Oil did a little pop and stop, and now I think it's just going to kind of slow oil down. Trump says nowhere near sending troops into Iran. New York Post. So you're just going to have a cloud overhanging that these guys are just going to come out at any time. Or you're going to do this tomorrow now. So tomorrow you're going to get another call, teleconference with the energy ministers. But they're saying it's going to be the other G7 leaders, not necessarily the finance ministers. Google. What analysis? I think it has to do with like the actual movement of it. Because like think about it hypothetically. Even if you said, okay, let's release all this oil, what if there's places that, how are you going to get people the oil? So even if they're in reserves all over the world, unless they're already in the Middle East ready to go, or if it's near the people who already, who import a lot, you're still going to have problems moving it around. So again, we're kind of chilling there, but now you're going to play this game. Oil market might try to pressure it a little bit. Kind of expensive. No, you're gonna get some. I mean, it's creating volatility. I mean, remember the biggest part about today is like it's breaking you out of the box. So again, you are hitting one momentum zone. Trump not happy about Khamenei replacing his father. NYP, New York Post. Again, he just said no troops, and then you get that headline. New York Fed February views on labor market were mixed. February 3 5-year inflation expectations both ahead or steady at 3. They're getting Fed inflate. I forgot you did have data today. Just a little bit. Again, oil didn't move on that, but now get ready to drag this on. You're going to hear this G7 shit coming into tomorrow. Trump's not speaking live or getting comments from the New York Post. I'll double check, but I don't think he's live anywhere. Oh, you had JD Vance speaking 11 minutes ago. He didn't say anything about this, though. Is a condo a good choice? Yes and no. Condos are cheaper, but if the real estate market still stays slow over the next couple months and years, I mean, if it's not an updated condo, it's harder to build equity. At least that's what the San Diego market's showing. A townhouse isn't a bad option. But like, again, you could, I mean, even then, in a weird way, I'd say even rent in San Diego and then go buy a property outside of San Diego for cheaper, like a townhouse or actually a home. That might be a better investment. Or if you could get a good deal on a condo that's updated. The updated condos, those are the ones that are hold value. But kind of like Miami, if you buy a condo and it's a little outdated, they're not going to hold up as well. Google, Anthropic sues U.S. government after being designated supply chain risk for refusing to remove guardrails. Yeah, that's coming. That's a court filing, lawsuit that's coming out right now. And then U.S. nears deal with Mali to resume intelligence gathering. Kidnapped Christian missionary pilot may be in Mali. And then Anthropic says First Amendment protects a right to ethical limits on own technology without retaliation. Anthropic sues government over supply chain designation. That's coming out now. See what IGV does. That's the first thing I put on. And then SPY's still working its way up. Again, oil hasn't moved yet, but it wants to. And then, again, into tomorrow, you are still going to... You might even hear it more for the rest of the day. We are going to hear more on this... on these G7 energy ministers. But they said, for now, the decision is not to release reserves. Gold, they're coming down. Pizza. Eli Lilly and NVO still. Literally Eli on the high. Carlsbad, Oceanside. What's up, San Diego? Oceanside's not bad. I saw some good properties in Oceanside literally yesterday. There's always so if you actually even want, say, like, you could probably, it'd be smaller, but you could actually get a single family home in Oceanside for pretty good. All right, tech still going, 668.50. So there's the middle. I don't know if we're going to fill the gap unless people really want to feel better off of this. But like I'm saying here, the round 668 here to like 670. This is now where I think premiums are going to get slashed. And then we'll see what opportunity we have. But everything's red, actually. Calls and puts on both sides of that. This was a premium wash, bro. ATI. A couple names individually are moving. Your... Yeah, ATI is going up. Your equal weight's going up, though. So, again, NVIDIA, Google, all those, they slowed down on this one. This is pretty much equal weight catching up. SPY will probably react again once tech either takes another high or low. They love to watch. On days like today, bro, I mean, it's just the volatility is just like, bro, a 20% move on oil is just insane. That where we were last night was just horrendous. So again, and all this G7 stuff is what has caused this right now. So like, unless you start moving like that, these premiums are kind of, they were priced to experience a lot, and now you're not doing anything there. Sphere is still going. That's crazy. You were almost, what, 11 points on the low of the day? I want to say see the next leg on like the big tech like Nvidia, and then pretty much when equal weight stops, this will probably make the next move. Yeah, it still is Monday. Mondays are usually good, so it's not uncommon. It's not unusual to gap up on Monday. It's not unusual for premium to die. I wanna cry. So yeah, they love this shit. All right, Intel, AMD, all the chips are climbing now. Like I'm saying, wait, see the next leg that tech does, and then we'll probably start to make another move once equal weight comes down. But then you need oil. Oil's coming down. So again, oil coming down is going to feed a little bit into the bull. I wanna die. I wanna die or cry. Yeah, wasn't it Sprouts going crazy on Friday? That one's they're still up, but down 3 today. All right, a couple things are running up still. I need to keep equal weight. 79.20. That's what I was saying, bro. That was like 50 points. It did the 50 points. Yes, daylight savings. I don't know if you guys adjusted your clocks yet. But yeah, it's fully daylight savings. Doesn't it feel early? It's 8 o'clock right now. So kind of, again, you're 20 minutes till Euro close. Keep that in mind. So again, oil's coming down. A couple of the little oil providers and natural gas starting to drop. XLV woke up. They were in the red. Again, biotechs were doing good. EDSA up 17. Yeah, German, we see oil exploiting crisis for profits. We have the option to tap our oil reserves. So you're going to hear from these guys. They might cause headlines, but I do think the director kind of saying what's going to happen. Above all else, we know for now, at least today, you're not going to get a release of oil reserves, and then you're going to have a whole nother round of talks tomorrow, which will either add or take away from this whole situation. RCAT? Yeah, Pepsi's going. They're staples now. So that equal weight move was staple. Again, IGV chilled out for a little bit. But that was the first one to go. Equal weight, like I'm saying, we'll see how this one plays out. If Nvidia doesn't go up with it, that will be it. The long term with anyone. Oh, in Europe? Oh, you're right. Dude, I forgot. So yeah, Euro close is not in 30 minutes. Euro close is at 9:30 now. until the Europeans change their clocks. Always. Thank you for that, my Europeans. That's what I'm talking about. Can I send you a barrel of oil as thanks? I don't know how I'd get it to you, but that's kind of the problem. And that explains your current oil prices. But yeah, dude, that's amazing. He said, please. That's crazy. I hate it. I hate daylight savings, bro. Oh, man. Oh, you're going to Carlsbad? I thought, do you guys know, are you ready for this? One of the cheapest, it's not like, it wasn't usually a cheap hotel, but if you guys are interested, remember I shared with you guys last week the trip, there was a trip at the Palm in Dubai. You could get a first class ticket and stay for 7 nights for less than $3,000. Are you ready for this one? I don't know if it's a 5-star hotel, but the lowest prices right now, there's a couple of hotels in Dubai. You could stay for $12 a night. I don't know if you're into that. It's up to you. If you guys are looking for a vacation, I know Andrew Tate would approve, but Dubai is very, very cheap right now. If you're looking for your next summer trip, I don't go to Dubai in the summer, or I think at all, but $9, $9 to $12 a night. Can't beat it. Yeah, the Anthropic news coming out again. Equal weight's still up there again. See if IGV can make a move. Oh, apparently this isn't the other time change. That's when everybody gets the heart attacks. Apparently this is the good time change, even though I woke up a little groggy this morning. If oil wasn't so volatile, I would have been dead this morning. You know that? I don't know if that happened for you guys. Because I woke up, I'm like, what the hell? I said, what's happening? Because last night was pretty epic, but yeah, so if anything, but like it's still, I felt it a little bit. It makes you wonder if the U.S. is happy destroying the infrastructure because it makes them reliable on North American. It might. I mean, it's a weird one, but it just kind of, like, let me put it this way. Israel and the United States over the weekend, they pressed the issue. This is what I kept telling everybody last week. I'm like, if the Iranians really wanted to escalate this, they would do what Saddam did. They would do what everybody's done in the Middle East. They would hurt their own oil infrastructure. They would hurt Saudi's oil infrastructure, and they would, like, actually do it. But to think that this weekend was Israel doing it in the United States, it's kind of like, oh shit, you could kind of see who's pressing this. But because I think the Iranians are trying to keep an off-ramp, and they're trying to keep their money alive. I think they're trying to still have a way out of it. Yo, McKesson, is that 1.5? No, that's like 0.5%, but McKesson with the candle. So yeah, that was kind of that's the part that was like kind of crazy, because you really had you're really messing up the infrastructure, but you are right, in the long run this would benefit anybody whose infrastructure remains untouched. You would be good. And now this is kind of weakening Iran's ability to make money, both currently and then in the future. And that's why I think is the press, because I think Iran is trying to keep their revenue generation open. Believe it or not. Sphere keeps going, and then Micron now Qualcomm, now K-Web, now Nvidia. So yeah, we're going up. Well, yeah, some people are saying Dubai can't go back now. It did, because this was bad. Like Saudi Arabia invested a lot, and then the UAE and Dubai, they've been investing a lot in kind of modernizing that part of the Middle East and making it attractive to expats and everything else. But a couple of missiles kind of have made it a little difficult. Oracle, a mix of everything going on, and then they rebutted that claim, but then also they're like, this is pretty much pre-earnings move mixed in with drama, I would say at least. HSBC CEO, our conviction, the GCs are unchanged. Opportunities lie ahead for people and economies. OpenAI says experiencing issues with Codex. All right, a couple energy names like Enphase or Solar on the high. Oil is near the low of this whole debacle in the last 24 hours. You're actually below the gap up zone. So now it's either you go back to 90 or we stay in this new range. But oil at 98, the lowest it's been since like 2 a.m. was about 95.70. So again, in SPY's I don't know if we're gonna fill the gap now. We might at this point. Again, all of the jawboning from the IEA. They're saying they're going to make no decision to release oil reserves, and tomorrow they're going to have another meeting, but we are still climbing on all of this. Yeah, eco weight's still going up too. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. All right. I need to go to the bathroom again. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram. I'm posting your ghetto watch list there. I don't know if I should call it that. This is a mini watch list. You guys want a watch list, right? So I'm just going to post them on YouTube Shorts and Instagram because I can make them in like 2 minutes and give you a quick update without going too deep. So yeah, I'll leave that for you guys. Make sure you check them out. I'll give you another update at the end of the day. And then locked in, we're still going to have our watch list. So now everybody gets something. Isn't that nice? Aren't you? Come on. Isn't that nice? Aren't you happy? You got to watch it. You're going to be like, well, now that you gave it to me, Josh, I'm not going to watch it. I'll be like, well, I didn't expect that much anyway. So it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, a lot of it's easier. I have the AI that clips all the videos. So it makes it just so much easier. And then that way, any of those main ones from the main videos you'll get. But like I'm saying, I could just run a quick one, especially when shit's going crazy. Like, dude, last night, bro, was trippy. History. So yeah, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, The Trading Fraternity on YouTube. And SPY's going for the gap fill, man. You still got like 3 more points, but yeah, it's getting close there.
Can survive.
I will be right back.
And watching whether, as a supreme leader, he now feels it's imperative to make public statements. He's never made a public statement. He's never done an interview.
So I think you have to be thoughtful about which countries you're investing in and which companies that you're investing in. As you do really in any asset class or sub-asset class, but especially in less efficient asset classes, there's a real need for active management and fundamental bottoms-up analysis when you're investing.
What are you telling your clients right now about exposure to AI disruption? The fact that, it's been painful if you're in a lot of these software names, which were so popular and dominated the last few years of the tech space.
Well, we've talked about that together a lot. It's the concentration in the U.S. large cap equity market and how that was really a risky position. AI, I'm comparing it to the Industrial Revolution, and it's going to create a lot of disruption, a lot of change, but also a lot of opportunity. It is not going to render the software industry bankrupt. There will be winners and there will be losers. And like we talked about last time I was here, it's very important to be invested in software companies that provide holistic solutions as opposed to one solution. Because if you're a one solution provider, AI could replace that need and then you're toast. Whereas if you are fully integrated into your client's software needs, replacing one component of that will not be dire for your overall business plan. But look, AI is causing a lot of the fear and volatility that we're experiencing along with geopolitics and oil prices. It's just a very uncertain time to be an investor. And
I was just going to say, sort of related to that, these concerns about private credit. this is not what they needed, right? What's happening overseas?
Well, except it's taking the AI software private credit concern off the front page of the newspaper and maybe moving it to page 4 or page 5. But yeah, there's a lot of concerns. Is AI going to replace the need for software, and how much exposure do these private credit funds have to these software companies that are at risk of becoming extinct? So that's the question. And as always, I would say it is critical to invest in top tier private equity and private debt managers who have real risk metrics and due diligence into each of their underlying securities.
Anything that we need to know and that your clients are asking around tax changes, just with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the midterm elections coming up?
About that.
I think there's
midterm volatility, baby. Oil. So 96.95, my friends. You're about 50 cents away, I believe, from the low. About 60, 96.30-ish. But yeah, man, oil's starting to go down again, even Brent and WTI. So again, ever since, where was it? Like right around here, the G7 comment, they said they're not releasing the oil and they're going to keep talking about it. All boils down to timing. But yeah, we're still going up. I have no idea who that was. It was CNBC, bro. They had some hippie on Bloomberg. I don't know, some hippie talk. It looked like a white lady who sold crystals talking about Iran. So I'm not. I moved to CNBC. Oh man, we're back. Well, oil, that's the fucked up part. Oil is still up 6%. I mean, that's what I was saying even in the morning. Only 10% was the drop, but yeah, we're starting to calm down a little bit. That, like we said, the shooting star. I mean, now the volatility after a 30% move, it's going to get pretty wild. But then this is where it's going to be very hard to top that volatility moving forward. It's all going to boil down to the next event. Again, we still haven't heard any real action out of the Middle East yet. You heard France and trying to move some ships and all of that. So we're going to find out. 96.50 or 95. That's it. New low on oil from last night. So that's it. You're lower than the gap up. You're lower than those little freakouts after the G7 comments. But now you're at 95.51. And going lower. I'm surprised the SPY's not taking a little bit more, but before you know it, we should be back up. You're actually at the low of last Tuesday. So you know that Tuesday low? You're like half a point away from that right now. So you are actually getting up here to a level. The tanker and fertilizer, they're going to be related to that. Yeah, those are going to get more of a bid if this goes on for a while. So like I told you guys, we're going to have to take this week by week. And that's why this week to start off, I mean, the escalation of the infrastructure, the leader going in the opposite direction, you know, these were what we're starting off with. And then now the G7 and then discussing the releasing of reserves. That's kind of how we're coming here into Monday. So you're going to get a lot of this back and forth still. But for now, I mean, I would just still be prepared for volatility on every single end. But yeah, we're brushing off a lot of last night. I mean, let me see. Are we about to go green? Yeah, NASDAQ's only down a quarter. So NASDAQ might go green here in a second. Again, high tickers still gassing. Anything on the low is VIX or energy related. And then, yeah, remember, we got it by May, essentially. If the situation starts screaming that this will last past May, then you're going to get a lot of other supply chain affected plays. Otherwise, if this starts to wind down, that's it. I don't, just because oil's going down and they're talking SPR release, I don't know if this means the whole situation's winding down. But, you know, again, we're still up 5% after, what, 18 or 27% last week? Yeah, chips are really good. Now Microsoft, like I'm waiting for equal weight to stop. Whenever equal weight stops, then this will probably stop or it'll be in the hands of big tech. But for now, equal weight's still climbing. Microsoft now about to go green. IBM on the low. Software is still chilling. Yeah, IBM just took $2 down. Yeah, CPI isn't going to be hot though this time. So keep in mind, remember, CPI has a delay. It does come out Wednesday. That might shock people because everyone's probably going to be like, oh my gosh, it's going to rip because of oil. But that won't show up till next month. So that's going to kind of be the issue with it. Yeah, VIX is down 5%. And SPY's only down 0.49 right now, too. So, again, you were down 2.5% at the peak of last night's oil move. 669. Again, you have another hour till Euro close, so don't get it twisted. I did earlier. Synchrony, where's financials? That'll be the other way. If financials could come up, then you're going to be looking a little better. Again, even wheat plays are starting to come down now. That's about to hit a new low. Oh, where's MOS? That one held up better. Again, IBM. Vert on the high. So see if this is the next drop. I mean, watch what oil does here. Oil just hit a new low intraday, though. And even from last night. Doc N on the high. Chips are still going. So look, equal weight's kind of slowing down, but then literally chips and the Mag 7 are still taking off. Again, Google, now you got net, more software. Traders no longer price in Bank of England rate cut this year. Yo, that IBM move. Remember when IBM, ACN, those are the ones on the red right now. Cart. Is Baidu still going up from earlier? I know K-Web was on the high. Yeah, Baba is starting to catch a bid too. Oh, check Boeing. Remember Boeing's move on Friday? You had a lot of it. That got given up. Now it's starting to move. AMPX. Is that on that candle? Yeah, 3% on one candle. Up 6 in total. And then emerging markets are climbing up here too. 7930. Where's equal weight? So equal weight 17 points away. Like I said, SPY's getting to that third. I think you're actually past there now. Yeah, so take a look. SPY's now at where we were Monday, Tuesday. That first gap down of last week on the war. Remember, that's what happened exactly last Monday. You guys remember that, right? So remember, last Monday, you kind of did the same exact thing. You gapped down on the war announcement. Or no, that was the Tuesday. Oh, yeah, that was it. You gapped down, and then we ripped back up, and then the next day you had the decline, and then you gapped down, and then you ripped back up the next day after that. So, yeah, this is very similar to even these candle sizes. So this is what happened on the first announcement, too. Just difference was oil was not at 100, but oil is now below 100. Financials, I think, still have the pressure from all of the other stuff. Mexico could cut fuel tax to offset higher global fuel prices. Scheinbach to meet with minister on oil price spike. So that's another set of good oil news. Mexico is willing to help out, pretty much. Mexico could cut fuel tax to offset higher global fuel prices. Hims NVO deal, they're pretty much Hims isn't suing them anymore, and then they're gonna sell Ozempic through Hims.com. Yeah, it will. The thing only work for a little bit in the morning though. The out of the monies until you get I think the volatility needs to reset. That was just the shitty part. They clapped a hella bids. I don't know. It's either if you get a little pullback here, but you might have to wait a little later, man. For anything now that this is resetting, you might even have to wait till 10. Otherwise, if this plays out like the last couple of Mondays where you had this move, yeah, you're probably going to have to wait for your gap down tomorrow. or until we get some bad news. Oil's still going down. Again, you just had positive news there with Mexico saying they're willing to help out a little bit. Or wait till Thursday. Well, yeah, even then, the last couple days, though, anytime big gap up, big run up, and if like this really runs, it's going to do it all day. But other than that, though, just that's why I watch till Euro close. Otherwise, we might have to play between the gaps. But then also today is it's going to be very headline sensitive. So, so far, most of the headlines have been favorable. Everybody rushing in, give you oil numbers. Everybody's willing to help out. Like I'm saying, we haven't really heard of something going on overseas just yet, but we'll find out. A couple small caps on the high, GME and Lucid. IGV starting to climb up there. Again, staples are doing better than IGV. Nvidia's staying chilled. Google, Apple, they're all kind of getting a red here at the high. Where's Meta? Oh, Meta's Meta was down 3% almost at one point. Yeah, Cali, again, I don't know if they're approving it, but essentially there's a law in California. It'll be the first time in history there will be, if they like make this like carbon tax to these oil companies, it's going to be the first time where there is more taxes on oil than the cost of the gas, essentially. So you're going to be paying like $3 in taxes a gallon or something, or $2 something. It's more than the price of the actual gas. So people are kind of pissed off about that. But that's also part why people were saying mix in the Iran thing, and then if Cali goes ahead with these taxes, I mean, some people were talking about very high prices there. IAEA Chief Grossi, we believe more than 200 kilograms of Iran's enriched uranium was stored at Isfahan. The widespread assumption is that the material is still there. Euro close is not now because daylight savings. So we had daylight savings, and then they haven't had their daylight savings yet. So it's actually one more hour, and then we're gonna get a Euro close. All right, little pullback there. I'll give you guys one if you want it. I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait till like 10 a.m. Otherwise, wait till like 10 a.m. I'm not taking that one. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Air France is extending suspension of flights to and from Tel Aviv, Dubai, Beirut, and Riyadh. Procter Gambling, March 29th. Damn, we had to do this for 3 weeks. That's crazy. PTCT, TSM. So more chips. So now look, I think equal weight's chilling out, and then chips are still kind of taking over. Happy Monday, dude. Happy history. This was crazy, bro. I'm telling you, from last night till now. I mean, the intraday has been kind of boring. We're kind of used to it. You know, like this has kind of been the theme even from last week. You know, we think about it, Friday or Sunday, you war, Iran, we gap down, then you go straight up, and then you've played this gap down this gap down overnight. That's where most of the dramas occurred, and then intraday kind of does its thing. But you know, meanwhile, I mean, oil just keeps climbing, so that's still going to be the lingering issue. But yeah, man, this is the way it's quickly moved from setting records. You know, remember, first time this happened, that was like the 38th largest move on last week on oil in a single day. And then now this morning, last night, really, that was just one of the biggest things we've ever seen. Oh yeah, we should do some push-ups, Chatadonia. So I don't know, man. You stay war ready? Yeah, it's too soon? I don't know. My mom asked me if she thinks so. She's like, be careful, you might get drafted. She said, good thing you have flat feet. I'm like, Mom, that's such a Middle Eastern point of view, I guess. You know that, the flat foot. I said, Mom, anyway, so yeah, man, do a push-up. Stand up, baby. We've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. IDF identifies launches from Lebanon. Rescuers at impact site. Says Israeli strikes. Lebanon says Israeli strikes killed 486 people since March 2nd. So eco weight and SPY coming down. Oil a little bit off the bottom. Copper's climbing too. But chest to the sun, my friend. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Do I think the war will cause Xi to cancel? If you do a push-up, I'll tell you. You think Xi will cancel the meeting? I actually have a crazy tinfoil for you guys. Do you guys want tinfoil, or are the political tensions too high? I have tinfoil for you, actually. I don't know if you could handle. Let me do one of these wall stretches. But yeah, can you guys handle the tinfoil today, or is this gonna be too? I don't want it to be too crazy. I don't want to throw you off your bearings with tinfoil.
Hi.
Read
that the Fed can't cut as much. It's more of how much will the Fed have to cut to come to the rescue of what's happening in the economy.
Right. You do think that we'll reach some pain threshold. I don't know if it's in the markets or what, but that the administration will lean to some efforts. I mean, SPR, G7's not there yet. Do you think we get there?
Yeah, I think that truthfully, this is a physical. I heard things over the weekend. You know, we're going to sell futures to try to manipulate the price. And you know, my response to all that from last week when we were talking to clients and all through the weekend is that this is a physical problem. You can't solve a physical market problem with a paper solution. And so it's really pretty simple. There are three ways you can not solve, but you can extend the timeline, a ticking timeline that's working against us right now. Number one would be, I think, a coordinated release of global SPR. And number two, I think you need to see, you know, a true ceasefire would be another thing. And then the third way to delay this, and I don't think it's really politically palatable, is to have military escorts through the Strait of Hormuz to make sure that we get these flows back. And so I think there are two temporary solutions, which is adding SPR to the market and military escorts. Then there's one permanent, and that's that we declare that we have a peace agreement and move away from this conflict.
I will just note, as the markets come back, oil prices have come well off the highs as well. Crude oil now is up only 6%, and Brent only 6.5%. It was up double that amount earlier this morning, Warren, and treasuries are now rallying a little bit. I guess the point that's hard to figure out is, given we came into this year on a pretty solid economic footing, expecting these tax refunds and also lower gas prices, at what point does the calculus change where it really becomes a problem for the consumer and for the overall economy? Because we had a lot of tailwinds going in.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me how long this was going to last, then I could give you like an answer of how everything should be priced. But that's what we're all trying to balance right now. It's oddly familiar similar to last year, the tariff drama and Liberation Day. And I think there are a lot of people who learned this lesson, like, hey, don't sell the whole and panic. Trump's going to have your back. Now, I still think that's probably the way out here. But if this thing goes 2 weeks, I'd say, I'll put an even more finer point on it. if we get to the end of this week and there isn't a signal that the administration and globally, governments globally aren't really worried about trying to get that flows back through the Strait of Hormuz, then you're going to see, in my opinion, outright panic in the crude oil market. And so that will be a pretty quick test of investor resolve. And so I think by the end of this week, you need to start seeing policymakers respond. And then there's people talking about this summer. There's no way the economy will make it through that. I think that the most you could have is if you do a combination of those solutions I laid out.
Are you ready for your tinfoil?
Military intervention in the Strait. The next thing you know.
Can you guys handle tinfoil? UK DMO considering 2-part syndication in June. Ryanair on the low. And SPY a little bit off there. Again, VWAP climbed up a lot. You're doing your little Monday bounce now. But I think wait till like 10 a.m. There's still, unless it comes up sooner or we get some headline sensitivity. But here's the deal. Are you ready? Are you ready for my tinfoil? It kind of applies to one of the theories I have. But like I was telling you, I mean, you watch the midterms. The midterms sell off before the midterms. And then about 2 months before, the market usually bottoms out. So here's the tinfoil. Are you ready? Imagine things are terrible, right? Everybody, you hate this right now. The world, it gets worse. Right? The tinfoil is that Donald Trump is going to pull something out of his ass. AKA, right ahead of the midterms, he cancels all of the tariffs. And I know this sounds crazy, but in 2018, you did have that with China at one point. So yeah, that's the tinfoil, right ahead of midterms if they have no other options. And then if we need some bottoming event, no aliens, he's going to just cancel all of the tariffs. I don't know if he has it in him, but that's what he did in 2018. But this one's, I think, a little bit more higher stakes. So yeah, there's your tinfoil. The tinfoil of all tariffs getting canceled right before midterms. Because like I told you, I even think with Bitcoin, I wouldn't be too surprised if they try to pull something right before. IEA's Grossi does not expect Iran Bushner NPP to be attacked. All right, man. So SPY, you're still 2 points off the high. Again, no gap fill. Got to that middle there. I mean, I gave y'all one to look at, but we'll see. Otherwise, we got to push this in the Euro close 10 o'clock, and we'll see where it leads us. My goodness. I mean, high ticker is still pretty active. It's more chips. I mean, Marvel from last week as well. NVIDIA, Google, all up there. Do have tariffs, yeah. There's small baby ones at 15, and then they're working the plan for the other ones. There's something with private equity. That was the news on Friday. That's why it's like every day, every other day, you've gotten some, you've gotten something on, like private credit. I mean, the latest fund, the Gate people, was BlackRock last Friday. So the max is like 5% a quarter. I think their redemption requests were at like 10%, and then they refused to offer redemptions, which is crazy because BlackRock's a little bit more liquid. But yeah, thank you for attention to this matter. DJD, that's me. Well, I don't know. This one's not really tinfoil, but this is kind of what I expect. I don't know how it's going to happen, but what I'm looking for is the fact that, just remember, like, everybody is very short-sighted. Voters are very short-sighted. So you got to just keep this in mind. Like, in a weird way, get the pain out of the way. But, like, you guys right now, you may not like everything going on right now, but you're more likely going to remember whatever happens 2 months ahead of the midterms. Does that make sense? So think about it. 2 months ahead of the midterms, if there's something really bad that happens, you're going to remember that when you go to vote. Something really good happens 2 months of the midterms, you're not going to remember what the fuck happened this month. I know that sounds crazy, but go look at what happened in the past, you know? So it's something along those lines where you could kind of expect, you know, again, uncertainty in, uncertainty out. You're better to have uncertainty out at the latter end of it, because that's what people are most likely going to remember. Exactly. What have you done for me lately is kind of the idea. You know, markets are already up. You're going through these things. You wouldn't remember a good market in January, February, come November. But like, think about it. September, October, if that's where they start pumping the good news, you're more likely to remember that when it's time to vote. So yeah, that's kind of I don't know how it's going to play out. We on the low now. So again, that's another set of those plays all calming down. We have very short-term memory. Or maybe there's a plot to get oil out of Iran. Implant people with the chip. Jerusalem, Palestine. What? Uncle was saying that in 2020? And they all talk sideways. They like, Josh, did you know? I'm like, man, my uncle's been telling me about this shit before y'all were alive. You know that? I had to listen to my uncle. He would tell me all about the Middle East. He would tell me all about, did you know this, man? CPCs, PPCMs, how they evaluate news. He told me all of it, bro. Uncle's been telling you. I'm glad you guys got to hear it, but he was telling me, he was explaining Boeing to me from a long time ago, all of this. My uncle would always say, he said, if the opposite of pro is con, then Congress, what the hell is going on? All right, get a little candle there. What was that? Just the UPS or something else that just... Oh, Jeff. Yeah, that not too big, but a couple of the banks are starting to recover. That's going to be the next part of this. Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to... you're going to get a fake news headline. So one of these days, we're going to wake up and then there's going to, probably Reuters, they're going to be like, Iran puts their weapons down or something of that nature. And then it's going to start moving. But if you get a real resolution of this, then, yeah, I mean, of course the markets are going to rip. But that's just because oil will probably drop $20. I mean, technically it already dropped $20 from last night, which is nuts. So here we are. Viktor Orban says government will limit fuel prices. Facebook? He posts on Facebook? Nibis, a couple more of these software plays. Nibis actually kind of ripped. Yeah, $2 on Nibis. That's about 2%. EA, I'm pretty sure they're still in their buyout. I don't know if that changed. The Saudi money. But yeah, they're moving up. BMO, more banks now. More of these financials. I mean, HYG already led the way. Shock. Even TLT, bro. I can't believe that one with bonds. Bibsy. Staples did good. I mean, Staples for now are doing better than software. It's been at least a week and a half since that's happened. And then again, Wheat and a couple of those other ones chilled out. Edwards Life Sciences, that's with 0.5%. Again, XLV had a nice rip too. So again, a lot of things chilled out. I mean, we've been here for what, 2 hours? So we're 15 minutes off of the old Euro close. You still got Euro close at 9:30. So get ready for that, but you're still kind of dancing around here. I think 10 a.m. my time. So give it like another 30 minutes after Euro. I think we'll see, we'll either decide, you'll be able to know whether or not this is going to give it up or that's it. Monday will be in the books until we get in there. Well, yeah, a lot of the moves have just been happening after hours. That's it. Like the bigger moves happen after hours, then intraday it slows down. That's kind of what oil, remember last week, oil would have these gap ups, then oil would stay up and like slightly move up, but then Nothing else was like really moving intraday. A lot of individual ones. So that's kind of the problem with this whole Mag 7 thing. We were talking about it last week. It was very simply, you have the individual single stock volatility is the highest it's ever been. It's actually insane. Single stocks go nuts. There's a video about to break out. But then the index volatility and the index moves from close to open, it's one of the smallest ranges. Like, this was a fat gap down. Again, last night you were down 2.5, but like, go look at the close to wherever we're going to end up. It's been one of the smallest ranges to start the year off ever in history. So you have small index moves and then very large individual stock moves, which makes it all the more crazier. MSC until further notice. They're putting out prices for shipping right now. Emergency fuel surcharge to cargo from Northern Europe to Red Sea and East Africa. Russia, Putin, oil production linked to Strait of Hormuz risk coming to complete halt as early as next month. Changes in logistics for oil will take a long time and require significant expenditure. What is he saying? Oil production linked to Strait of Hormuz coming to complete halt as early as next month. So he says by April, pretty much. But yeah, it's Putin right now with comments. I mean, that's the, I don't know if you think he's the way out or if he's the one who's going to exasperate it. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. What's the most oil is sold off in a day? I think 18% or 20 something. I'll have to check. I had that yesterday with the stats. Actually, theoretically, it was a 300% move. What?
What do you mean 300%, John? You can't go down 300%.
Well, in April 20th, 2020, oil went from $18 to negative $37.60 a barrel. So when it went negative, that constituted a 300% drop. So that's technically your largest down day on oil. Other than that, in 1991, you dropped. That was the Gulf Storm, Desert Storm. That was the other time. Again, the 90s, 1990, 1991. That's when we also released from the SPR, one of the 5 times in history, and that was down 33%. Other than that, 306%. April 20th, 2020. ANTX. Okay, 30-second velocity's up. Again, NVIDIA, that hit a new high. Let's see the other guys. Oh, where's the dollar? So dollar's still up, but not as bad. Again, gold and silver haven't really made a move. Again, copper, that was the one that kind of ripped back up, but it's right at break even. We watched that live on Sure. We got those free plays, that SCO glitch. I wish I did a lot more of those. That was crazy. The backwardation was so bad, they were giving you free plays. You literally could have played oil with $0 risk. It was insanity. But yeah, that was a very fascinating. But yeah, that was 300%. I know some people, what do you mean prices go down 300? Well, in this case, they went negative. Other than that, though, like, again, the other, like, records for oil was, like, 2020. That was 24% was your highest gain. And then 2008, you went up 16%. That was $16 a barrel. Intel, more chips. Again, Intel, SMH, those are all climbing here. They're still lower than Friday, some more than the actual indexes. It's still like, it's higher than the close, but remember that little dump at power hour on Friday. Yeah, I think so. You guys, at least you know it, which is good. Just be aware, anything related to Iran's success or failure, but especially success of this operation, that's going to send oil going back and forth. Yeah, Putin will continue to supply energy to countries that are reliable partners. Putin says global gas prices are growing faster than oil prices. I don't think gold peaked, but I have a fun fact for you. Because I think gold in the 3 to 6 months after volatility, it does react to geopolitics, usually favorably. But there's something that could have happened with gold. Does anybody know what I'm thinking about? So gold and silver prices, there's one thing that could have happened that could be slowing it down. Does anybody know? Let's see, pop quiz. Do 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 do. What could be keeping gold and silver not moving so much? So does this sound familiar? Are you ready? And SPY's going, it's led by chips right now. Marvel, AMD, NVIDIA. That's why I got SMH up here. So here's your answer. The good old ISM. There is a relationship between the PMI and the price of gold and silver. So this is the prices paid component of the ISM manufacturing. And essentially, anytime you get prices paid going up alongside a strong PMI, just like you saw in the beginning of January, you saw it a little bit too in 2024, that usually indicates you will get more signals of debasement, and it ends up being bullish for gold and silver. On the contrary, if you watch the manufacturing PMI get stronger and then the prices paid actually goes down and does not increase, goes into a contraction, that is usually bearish for gold and silver. There is a relationship between the PMI. Yeah, it could be the ISM stuff back and forth. Because one signal said gold should go up, one signal said gold should go down. We haven't had 3 months of it, but other than that, though, I do, in the broader sense, I believe that gold and silver will react to this war stuff, but it just takes time. Usually 6 months later, though, it's up. We need to compare it to the 90s. So a lot of people, I mean, pretty much a lot of people are comparing this to 1970, but when you go look at the, when you look at everything else, I would be looking at the, I would be looking at Desert Storm, 1990. That's kind of where you want to look at it, because that's where it seems like more of the oil similarities are coming up. Trump, it's related to Australia. You got a Truth Social. So again, in Iran. Come on, Trumpet. I spoke to Prime Minister Albanese of Australia concerning Iranian national women's soccer team. He's on it. 5 have already been taken care of. The rest are on their way. Some, however, feel they must go back because they are worried about the safeties of their families, including threats to those family members if they don't return. In any event, the Prime Minister is doing a very good job having to do this rather delicate situation. God bless Australia. President Donald Trump. All right, so now he's happy with them. That sucks, bro. That really does. So some of them have to go back, they're saying? Man, y'all still want to support that shit. I know, it sucks, dude. Again, his first one, Trump was talking some smack earlier, but now he's saying they're handling the delicate situation well. Damn NVIDIA. Where's NVIDIA compared to last week? NVIDIA's kind of been pinned, low-key. Since that beginning of March move on the first war sell. AMRC. Then IGV stopped moving. SPY's actually going a little higher. Alright, what time is it? Got 30 more minutes till Euro close. So not bad. Again, chips are the ones that took you off right there. I mean, Google's kind of chilling. Broadcom, Apple, yeah. Mainly just chips right now. So again, Korea should actually Korea, they're up, but I thought they'd like that a little bit more. What happened with what? With Australia or right now? Today, it was G7. The G7 finance ministers just talking. They said they're not going to release the oil, but they said they're going to have another call tomorrow. But them just talking about releasing the oil has both brought an oil down, and then stocks have been able to get a little bit of relief just with the fact you haven't had any real bad news in the last 6 hours. Again, overnight, that the news was active more or less, or potentially. But even in general, right now, you haven't gotten any bad news even to start off the day. But yeah, just simply the other one. The soccer team in Iran, they had a game in Australia, the women's soccer team, and then they all like protested the Iranian like national anthem. So like kind of showing that they were against Khomeini and the government and everything. But now they have to go back home. So 5 of them are staying in Australia. But then the other ones say they have to go back because they're afraid of threats to their families. SanDisk, I think, and WDC. Again, all the chips. Yeah, Euro close has moved because of daylight savings. So here's the clip. This is from March 2nd. They just stood at the game and they refused to sing, but now they're scared for their lives. But some of them have to go back and their families are being threatened. They just didn't say anything. That's what Trump's referring to. But 5 of them are getting asylum in Australia, but then the other ones have to go back. IEA, Grossi, some of the rest of the Uranium. Now that's old. They're talking about that again. We saw an impact close to one of the tunnels at Isfahan. Well, yeah, because they'll actually, how many times have you seen people in the United States protest the national anthem? Like, you don't have threat of getting killed, or nobody threatens your family in an actual serious manner. You get people talking shit on the internet, but yeah, bro, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, they pretty much protested the regime on a public stage. That's not gonna, even with the replacement and everything, it's not. Some of the Iranian government, they do not like that. No, they want to stay, but then some of the women are saying they have to go back because pretty much they're scared of what will happen to their families. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation, sadly. Because then the ones who their families are going to get, it's either their families are going to get punished or they're going to get punished, essentially. Cruise lines and airlines, they're kind of going up again. Even the SPY, high ticker, kind of just gassed right there. .9 earthquake south of Japan. Yeah, Iran foreign ministry warns of oil tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz that they must be very careful. Trump to review options to combat spike in oil as soon as Monday, sources say. Shell to sell Jiffy Lube for $1.3 billion. So literally, watch oil right now. It's moving around. You have the Strait of Hormuz headline, and then literally it says sources, might be Reuters, but looking to review options to combat spike in oil as soon as Monday. So that, again, it may not happen today. Like, it'll probably happen after the bell. Oil's looking a little spiky though, so see. This is still E-Trade on the high-low ticker. It's just the E-Trade power or whatever. Kimberly on the low, and Kenview. Your dad escaped Iran and your whole family got arrested and tortured trying to get him to come back in 79. Jeez. I know, bro. Now you have to hear Karen tell you why Khomeini is amazing. He was just a poet. Just a scholar. RGV. All right, man. Still moving up. Oil's tweaking a little bit. Kuwaiti Emir says country was subjected to brutal attack by Muslim neighboring country that we considered a friend. The attack came through Kuwait, did not allow its land airspace to be used in military action against it. Reuters is the source. Like I said, we're going to get one, but that Reuters source wasn't, yeah, it's not even. That headline just kind of hints at something today. I would actually believe that one, but it'll probably happen after the bell. I don't think we're going to get anything intraday. You do have one of those round tables today, but that's about it. What's prop? Did we see this one the other day? Just a small cap. That is unusual. Wheat is the second amount of unusual options today. So it's a 4,500% difference, and then oil still. And then a lot of the other oil ones have a bunch of put activity too. And then 10. Oh, is this the Greek one? I don't know if they're related even to the water, but this has crazy options activity too. I just refreshed the scanner. There's a lot of puts on Build-A-Bear Workshop. Other than and then Brookfield Asset Management. Again, these banks still. All right, man. Well, SPY's still working up. Oil didn't react too much. Again, Foreign Minister warns on Strait of Hormuz. Mexico Economy Minister concerned about acts like tariffs under Section 232. TSM, Intel, more chips, SanDisk, Qualcomm, and then a couple of medical plays mixed in there like EW. But SPY back to 670. You are now, what, 2 points away on the SPY from filling the gap and from being right where we ended on Friday. Again, it's not like Friday was the best day, but remember, we didn't do much. And Friday had oil climbing and everybody with the tensions kind of getting ready for what was going to happen this weekend. Could USO squeeze? No. USO is impossible to squeeze. It's an ETF. So keep that in mind. Any ETF cannot have a short squeeze. You guys understand that? Remember, this is what happened with people in silver back in 21. So you could squeeze an oil company, but you can't squeeze an ETF because the ETF issues shares automatically. So like every time people buy the ETF, they issue shares to go complete the goal of that ETF, right? So just like you buy like S&P 500, if a bunch of people buy the SPY, they issue a share to go buy the companies in the SPY. So they take your cash, they create a share for that cash, and then they go take that money to go buy at the weighting that they have. No, same thing with IGV, all of them. Software itself could squeeze, but at the same time, it's not as if, more software stocks. So that chart I was showing you was that the weighting of the names in the IGV, those are shorted at the most in the last decade. But it's impossible for any ETF to technically squeeze when it's all said and done. And there could be, you could bet on the difference in price. It doesn't mean people don't short it and that they don't have exposure, but you're not going to get like a GameStop short squeeze or run out of supply type beat. It's impossible with the ETF, like physically, literally impossible. Yeah, wheat can't squeeze either. But then again, the futures. So if the futures go up, wheat holds futures. Again, USO, they hold oil futures as well as cash. Depending on how that plays out, that could raise the price of it. They all do. Every ETF does that. So anytime you see an ETF, they operate the same way. Ironically, this explanation was when I interviewed the CEO of Wheat. So I have that video on the trading fraternity, but he was even explaining that. So like every time you buy, you can't squeeze an ETF. Just you have to understand the dynamics of how an ETF actually operates. France Foreign Ministry, Iran must stop unjustified strikes against regional states. Solar. Yeah, solar just went back to green. Again, SPY 670 is holding. Amberella. Ella. What about leverages? No, same thing. They all operate the same thing. A leverage ETF, they get the leverage by buying, a more leveraged asset. Like they get the leverage through either doubling up, tripling up, or buying it with a future or some way to maximize what they're getting. That's why you got to read the prospectus. But if it's an ETF, electronically traded fund, it's operating a certain way. So it's just like they issue shares. They have the ability to keep issuing shares without an approval. It's not like it's not like an offering or anything like that. That's the dynamic of how it works. So any sort of ETF cannot be squeezed theoretically. It just doesn't, because any money that comes in or comes out, they're changing the share structure in real time. Versus like, again, GameStop, people borrow the shares, sell them. People sell either stuff they don't own or whatever it may be. It's just like there's, a limited supply. But the supply of ETFs is essentially unlimited. And more semiconductors, bro. That's been all morning. Again, even Korea's chilling out now. A couple of these smaller oil plays have declined. Some are still green, but I remember Battle you keep seeing. That was actually red today. The fertilizer plays, though. MOS and NTR are still going up. So fertilizer, wheat down. BlackRock, again, they're still washed. Again, financials are actually still the ones down 1.8. I think SPY, NASDAQ might be going green. Yep. NASDAQ's only down by 0.02 right now. But here's the kicker. 62% of the NASDAQ is in the red. A lot better from the morning. At one point, it was 85% red. So you have 62 green on the NASDAQ, 31 in the red, or 38. Dow is 10 green, 20 in the red. That got a lot better. And then SPY, 384 in the red, 119 in the green. Yes, the underlying could be squeezed, or you could buy puts. Yes, exchange traded, not electronic. Some are, though. Some have used that definition. But yes, exchange traded. But understand that's the electronic nature and how it's all digital. That was kind of the revolution. And then the fact is, it's just all unlimited. But the underlying can be squeezed. So if, like IGV, for example, if Palantir goes up 20%, IGV is going to rip, especially because Palantir is one of the top 5 holdings. Same thing with Microsoft. If you haven't noticed, Microsoft, that has the biggest weighting in IGV. Microsoft goes up a lot, IGV is going to probably go with it. But yeah, it's good. I'm glad we had this talk, but every time things get hella volatile, a lot, like I said, in 2021, that was like the foolishness of Reddit at the time, where Reddit tried to short squeeze SLV. At one point in time, you know, right after GameStop, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, people tried to do a short squeeze on SLV. I had friends of mine in like literally from college, they were asking me, they're like, what do you think about silver short squeeze? And they're like, SLV is gonna short squeeze. I was like, that's impossible. So yeah, you just got to keep this in mind for the future. FND? I don't know. You're like the third person who's asked me about that today. I don't know much about it. I think the chat has reminded me of this, though. I think you guys asked me and you're like, you don't know this one? Because I think they do a lot of like real estate stuff and like items, materials. But yeah, I'm not too into them. But then again, anything materials wise, price, anything that needs to ship or physical goods prices, I mean, those are going to be a little wonky here in the next couple of weeks. Japan gives order to release oil reserves in UK. Yeah, again, that was Friday. They were the most bullish on that plan, but we need a coordinated release with everybody. Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, right now, we'll see what happens here at 10 a.m. I think that's going to be a nice inflection point that'll either say we're not going to move anymore or you're going to give up all this. So I can't tell at this point. Did that, I'm saying we're going to get somewhere around here. That would have been the best case scenario. But other than that, your best idea is going to be understanding these plays that are going to get affected. And then you got to buy them the day before and sell them tomorrow morning. I mean, that's going to be the only way at this point if we keep playing. That's exactly how last week played out. You'll get a couple of plays intraday, but at the same time, I do think that's going to be one of the effects. Trump mulls export curbs and tax waivers to curb oil prices. So that's part of that Reuters rumor. It's coming in now. SPY's not moving much, but oil's reacting a tiny bit. Still early. So see, Trump mulls export curbs and tax waivers to review options as soon as Monday. You could short an ETF, but I'm saying you're not going to get a short squeeze. Are you guys understanding the difference? So like a short squeeze is caused by like a supply-demand imbalance, right? Everybody shorts a certain stock. There's not that many trade, again, that means with the supply being shorted, if the stock goes up, people have to buy that stock back with limited amounts, right? And then there's only so much that exists that drives the price up. That does not happen with ETFs because you essentially have an unlimited amount of shares. The amount of shares that exist they correlate with how much money is being taken in and out of the ETF. So more money goes into an ETF, more shares get created. More money comes out of an ETF, less shares they take away some of those shares. So you just can't get a short squeeze off of supply-demand dynamics. Yes, if no unlimited supply, no squeeze. If unlimited supply. Limited supply, you get a squeeze. No, Philo, we might have to wait today. We might go either later than 10 a.m. or we'll have to do it a little later. because again, euro closed now, just kind of messed it up. But yeah, today is I still think today is gonna, I don't know, I don't want to overhype it, because there's a chance we get some stuff here towards the middle of the day, but also too, like I was just saying there, we might have to do it overnight. You might just get everything happening right after the bell, those next couple of hours, and then move into the next day. COMEX is in the window where they demand physical silver. That's a future. So it's not an ETF. So the people, if you own a silver future, gold future, depending on where you buy it, if you buy it through the official exchange, yeah, you have it's theoretically backed by something physical. You could demand delivery. A lot of futures, though, nowadays have switched to paper settlement. But ETF does not follow those rules. ETF is not backed by anything physical. Kala's diplomacy return to ceasefire offer the best chance of averting Lebanon from sliding into chaos. Again, you just had those Trump, that rumor from Reuters earlier. It moved oil a tiny bit. Yes, oil closes in 10. Or not oil, excuse me, euro. MSC ends a voyage declaration for exports from Arabian and Persian Gulf. It's another tanker. Who was that other one? Who was the Greek one? This was one of the Greek. This one's been going up straight up all day. You want to make a group investment fund for a few friends. It'll function like an ETF. So ETF, you're going to need, there's a lot of fees and all of that. If you wanted to do something, and I mean, again, make sure you have all the, be ready for other challenges we're not going to discuss, but look into a mutual fund. That would be probably the most regulatory compliant and then the easiest way to do something like that. If you wanted to get an investment fund or a group of your friends and invest and pool money together, most people, a mutual fund is how you would go about doing that. You could make your own mutual fund if you didn't know. Yeah, some of the tankers got a little more active. Everybody in the IGV is still not bad, bro. 87. Oh, man. And then oil still, again, this was the low of the day. And then remember, 95.60-ish. Or was it 96.60? No, it's 95. Yeah, this was that low from even any of the points last night. Airlines are starting to climb up still. Again, you had RCL and a few others earlier. Well, yeah, Southwest and those, they're still down 1.7, but they were down 2.5. Oracle Aspect? You mean what's priced in? Just calculate the at-the-money calls and puts. Wheat getting clapped. Yeah, they're down 1.6. And then, I mean, again, that oil move got it really active, but that's why we're going to be playing that one overnight. And again, the food plays, like I'm saying, if all the volatility stops, every single one of these plays are going to get clapped. If the volatility continues, the longer it lasts with the oil uncertainty, the more likely you're going to deal with this type of supply chain risk leading into the other ones. The surprising one is the fertilizer stocks. They actually did a lot better. But, think about it. Airlines up. A lot of the plays affected short term. Those are the ones that are bouncing right now. And the plays that would have benefited off longer, stretched out conflict, those are the ones coming down. Like wheat. Can I make a mutual fund? and you give me money, no thank you. That's it. I only wanted to manage money at one point in my career, and then once I had to deal with people, I said, no, it's going to be a nightmare. Not to mention, if I did it with people that I've never met on the internet, that'd be crazy. Gotcha. Because then you're going to be like, Josh, wheat is down. Josh, I need to pull my funds right now. I'm like, what? It's been 2 days. You didn't. Bro. They're like, what are you averaging down on Oracle? I'm like, I just bought it, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, imagine Intel. You would have had to hold Intel for a little bit. But yeah, it would be difficult. I did. They asked me when I'm averaging on Oracle. It's literally the same price I bought it at. That's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oil, a little pop. I don't know if we're gonna fill the gap. We got give it 30 more minutes. Let's see where we're at 10. Actually, there's only one mutual fund I'd want to open, because I was going to do it 2 years ago, but we were going to do a REIT. I wanted to make a REIT for real, but then like the fees were high, and then my guy, he said like we just had to raise money though, and I don't want to raise money. He said we could make a REIT, we could probably do it within the Chad, but then like if you want it to be successful on NASDAQ, he was like you need JPM, you need a Blackstone, we needed somebody to like buy a sizable portion. I had somebody who wasn't a bank who was willing to do it, but I was like, dude, it's not, I don't want to be fucking hostage to Wall Street. But I do a real estate mutual fund. That's because I just want you guys to get houses. That's what I would do right now. I would pull as much money together and go buy a bunch of cheap houses. REITs are, I have people who could do it. I already imagine all the rental managers I have, and then I already have people running my real estate company. So the work is manageable, but the hard part would be like once you put a REIT on Wall Street, we would be paying like 150, 200 grand a year just in those fees, just to keep it listed, the taxes, all that stuff. But then if you don't have a bank taking a portion of your shares, they're going to fuck up your equity. So it wouldn't even be as like, wouldn't be favorable, and then you'd run the risk of that kind of backfiring. So essentially, if I took all of your guys' money into this REIT and then we didn't have JP Morgan or somebody backing us on the back end, our equity would get fucking obliterated. So even if we had good assets. So that's kind of the problem. Mutual fund, you wouldn't be exposed to that. Yeah, Dark Trace names Third Chief. Spy Rip in there. So welcome to 3 minutes ahead of Euro close. I see the MSC headlines about shipping, but that pop seems unrelated, but then oil's dropping with it. It could be, I don't know, it could be be on the lookout for an oil rumor right now. I mean, Nvidia just went up, all the chips. High ticker is fully maxed out on almost every single one. But yeah, oil just dropped. That's the lowest oil's been. Another new low intraday on oil. Intel rocketing up. SanDisk, all of them, and then SPY now. You're about to fill the gap, bro. Holy. All right, see if there's no rumor that comes out. Otherwise, this might just be leading into the 10 a.m. How pissed is everybody? You know somebody's pissed. Not if you bought the dip. But literally, NASDAQ is up by a quarter. 0.19 right now. SPY is down by 0.19. Russell down by 3/4. Dow down just over 0.5%. White House considering raid to seize Karg Island. That would tie up the Iranian imports or exports. That's what I'm saying. The move they're making, I thought it would have been Iran who would have been like blocking their oil shit. It's America and Israel who are blocking them. That's the crazy part right now. So I don't know let me see if that hits again, but I don't know if that one's fully confirmed just yet. Again, for now, oil down, SPY up. There's either going to be a headline or it was that Axios one, but I don't know if that one's it. Again, Nvidia chips, they're all going up. 671, bro. You're 1 point away. 1.3 away from filling the gap. boring day. Not really. I mean, from the bottom, it's almost 10 points from the bottom now. That's it. We just got to see what happens with the Euro close here, which is right around the corner. But yeah, I know a lot of people who are, I mean, you guys didn't see Homeboy. You know, I didn't ban him. He just he would always make these cute little political jokes. And then today, he just lost it. He's like, America! I hate America! So I know a lot of people want it. Again, every day we get the war stuff, like I was telling you. Remember even last week, just remember, S&P is pretty resilient. So yeah, let's see what happens at 10 a.m. and then what we get moving forward from here. Nivda. I didn't do anything to him. He had like 15. I didn't even ban him. He just had 15 messages in the morning, and then I think he gave up when he realized he kind of crashed out a little bit. Do I ever watch Egyptian shows? Yeah, my favorite is called Habibis. It's like the Egyptian version of Friends. No, man, I don't. One time, my girl, she was with me at my parents' house, and they had like Arab shit playing, bro. And she was like, "What?" She really thought we were in ISIS for a second. So it's aggressive, but yeah, no, I like my parents will watch them, but I'm not too. Is that candle real? What was that? Little fat finger on Nvidia? R? That candle's still showing. The guy was crashing out. Yeah, that's who I was saying. Like usually he comes in and like throws like some slick little political comment, you know, and like tries to be like funny about it. But then today he lost it. I don't know. I mean, hey man, oil's up a lot. I don't know, a lot of things going on, but yeah, either way, I know it was that one played out a little bit. Just on my exchange, not on TradingView. Let's see on E-Trade. Yeah, it's a small. No, I see one. No, I see a smaller one on E-Trade, but yeah, not that big. France down 1%, Spain down 0.7, Germany down 0.8, and then the FTSE only down by 0.2. Oh yeah, Euro close in the books now. Let's see, oil plays, PBF, Valero, CVI, those are all dropping right now. Again, oil hit a new low intraday bounce. SPY got right under the gap fill and then chilling out. So yeah, give it 30 more minutes. Europe just closed. Novellas. I like novellas. I don't understand what they're saying, but after watching King of Tulsa or Tulsa King, I was like, I like dramatic shows that are like corny, kind of. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm losing my hair. It's a hairline thing, but like I'm into the novella type dramas. It's so bad. Akazawa to work closely with IEA on oil. That's Japan. So you're getting another one. You know, I'm surprised Tesla didn't get more of a bid. I mean, gas prices going up. What's the highest you guys have paid so far? G7 ministers to meet virtually tomorrow morning, CNBC. We had that earlier, but again, that's G7 pretty much sums up today. Last night was terrible oil infrastructure, all that. This morning was G7 meeting. 385 in Colorado, 340. Intel launches Core 2 series processor with real-time and expanded edge AI portfolio. You paid $6. 311 in Dallas, 520 regular, 375. All right, filled up yesterday, 368. Oh, you guys, 250. Now you've seen as high as 390, 310 last Friday, 370. Just filled up today, 620. Yeah, bro, y'all tripping. Are you kidding me? SC 217 to 319. No way, bro. So y'all really just, because y'all know, do you know what I paid last night? I paid $5.90. I was like, and then I saw some gas stations at $6. Yeah, bro. What the fuck, dude? There you go. Some of the $4.50, $5.19. Here, bro. Y'all paid $2 still? $3? Fuck Cali. Yeah, bro. $5 is like $5.90. I was like, boo. $4.99. Bro, you know who has cheap gas though? The grocery stores. So if you have like there's like a Vaughn's in Cali, like there's a couple of Vaughn's that have gas stations. It's $1 cheaper a gallon. It's insane. And then Costco, obviously. But yeah, bro, I didn't have time to get to one yesterday, and I was literally $5.90, bro. That's crazy. All right, not too bad, but still. I mean, these are 2024 prices. It's still kind of fucked up. But I was shocked how many of you just said. I thought a lot of y'all were going to be in the 4s and 5s. You're like $2 from 200 to 290. It's amazing. 289 in Oklahoma. All right, NVIDIA, SPY again. Finance Minister Reeves, I will take the necessary to help families cost of living. Market moves likely to put upward inflation pressure. Financial markets are functioning. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there was a time, it doesn't do it as much. You saw it a little bit during 2022, but like back even in like 2008-ish, in 2010, 11, 12, the companies that like cars would get killed. Anytime gas prices would go up, people would panic. Any sort of gas alternative, people would love it. Even like 2014, 15, up until Trump, and then gas started dropping. Yeah, Ralph's, dude, those grocery store gas is cheap. It's literally $1 off a gallon. I was tripping. You filled up at a Native American reservation. It was $1 cheaper. Yeah, I think they charge their own taxes. I think they're devoid of the Newsom tax. You're pissed over 3? Dude, I get 8 miles a gallon. I'm at fucking 590, bro. Calm down, all right? It's my fault, I know, but still. That's it. We gotta fucking break out the Camry now for the next couple months. But I'm 590. It sucks though. I mean, I've been conditioned to handle as much as 7. So we'll see. People, I don't know if that was real. People were posting $8 gas in LA, but I don't know if that was legit. Burlington. Oh wow, there's $1 off the bottom. Camp? Was this just kind of started? Is it an electric company? I mean, it's a small cap, one of these illiquid ones, but that's going. Again, 22 more minutes. We'll get here to the top of the hour. Europe just closed. Market recovered most of the loss today, and now we're holding up here. Camp Therapeutics. They had something at 6:30 at Leerink Global Healthcare Conference. GSK collaboration likely to begin in 27. 70 million upfront received. How big is this company? $240. They got 70 million upfront. After debt, that's almost half of their value. Yeah, so it's up 50%. That's crazy though. That's from the morning. That's just starting to react now. Camp. Something about a GSK and 70 million upfront payment. It's old though. Everyone's just reacting to it now. Well, they don't have options. Are they halted? Well, that one's interesting. It's already up there. If that wasn't already up 50. But yeah, about 50% of their EV value and then like 30% of their total like market cap. They're receiving an upfront payment. And then SPY, high ticker is still fully gassed too, so a lot of it is chips. I haven't checked the big tech just yet. Doesn't seem like Microsoft app. This is the equal weight. It has to be. Yeah, equal weight's still advancing. So is the SPY. That hasn't stopped. Again, next move is probably going to revolve around the big tech. There's Google now. URI again, full 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minutes right behind 671. Again, you're about a point at 1.2 away. Nasdaq's the only one in the green. OMF. A lot of things are popping up. Hi. Ramp, TSM, IBM. All right, bro. They're all going. Not bad, my friends. Not bad. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in the coat. The White House posted a propaganda video an hour ago. Broadcom still again. Oracle, is it? I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. I think today's HPQ. Yeah, Oracle's tomorrow. All right, 671.50. That's a new intraday high for now. Again, equal weight still going. You'll literally fill the gap if you get somebody else besides Google. But yeah, they're already there. I mean, NVIDIA and Google are the ones leading. Everything else is literally the equal weight. Look at the high ticker, bro. I'm telling you, it's almost fully maxed out. At least 90% now on every single time frame. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute. NASDAQ is the one in the green, but SPY's down by 0.17. The market does love the chill out of the SPR. But then again, you're going to play this. I mean, think about why, though. So why is because the timing. Remember, you're getting the shut-ins, you're getting oil infrastructure attack. Things are quickly moving towards, oh my gosh, you're running out of time for this war. Now you start hearing about these guys, just a delay. They're running out the clock pretty much. So the fact that you're going to be hearing, next 48 hours at the very least is back and forth on these plans. It's doing that. And then again, this is what's happened every other Monday. Again, even the last Monday when this war started, we did the exact same thing. U.S. stance is joint release of 300 to 400 million barrels appropriate. So again, that's working with everybody. Now, U.S. wouldn't release it all, but that's coming out now. They're saying U.S. stance is 3 to 400 million barrels. For context, our barrels are right now, our SPR is at 400 million barrels. So combined with Japan and everybody else, they're talking about releasing that whole thing. I still think the problem is transport, though. Because, again, you could release these barrels. How are you going to get them to where they need to go? Unless it's already just domestically in the places that would be closer to it. Trump holding news conference from Doral Ballroom at 5:30. So is that separate than the, what's it called? That one might be separate than the round table. If it is, you'll probably hear what he's gonna do with oil. All right, man, you're about to fill the gap. Logistics company, everything's up right now, honestly. Again, wheat starting to drop now, and then the socks and everybody else. I made a wheat play on Friday. They're about the same price. And then that's what I was saying, those debit spreads get closer to the money and monetize the rest of them. Yeah, so wheat, they dropped the bid, and then the ask is literally the same price as Friday. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Again, go to the Trading Fraternity on Instagram or YouTube. That is where you guys will be getting your 1 to 2 minute watch list like several times a day. That's it. I've been spamming them. God bless America. Here is your daily White House propaganda video.
The United States U.S. Central Command. I'm gonna shoot you right down.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
It's been a while since I see a military propaganda.
Boom, boom, boom.
The White House. Coming to the Middle East near you. That came out an hour ago. So that was your commercial break. So welcome back. All right, man. Is the gap filled or what? 0.09? We're almost there. It could have been a, what's it called? Could have been a Call of Duty ad. I don't know. My favorite part is when he's like, if you kill Americans anywhere, we will hunt you down. It's been a while since you've got that type of message. You know what I'm saying? So I'm down with it. That's what always surprised me. Where I was like, what? What do you mean? But now there you go. We're going to put some respect on the name. That's why. But my mom was asking me yesterday. She was like, "You don't think you're gonna get a?" She's like, "You don't think you're gonna get a World War III?" She's like, "You don't think this is gonna break out into a big conflict?" And I told my mom, "I don't think we're gonna get World War III." I said the only reason, and now I've said this in another way, but the only way I think we actually get like a real global World War III is if we actually created a super AI and everybody is willing to war over the super AI and dominance of it. Other than that, I do think this is this is very similar to the 90s Gulf Desert Storm, essentially. The Gulf War Desert Storm gives many of those vibes. I'm the man, you're the man, long term. Amen. Ryanair now on the high. That was lower before. Let's see. Here, I'll give you guys recruitment ads from the 70s.
Your man in Vietnam, James Daly, Specialist 6, United States Army. Jim is a flight engineer. Nursemaid to the Army's newest workhorse, the CH-54. Your man babies it on the ground, James and bullies it in the air. Makes it carry everything from tractors and trucks to bulldozers and artillery. It's an ugly angel that works like the devil. Who trusts a 26-year-old with the care and feeding of $1 million worth of equipment? The United States Army. Even at its best, Vietnam is no tourist attraction. Jim and his buddies, like all GIs, make their own fun, and that's the best kind. Specialist 6, James Daly, your man in Vietnam. In today's action army, see your Army recruiter.
Yeah, is that the propaganda you guys wanted? That's what they used to have. Yeah, so there's a couple of them. You guys should go look them up. So yeah, I guess we have better editing. They made that one a montage. Who would trust a 26-year-old with $1 million of equipment? The USA will. Do you think we're past Desert Storm? No, I disagree. I mean, all that's happened is the Strait of Hormuz, but even to the point of, like, this is a virtual closure. I mean, there's been a lot more conflict, but compared to how sucked in we got with other stuff, I mean, and again, Desert Storm, Gulf War, they already were releasing oil. You know, that's the part I think Joe Biden kind of fucked us up a little bit in terms of mentally, because everybody's thinking that everybody thinks that, like, releasing the SPR is normal. It's not. You know, we've only done it 5 times in history. That's why oil dropped $20 so far. You know, because essentially you've only had this happen 5 times, and 2 of the times was in 2022 for Ukraine and Russia. Other than that, it was Gulf Storm, Libya, and then Hurricane Katrina. That was the only other times we've touched the SPR. So, yeah, it's a little different. Week calls, it's all up to you guys. Like I'm telling you, the plays that as this develops week by week, I'm going to be watching Korea. I'm definitely going to be watching HYG and then wheat. So depending on how it all plays out, I mean, I'm leaving it up to you, but I'm telling you, there's not just oil. You don't have to, there's plays linked to oil, and that will play a little bit different, but the whole idea is if you don't want to chase oil, you have various areas you could be looking at. But we're going to go week by week, and then again, if all of this stops, if that was the top on oil, or if by the time, you know, if this gets wrapped up this week, I don't know if it will, or if it goes longer than pretty much April, May, and even with the pricing, that's going to change all of these plays as well. If the longer this lasts, the more likely wheat and other stuff is going to, you know, even any other shipping plays are going to go up, and then vice versa. If this wraps up, if the SPR release and other things calm it down, or we make a big destruction of stuff in Iran that would kind of qualify some sort of success for the Trump admin, you might get another pullback there. But that's kind of where we're at. I think that we're going to find out here in 7 minutes, pretty much, if the SPY doesn't come down in the next 7 minutes and this isn't the top, then yeah, then that's I think we're going to play our Monday move. Otherwise, next 10 minutes or so, there is a chance we could give this back up. But for the most part, it's looking like last Monday, last Tuesday, where we had fat gap downs, and then that's it. You rip through the morning here, and as long as you hold up past this time, those are all going to be good signs until whatever happens tomorrow. I'd say the best bet, though, like we've been talking about, you're probably better off putting a play on today, and then you're either going to be right or wrong tomorrow morning, essentially. SPR is like the long term. No, long term's better. You like being a bag holder? Why do you say the long term's a bag holder? You're fucking killing it. I don't know what the fuck you own, but shit, man. I call it equity holder. You know, I like owning something. Asset owner. You know, a lot. The long term don't care. Yeah, long term's, unfortunately, our long term has just done nothing. The world has done a lot, but the long term is just chilled. Macron says Iran war to last perhaps several weeks. Guy crashing out his back. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Watching, you know, like watching people who like troll all day, watching them break character out of I got some enjoyment out of that, you know. That's why I told y'all, man, I don't even react anymore. You guys already know where I stand on everything. I'll let you do your thing. You know, I'll just enjoy the show. You got a couple of discounts. I mean, it sucks. I wish software was a little cheaper, but it's not. Staples, you got a discount in Staples for sure. That's it. Not anything too crazy, but that 1 week ahead, I can't believe some of them, like PG, they took some pretty big drops. PG, KMB. So we're going to see. Again, Argentina was dropping. Yeah, so long term came down, but it's just chilling, bro. That's what kind of sucks, man. We were lower to start the year, a little bit higher. We hit one all-time high this year, but then we're chilling. This one's doing a little worse than the Fidelity. Where is it? I'm pretty sure we're still up on the year to date. Oh, barely. But yeah, everything else is still red except the Russell. Russell's the only one who got a jump on us. So that's about it. And then the Fidelity's actually still doing well, but I think that changed with the Kimberly and TAP coming down. Because like last week, I was up 9% on it. I was shocked. That was the only account beating the Russell. But Russell's still beating us, and then we're beating everybody else. Yeah, we're only up 6 now on the Fidelity. But yeah, long term has just kind of been boring this year. It is March. An army recruiter asked if you're interested in joining at a gas station? Really? The only time I've seen army recruiters is at the like army recruitment buildings. Nice, you're gonna get baptized? Congratulations. Amen. Make sure it's beyond even the physical action. You know, I think baptism is something in the mind as well. Israeli officials are growing concerned. Washington Post. DOT selects proposals for air taxi pilots, including New York, Archer, Joby among projects involved. Joby's taking a candle on that. What's Archer? ACHC? I don't even know it, man. Is Archer even public? Or is it just Joby? Or is that Uber now? Yeah, that's the news, the ACHR. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Joby and Archer were mentioned. Department of Transportation selects proposals for air taxis. Again, you'd expect some more follow through. It's just not moving. But keep that one on watch. See, and then if you want that video I was telling you, so if you guys, did you guys watch the video? Do you guys understand Klingon? So look, I'd like go to Joby right now. If you watch the video, you'll see what I was talking about. So take a look. You even go for any of the short term. What do you notice about what I was showing you in the video? Like you see this one, you're overpaying. This one is the same price, but if that one already had a transaction, it's the same price. See, this one you're paying 30% more. That's how, look at that. You could do that in 10 seconds, 5 seconds instantly. So if you, and that's just going off of the damn, like even then, go to March 20th, but now, just because they're lower, but at the very least, you could minimize which ones you're going to get that are going to fuck you up. Ta-da! And then be careful, though, because once trades start coming in, those trades are going to go up. So that's only going to work for a small window. Because then other than that, if like you wait and everybody starts top ticking it, you can't use that to be like, oh, yeah, now it's the same price. It's like, no, you're overpaying. See, one of them just went up. The last trade just went up. But again, if you were watching it from the get-go, you'll see it. So again, you got news. This one, the move isn't big enough, but, you know, it's causing that. But if you wanted to go through and make a quick check, you'll be able to see what's up. The plays, I mean, locked in, I'm giving them ideas. I'll post some of them. Well, I don't really post them. I just say them. So other than that, that'd be your best bet. I mean, I've given a lot of you guys even plays, even with all the volatility. I'm down to discuss some of it. You know, my only fear is some of you are going to get distracted, and then you're going to wind up getting FOMO and hype and making bad gambling decisions. So I don't want you to get mad at me, but at the same time, it is your responsibility. But, you know, again, it's not too often you see moves like these. It's hitting again, Department of Transportation. Speaking Klingonese. Wasn't that tight, though? Have any of you ever seen that? Did you know you could do that on YouTube? Caesars climb in. Oh shit. A little bit. OpenAI agrees to acquire AI security startup Prompt2. Caesars? Yeah, so look, those came down and now those plays are at the same as the last trade. But again, there's a window for it. You get what I'm saying when I just showed you it? Because it's not going to, like, you could use what I showed you to confuse yourself. So don't do that. Because like I'm saying, if it's on like a real fucking easy move and it's a real pop, you'll be able to at least see, making sure you're not, or even if you wanted to play them, you at least have an idea of what price. So now they all came back to those last trades before. Actually, all of them except 2 of them. The ones near the money didn't come down. Oh, did cybersecurity react to that? So yeah, I don't know. So OpenAI they acquired some cybersecurity thing. But yeah, that is, they all did react to that. Yeah, literally, OpenAI just bought a cyber company, or they announced it, and then they all took a candle. And then SPY's even coming down, again, 10 a.m., 10:03, like we said. If anything's gonna fucking flip here, it'll be pretty much the next like hour or so, or 2 hours. Again, we're halfway done. Feels early because daylight savings. My goodness. See, I meant to type CZR and then I had my chat open. So I typed it in the chat instead of my platform. few senior officials in Israel are voicing concerns about escalating open-ended attack on Iran, suggesting possible exit ramps that might halt the war before it further damages. Is that the Washington Post article? And then they just came out with that Deutsche Bank on the high. Again, banks are still weak, but they've been trying to climb up. They at least wiped half of the losses. Yeah, Joby and all those, they didn't really catch steam. Hi. How are you, Ray? Raymond Araya? Feeling good on this daylight savings day? U.S. Department of War to the Islamic regime. This is just the beginning. We will not be deterred until the mission is over. Qatar said they launched 17 missiles and 6 drones at its country today, all successfully shot down. LYB. Oh, who was it? Lamb Weston? They had a stake taken them this morning. They didn't move. Attorney General, we have indicted 2 alleged ISIS-inspired terrorists who attempted to bomb a protest in New York. Oh, real estate stock. GPCR is a cancer biotech. Who's that other one? Camp. That one came down. That one's up 35 now. Remember that? Damn, that hit $7. I think they halted it there for a second. Iran announces new missile doctrine. Revolutionary Guard aerospace commander says future strikes will use warheads over 1 ton with more frequent lower range missile waves after targeting U.S. air defense layers. That is from the Iran Revolutionary Guard. They said we're dropping new warheads. Crowd. Make $1. Oh, were they at a meeting? Yeah, camp was at the meeting at 8:30, and then they're going to be at another one tomorrow, or in, like on the 11th. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a call. U.S. farmers seek help as fertilizer prices soar. And then public finance cyber risk due to Iran. That was last week. Remember they were talking about the banks getting hacked? Snapchat? No, I haven't bought Snapchat in like 6 years. As crazy as that sounds. Yeah, I'm getting old. You know what I'm saying? All right. That one's more risky, but I like it. You got another Trump Truth Social. Where are you, Donald? My Truth Social doesn't load up. Oh, that was 17 minutes ago. I was like, wait, is my Truth not working? It's 10, dude, I know. But it's still jacked up. You gotta be careful. There's no options on that one. Reverse, well, again, it's already 10:10. So maybe give it another 20 minutes. But if anything, we're either gonna chill out at this point in time or it's gonna start doing its things. Why the wind chimes? Relax, baby, relax. Enjoy the volatility vibes. Oman, regional U.S. interests to be best served by ceasefire now. So Oman is calling for a ceasefire. EMR, Coda. There again, a couple of small caps. High ticker's still doing good. It should be 9 a.m. I don't know. I kind of like it. I didn't like this morning, bro. Like, without the oil volatility caffeine to wake me up, I would have been dead. But, like, yeah, bro, I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of down. I kind of like it. You know, it hasn't been too bad. Their kids soccer. Yo, it's gonna be so easy to go to the gym today. You know that? It'll be nice and bright. I'll have more energy. So yeah, we'll see. But otherwise, I haven't been too big. I don't like, let me keep my schedule, bro. My schedule is the same. It's just gonna feel different. It wasn't nice yesterday, bro. By the time I got back from the beach yesterday, I'm like, dude, it's late. Like, it was just, the sun set at 7 o'clock. Like 6:50. It was trippy, bro. Last week it set at 5:50, and then 2 months ago it was setting at like 4:45, bro. I guess we have saved some daylight. All right, kind of moving around. SPY's kind of going a little lower. I mean, VWAP surprisingly still climbing. High ticker still somewhat active. So let's see. BHP I don't know where the material plays are. There's a bunch of shit. It still feels like it's moving. All right. So give me a second. Oh, is this? Oh, I thought we were gonna get our favorite propaganda man.
It's not an.
Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
To try to secure the uranium.
Even the Trading Fraternity
it's not quite
on
clear
YouTube.
where it's being held and whether or not
that's
it's been
going to be your watch list.
It's an incredibly dangerous situation. And of course, the other place that you could do it that would probably be easier but no less concerning is Karg Island. And to try to create an opening with perhaps Gulf forces, if they were willing to join, to have some sort of operation at Karg Island to take it over, that would be more limited, obviously, and a little bit easier because of the geographic confines, and might also be helpful in terms of oil exports from the Gulf.
Given Iran's severe reaction across the Gulf, especially on the UAE, you know, and I was speaking with someone who was in Dubai last week, and he was like, yeah, it was pretty rattling, sending videos and showing, you know, these drones and missiles and the interception happening over the sky. And, you know, everyone thinks if this passes, that's not going to be an existential issue for Dubai. But to watch the response there and across the Gulf, you do wonder, and I'm curious for your take on this, could we get something like an Abraham 2 Accords to come out of all of this?
I think maybe long term you could get there. The challenge fundamentally is that the day before this conflict started, Gulf states and their leadership and even the people were really, really angry at the Israelis and at the US for even considering this type of operation. They went to bed that night after the first day really infuriated with the Iranians. And I think the focus is on the Iranians because they really have been shocked at the fact that the Iranians have fired on them, and not just done so minimally, but extensively, and really undermined their own economic futures in a way that's just not acceptable, understandably, to Abu Dhabi, to Riyadh, to others. The problem is, I don't know that the anger on the US-Israel side will have completely dissipated. I think it's being masked over a little bit, but there will be a meaningful question, look, that at the end of the day, can they work together more fulsomely, that even if you don't get an immediate Abraham Accords Part 2, can you at least start to walk the pathway? And that's possible.
Or maybe to ask it differently, forget Abraham 2 and Israel's involvement per se, but could those countries do something together to kind of build a more muscular response and tone now too? In other words, to kind of continue the fight that the US and Israel have started, have they created, in a sense, allies against Iran here, or no?
I think that it certainly unified the Gulf. If we think back to right before the conflict, all of the talk was about the massive division between the Saudis and the Emiratis, and nobody's talking about that right now. So look, it's clearly prompted greater GCC unity. I think the challenge fundamentally, though, becomes at the end of the day, despite the threats that we've heard from Saudi Arabia, we haven't actually seen a willingness to strike back from the Saudis, from the Emiratis. They're trying to balance this. What they don't want is to be in a position where they actually undermine themselves and accidentally extend this conflict. The Gulf wants this over as soon as possible. So if the Iranians keep firing, and especially if they keep going after civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, then it would not be a surprise that eventually, a week, 2 weeks from now, maybe a little shorter, the Gulf countries work with the US, work even behind the scenes with Israel to say, look, we're going to have some sort of response and we're going to do something together. But right now, I think what they're really hoping is that they can just outlast the Iranians. That's going to be a tall order, even from the, frankly, a defensive perspective, the number of interceptors they have. There's a lot more variables and questions here remaining than I think answers as we go forward.
Finally, and we appreciate, Jonathan, you've been generous with your time, but for the G7 meeting that is reportedly happening tomorrow, Eamon Javers has been reporting on this, possibly a joint SPR release, release of oil reserves that could help kind of blunt the impact, and maybe that's why the oil price is front-running that today. But what else needs to be on the table here? There were, some of that G7 are pretty upset about this conflict and might have, I'm thinking about the Europeans to some extent. And I'm curious what else you think might come of this. And if even an SPR release, if that is an obvious place where they can all come to agreement, but what else needs to be discussed?
Look, obviously you're right. The SPR is going to be the number one thing, and maybe it'll get you a few weeks. The real question, though, is I think where you're going to have, especially the Europeans coming, is saying, okay, well, what is the actual long-term plan here, President Trump? In other words, what is going to be a satisfactory end goal that's going to allow you to find an off-ramp to say that we're going to end the war? And I think the question for them, remember, look, when this started, the E3 basically said we had nothing to do with this. And very quickly, in about 12 hours, as they saw how much the Iranians were striking throughout the region, said, no, we're going to have to play some sort of role. They don't want that to be a sustained role. It can't be a sustained role. I think the biggest question is going to be a strategic one about where the off-ramp actually is right now, where it goes. And that's going to be a question for President Trump. Whether or not he has the answer, I'm not totally sure, but we'll find out tomorrow.
All right, Jonathan, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Jonathan. Thank you. He kind of looks like Ben Bernanke. All right, man. Well, 10 a.m., almost on the dot. Came down a little bit, but you're still holding it. SPY didn't go green, I don't think, not once. You came really, really close, but that was about it, my friend. So if we really do touch the low today, that'll be terrible. Otherwise, we see if this Monday could hold up. I mean, Trump and G7, Trump later today after the bell. You might get Trump before, but it's not related to the oil stuff. And then G7 tomorrow morning. You're going to play this whole game all over again, my friends. All over. So we'll give it a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, unless you guys want to do a philo false start again. You know, get some of the demons out. But otherwise, you gotta give me a minute on philo. Not a minute. Maybe we'll start at like 10:30 or even 11. Again, maybe we'll go on the original time due to daylight savings. We might have to move our philo schedule around. Because I'm still mad awake, bro. But the market has definitely been chill intraday. But watch out, it is starting to drop down. Maybe we should have took those 10 a.m. plays. Now that I think about it. Let me see if the premiums. Actually, they're substantially cheaper. So even that one range we said to look at, you could have got the other one a lot cheaper earlier. But yeah, it's starting to sell off. That's the range you want to look for either getting back to open is terrible. Just like, I don't know if you guys remember any of those real volatile days. Anytime you have like a fucking 1-2% drop, recover most of it, and then if you end back at the low, that one's going to be terrible. Yeah, you know, halfway through, if we go at VWAP and bounce, they're just going to waste your time and then wait till the end of the day. But other than that, the easiest way to go about this is it's not even easy, but you just got to make a guess. Palantir flushing. Palantir a couple candles down. Anthropic is suing the government. Yeah. Will that affect IGV? It could, but not as, I mean, it's going to take a while. You know, a lawsuit against the government does not get resolved. It's going to take a long time. So essentially, in a weird way, as long as they're litigating it, it's going to kind of cement the idea that they're pretty much clapped, and then it's going to, again, the damage will be done probably in the next year or two. So again, that case shouldn't be, if the case speeds up and it escalates quickly, maybe, but for now, I would say IGV is taking it all positively, even those updates from last week too. But even then, IGV slowed down today with the volatility. So again, if oil keeps going on, it'll do its thing. In Discovery, they'll hand off the work product to OpenAI. Jeez, that'd be crazy. And then OpenAI becomes Claude. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy Oil History Day, bro. You were born on a historical day because you were born. And then now look, many years later, history. You know, March, you guys don't remember? What was the phrase I would tell you guys in March? Does anybody remember? We had this, I don't know if it was last year or even like 2 years before that. We had this happen a couple of times. What is it? Do you guys remember? Let's see if you guys recall. No, not March Madness. No. You don't remember? Oh, I remember! You guys don't recall? Beware the Ides of March. Do you know how many things have happened in March? From COVID all the way down the oils, war, fucking Bear Stearns or Lehman. One of them was in March. The other one was in September. Yeah, a lot of shit happens in March. So the Ides of March, I mean, even, again, the fall of Rome. But yeah, March is usually pretty crazy in terms of, it doesn't mean it always goes down, but there's like a lot of craziness. I mean, hence, you just woke up, at one point, it was your biggest day so far. So yeah, man, beware the Ides of March. And here we are. All right, bro, you've given up the last like hour or so. So again, I hope you guys see that. Just at one point, there was the early part, it was moving, but then after that, there's this shot clock, bro. You hit 10 a.m. here. If anything was going to shift, Europe is now closed. Oil's still down. It's down intraday. It's crazy. It's only up 5% right now. But if anything, though, the SPY is still in its own world. Again, cyber stocks are coming down. Ever since OpenAI bought that company, those started to react a little bit. Yeah, war in Ukraine was March. I think that was the last time we talked about that. Beware. Liberation Day was the pre-Liberation Day. And then it came in early April. NYT, New York Times on the high. Newspapers. All right, bro, you're back to where we were at the OG Euro close, pretty much. 850-ish, but we're still coming down here a little bit. If it's Oracle and any of the big tech, I mean, you'll get hit. Yeah, look at NVIDIA sold off, Oracle. Ecoid's doing a little better, but they're all chilling out here. So that shot clock worked, bro. It's crazy because VWAP's climbed pretty much to open now. So that will be something. The opening gap down level will be 1. And then I really think shit show if you go below. If you go back to 682, it's going to be a shit show. Anything here, you could bear the VWAP move. SVB, March 10th. Yep. March. Well, today's the 9th. And then tomorrow will be a rackle. But yeah, March, bro. A lot of things happen in March. So welcome to March. We started it off with the war in Iran. And here we are a couple days later. It's crazy. It's only been like a week. I guess, are we 9 days into this whole campaign? So a little bit more than a week, but my goodness. And then before you know it, man, just remember, midterms, Warby Parker on the high. Yeah, Warby with a 50-cent pop. It's about a little bit more than 1% on that. What's prompt fool? That's what OpenAI, I can't say it. It says prompt fool. Like, is it, what's up, fool? Chips, Korea coming down. President Trump says too soon for seizing Iran's oil. That was earlier, but doesn't rule out the possibility as the war continues. Warby Parker. Google's not doing bad. I mean, Nvidia slashed off $2. Everything's starting to come down though. Again, CRM. I'm keeping crowd up. Watch if any of this, if the what's it called? The security companies go down. That's just related to that OpenAI news. Other than that, though, see a couple of other IGV names like IGV. You have Oracle, CRM. Palantir was dropping. Now Microsoft. So software is getting a little clapped. XLP still staying stable. That one's kind of surprising. Speaking of, KDP is not KOP. Oil still hasn't really made a move, though. You're not getting like any crazy wild oil fluctuations. Well, yeah, I mean, don't underestimate. That's what I'm saying. VWAP, you hold VWAP, you hold this open. There, you could fuck around for the next 2.5 hours, and it may not be the best case, may not be the worst case scenario, but anything back into the low of today, that would be terrible. And then again, we haven't had any updates yet. I mean, you've gotten a couple of these, but that's it. Turkey summons Iranian ambassador over missiles fired in Turkey. So yeah, you'll get again another software name. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to type that in there. Every time I click on the chat. So again, bro, a lot of these software names keep selling off. So someone, is that Bitcoin too? Someone's just asking about the lawsuit. Even Bitcoin's about to go into its kind of low. I mean, it had a nice pre-market, then that first candle, but Bitcoin is starting to slow down. It's going to be different than Russia-Ukraine. Russia-Ukraine was very different. There was a different economic situation. And then it's however long this goes on. But like, if you remember at the beginning of Russia-Ukraine, that's what this kind of feels like. I don't think it's going to be the same plays. I think it's going to operate different. But remember, in the beginning of Russia-Ukraine, people are like, oh, it's going to be nothing. Oh, it's going to be the worst thing ever. Oh, this won't happen. Oh, it'll only last for a week, a month. That's where we're at right now. Like, everything that matters, all of this boils down to how long it takes. That's it. I hope everybody realized that. Timing. That's what even the G7 was saying. That's why good for them by, buying time and not panicking. All of this is buying time. I even think the Iranians, you got to think about it. Even if the Iranians take an off-ramp today, they just benefited 40% on their #1 export. So everybody has like an incentive for both dragging this on, but not dragging it on too long. So everything is timing, because then if this goes on longer than expected, if this gets real serious and lasts a long time, you're going to start hitting supply chain. You're going to start unlocking all of those different types of plays. And then vice versa. If this ends in another week or two, or by the end of the month, that's going to create a whole different result in terms of opportunities in place. So timing. That's why I kept saying last week, we got to take this week by week. However many weeks this takes to resolve or to get worse, and however many weeks it's going to last, that's probably going to determine the outcome of how all of this plays out. Well, yeah, Bitcoin came down there. Yeah, Oracle's just tweaking. Oracle moves a lot, man. That's what I was saying the other day. It's just like even in the moment, like within 30 seconds, 60 seconds, it moves quite a large amount. IDF urgent warning Lebanon. The IDF will soon attack military infrastructures belonging to Hezbollah. For your safety, evacuate no less than 300 meters. That was weird. That one lady today, I'm talking about the shower app in Israel. But do you guys get what I was saying, though? Because, like, think about it. They're saying that the people in Israel are, like, talking about when they could shower and all that and being worried about attacks. But then you go on the internet, you won't be able to see any of the actual drama that's going on. AMRZ. What is that, $1? That's about 1%. It's still negative. I don't know what that is. I'll check news. AMRZ. Oh, that chain is fucked up. AMRZ. Amorize? CEO buys 60,000 of Amorize. That just came out. Edgar filing. So CEO, remember, we hit one of these on Friday, but it didn't continue. We hit one of these before, and it killed it. 58.05. Oh, shit, he bought higher. He bought 58 cents higher than where it's at now. But yeah, he bought 60,000 shares. CEO. Amorize. Jenisk, John Philippe. Janask. Well, that's coming out now. Again, the chain was hard. Some of you got filled below. But be careful. Trades already came through. So if you're doing the little last trade trick, keep in mind, some of those already moved. So again, you're on like the third or fourth candle by now. And then SPY's still going a little lower. MOS still on the high. Okay, SPY's going lower. Low ticker's picking up. There's like a lot of random again, MOS is really ripping, and then the rest are kind of random. But low ticker is about 75% of the way on all time frames. EPSM, that thing's up 70 again. Some of these little small caps are going nuts. Nvidia's chilling. What's CBZ? Where's Bobo? Warby's still going up. I don't know. Hasn't triggered anything. I don't know what Epsom is. Amorize. Now I'm chilled. Epsom halted due to volatility. I think like the salt. Again, Bitcoin. So SPY's going lower. Remember, as we were climbing up, Bitcoin was ripping, even as we were a lot lower. But yeah, Bitcoin's starting to cut into that opening candle. SPY's getting close to VWAP. I mean, again, this has been like, what, 20 minutes? And then the chilled for like 5 minutes there. But yeah, you're still going lower. So that's not the best. Again, VWAP is going to be kind of the make or break zone. And then we'll see where we go from there. A-Lab. A-Lab with a D. It says it printed higher. $2. That's about like 1.8. It's still in the red. A-Lab. I don't see anything unless they had something this morning. It says it was on the pre-market movers. Some of these might be at they might be at events. Yeah, so I literally gave up $1 from that high. Uranium was moving more, but yeah, I mean, uranium has a lot to do with the data centers and all that. I mean, again, even then, like if oil goes up, that's something I think a lot of people haven't talked about. Think about it. If oil stays up above 100, I mean, it fell below finally, but it's like if oil prices stay higher for longer, all of these data center plans, just if you already thought they were going to take a long time, those are going to take even longer. That's one of those things. But yeah, 667 is VWAP. You're at 668. I'm not looking at SPX, but I think it's at a certain level. Yeah, you're getting right into the opening candle there. So SPX is there. SPY's a little different. So yeah, it's bad for the SPX actually. Again, SPY's doing a little bit better, and that's where VWAP is, but the SPX is actually you're at that opening candle, which I don't like. That's your like last call pretty much. So like I'm saying, I think it's gonna dance around here unless something develops and it actually gets worse. The calm in this storm, well, I'm glad, man. Remember, we've already been through some craziness though already, just in the last week. So I think you guys got a little bit of a crash course so far. So you know you'll be good, Habibi. You will be good. Hands up and follow me. Everybody in the IGV. Put your mother and hands up. What? The high-low ticker got upgraded? You could call it that. That's a good way to look at it. Or we just don't have E-Trade anymore. More software and security names. They're slowly climbing down. And banks are coming down too, but I think a lot of that was software, Bitcoin, and the other guy. Software, Bitcoin, and which one was it? I'm blanking. Oh, NVIDIA. And you know what? Uranium is pretty chilled out, all things considered. Some more than others. All right, man, you're going even lower, making your way downtown, selling fast, and it's holding. Oil still high. Oil still high. I will trade 1,000 barrels if I can just hold puts. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, that 10 a.m. sell-off idea worked very well. Holy shit. It's doing it pretty quick, bro. That's what I'm saying. So it's like the whole idea here, you know, is if it goes up and stays up, it could hold. But then if this flips from here, you're not in the danger zone yet. But it's like if you do get near the open, that's going to be ugly. Otherwise, kind of rip for most of the day and then kind of settle out here. That's how these Mondays have played out. Trump tells NBC they made a big mistake choosing Mushtaba as the new leader. E-Trade Pro is fully discontinued, yeah. They have Power E-Trade, but yeah, the original one that we would use is gone. Iran loaded 2 million barrels of crude from Jask export terminal, marking first occasion since the conflict and the closure of Strait of Hormuz. See if oil reacts to that, but it looks like oil and SPY both took the same candle. India Ministry of Petroleum and Gas orders refineries to boost LPG production amid global fuel supply disruptions. You're a SWE? What's that? You're making a personal website. You want to have a financial wire. Can you include my videos in an AI summary? Sure. Just link it back to the channel, but why not? Baron Wolf, super slowly. I got a high pressure gun. Build your fortress. Don't shoot one and forget the other. Helmet on. I don't know what that means. Crude is down substantially from last night. So again, you're getting back to VWAP. iPhone 100. It sounds like you're discriminating against me. But yeah, I am an iPhone. I used to do the Samsung, and it lagged on me. Bitcoin dropping. Now IBM, bigger candle. All right, man, you're slowly more. I think software is getting pretty weak here. Software and now Bitcoin. Again, Bitcoin was actually doing very good in the morning, but software is coming down to the lows. I don't think staples have. Yeah, staples are still up. A lot of the things are still there. You could vibe code your own screener. You just got to make sure the data is accurate. So data, you could use either APIs or find a way to get real-time data and then, you know, plug it into the code, but it's possible. Vanda, all these little biotechs, bro. Can you overdose on creatine? No, I don't think so. Or you might be able to, but it'd take a lot. Just drink a lot of water if you had a lot of creatine. How much oil would be if we didn't take care of Venezuela? Yeah, I mean, even part of it too, like there's just, I'm already shocked at how quickly it's done this, considering there hasn't been any like violence in the Strait of Hormuz. So the fact that we already hit 120 setting records, last week was chill till like the last couple of days, but even if we have the Venezuela oil or not, we did, we did go a little bit harder here. Drinking creatine messed up your liver panel. 5 grams is enough per day. Lebanon asks U.S. for direct peace talks with Israel to end fighting. New baby due? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Congratulations. Get him another long term. Woo! Oh, all day we've been getting held up by big tech. Even yesterday. Or last week that was the story. That's why on Friday we didn't. That last Friday dump was just Oracle and software. Closed on a new house? Dang, man. You're just blessing on blessings, huh? Yeah, and a crib, the new baby. I love it, man. Congratulations. You can't overdose on it. You could screw up your stomach. Creatine. I just would get bad headaches, or I'd pee a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. New York Fed accepts $0 of zero submitted to SRF. $0 in repo, 0 accepted, 0 bid. Or is it all just going to oil? You're also closing on your first house? No way. I love it. Amen. Yeah, $0 accepted of 0 submitted. Nobody showed up at this fucking reverse repos today, or the standing repo facility. You think we want the oil prices high? Yes and no. I mean, America, like somebody brought up earlier today, like destroying the infrastructure for Iran. I thought Iran was going to do it, not America and Israel, but that would make people more reliant on the people who have oil like America. And then also in the same respect, though, holding out for a week or two here, if there's ever an off-ramp, I mean, this will make it where at least Iran, the thing they have a lot of, they're going to get a lot more. So I think there's a way to benefit for both sides off of the high oil, but I don't know if people want this, if that makes sense. Right now, just oil's gone up too high, too fast. And if this stays like this, at some point, yeah, you'll benefit off of high oil, but you have a lot more to lose now. That's why it's a weird, fucked up game of oil chicken that everybody's playing on the global scale right now. Trump says controlling Iran's oil could strain relations with China. So it does have to do with China. Well. A-Lab again? That one almost triggered. It's about like 2%. SPY's even got right above VWAP and started moving. You just closed on your first house? No way. Congratulations. What's going on, bro? Y'all all got houses today? Or nah. I love it. I'm telling you, man. Even long-term to the farm, it was one of the best decisions. All of y'all, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if you got a good deal, man, make sure you are going to live in it for a couple years or rent it. But it's like, bro, if you got a plan, you used it wise. I mean, some of you, it's a really good start to building up your wealth or expanding on it. But it's just, dude, it's awesome. I like it. And then I don't know, I'm surprised, man. I know rates are they've been a little bit lower, but I'm dude, a lot of y'all, I feel like this last like week or two, I have heard a lot of Chads getting cribs, bro. So yalla, habibi, yalla. Smells like shit. Hold on. I don't know if this dog's even at my house right now, but it smells like shit. He might be here.
There today that the United States may consider seizing Qarg Island, which is about 15 miles off the coast of Iran. And it's kind of the transfer station, if you will, where tankers are loaded up before they pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The conventional wisdom here in Washington is you would need boots on the ground to do that. And I wonder if the United States chose to make that move and seize the centerpiece of Iran's oil industry here. Is that an all bets are off moment, or would that reassure the market knowing that that site was secured by Americans?
Great question. I tend to think that's an all bets are off moment. That to me is Qarg Island has been maintained throughout the course of this conflict. It wasn't touched during the June 12-day war. It's how we think about the long-term preservation of, crude output and supplies. And if you go after that, you've got to be able to move that crude through the strait. That means you are 100% invested and in the strait, having to protect every single ship that goes through. I don't think that will provide the market confidence unless the strait is also open. So it has to come hand in glove with a logistical output for that crude that can be safely transferred. Just going after it without that, I think, actually does the opposite for the crude market and may create a more panicked environment.
Well, and when we consider the wider environment, Rebecca, it's one thing for crude and product prices to go up in and of themselves, but that, of course, can feed through into other prices, too. When we think about the idea that you need fuel to get the things that ship goods to consumers and customers all over the world, how quickly could we be talking about this being a reinflationary kind of thing? I know you said a lot depends on time and duration, but what is the lag on that feed through to costs elsewhere?
Well, if we look at just the move in gasoline prices last week, you can see that there's been a pretty quick transition mechanism into at least gasoline prices. How it filters through into the rest of the products that crude is an input for varies dramatically by industry, right? So we're going to see some things that have a much quicker uptake of it and some lagged. And there's very smart economists out there, I think, who are trying to figure out this exact question. But I think it's months. I don't think it's a week scenario. Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? It's likely in that window of the timeline that I hear from economists on terms of how much impact it takes or how long it takes to flow through into prices. But again, it will vary by industry, and that'll be something I think the equity market will be watching exceptionally closely. Extends out longer.
How do you read the lack of movement in oil stocks? Rebecca, we're talking so much about the commodity. I'm looking at Exxon and Chevron here. They're up modestly. The XLE is down 7 cents. And they've been kind of just floating around for the last week plus while this has all happened. Does that imply to you that stock traders see this as a short-term blip?
Yeah, he was there.
I think it implies two things. First, there was a tremendous buildup in energy equities leading up to this event. So they priced in a lot of this kind of heading into the event. In the last week or so, when we've seen this kind of volatility.
Thank you. I made that one free on the shares. That shit hit. It was like, I mean, depending on the price, either 50 to 30%, but I'm gonna just hold those until the next couple of weeks. Yalla, habibi, yalla. Yeah, you got it? Wasn't that a nice one? I was surprised. But yeah, I think he's going to go a little crazier, but just in case, take some risk off. Like I said, even if because that was high up. But if it comes back down, I mean, your risk was lower to the low end, but now you got a decent amount. And then all the events there's like one more in the 19th and then April. So you get like March 19th, 10 more days for the event, and then then April like 11th or something. I'm very sensitive to poop smells. So I could tell. He farted. I got there in time. I didn't even know he was here. So I was like, it smells like shit. All right, we didn't do much from there. All right, would you guys like a little one? Would you guys like a little philo? So it's 11 now. So maybe we'll see. I'll try to go back to the 10 a.m. schedule. But we'll see. Who isn't? Oh, I don't, man. Some people. I don't know, bro. I don't know. PTCT. Where are those plays seen? That was just for the locked in. So again, like I'm saying, some of the broader plays, if it's broader macro related to the situation, I mean, I'll give you guys ideas, but you already saw it, man. They're like, Josh, wheat, Josh, wheat. So the locked in is more of the advanced group, and they kind of understand the situation and how to play it. But I gave them some play ideas. There's one I gave them a little bit ago. I did go over the play and the information with all of you, but I just didn't tell you that I bought it. I only told the locked in. So that way too, I don't want to pump on anybody. So, you know, even though there's more of you, now there's more of you guys watching on the non-locked in, but yeah, that way it's non-pumpy, you know what it is. And yeah, they know not to harass me and to use the info. You know, play their game, baby. Play their game. Damn, bro, just Indians catch a stray, bro? Why? Come on, bro, come on. That one wasn't even an option. That was the crazy part. That was just a nice hit. My chat keeps disconnecting though. Locked in the same as the alerts? No. We've closed stream alerts for a year. I mean, anybody who's left on it has still been able to, but locked in is the other membership tier with the real time. The AmRes CEO buy is getting pumped now? No way. Yeah, shit. Again, you had to jump on it. Like I'm saying, look at the last trades, but they already jacked those up the first time. And like the thing didn't move. There's actually one that's still negative, but it's still, I don't know if these don't have the same follow through. That one we hit like a month or two ago had crazy follow through, but all the ones last week on that news didn't go. UNF again too from last week, if you recall. I remember VSTS and Cintas. LME has settlements. Spot Palladium is up over 3. Palladium. All right, Chattadonia. Are you ready? I think it may be time. I think it may be time. Would you buy a second home in Phoenix and rent the first, or get a condo in a beach town in Mexico and Airbnb it? I'm gonna go for America. Unless you're Mexican and like you're a Mexican citizen and could own the land, those Mexican Airbnbs can do pretty good. But if you've never done it before, it's a lot of work. So don't make no mistake. But yeah, I would. I think a second home isn't a bad idea in the States. I mean, especially if it's a cheaper. I'm really bullish on cheap property still. But you gotta, you can't overpay. Don't be buying no 2021 prices. But yeah, I don't think it'll be there. Is Klingon gonna be the new format? No, but if I ever need to get you guys a secret message, I will use that. Isn't that cool? So I'm glad. I hope you guys watch the video, but if you're not the type to watch the video or watch it all the way through, it's okay. I don't know. You're not the one I'm talking to. But those who actually follow, I have a way to communicate with you now, right in front of everybody. Isn't that cool? So yeah, if something's ever too important and requires the utmost of paying attention, yeah. And then I don't know, bro, my AI thing, it has been able to clip a lot of the videos, so that's why I was like, you know what, I might as well give you guys I could give you like 1 or 2 minute watch lists. So just be on the trading fraternity. I'm just gonna post all the reels through there, or the shorts, and that'll be your watch list or any other important updates for the rest of y'all. I'll post them on Instagram too, because once I get them done, they're really easy to post all the way through. It's crazy. And then, dude, Instagram shows my videos way more than fucking YouTube. It's kind of nuts, bro. Like, Instagram is hella down for some reason. They're like, yeah, Josh, I got you. Well, YouTube's like, fuck you. Would I partner with Mexican dual citizens? I mean, if the price is right and if the area is nice enough. I mean, like, I know Rosarito's hot. I mean, Cabo, who else? Tulum. Those are really great for Airbnbs. And they're, like, relatively cheaper. Some of them have gone up, but, yeah, it's like, you don't even really need a partner. It just, a lot of it is, like, work. It's one thing to own the property, but it's another thing to handle it and manage it. You need to get it furnished. You need to deal with everybody, the taxes, and Airbnbs are a lot of little nitpicky work that you got to do. How does that even work? 2 videos? Yeah, it fucks up the quality if you couldn't tell. The quality gets messed up, but yeah, essentially it's 2 videos in one. So one is like a director's cut, essentially, that goes in the back. But yeah, you have to know how to access it. I love it. I think it's the coolest shit ever. So I was like, ooh, that's why I wanted to get it out for y'all. We already had the Oracle video, but yeah, I was like, I think Chad needs to learn this. And then again, we had some pretty crazy plays. So I say, you know what? I'll teach you guys a little trick. But yeah, it was only for those who could follow instructions, though. That's a big thing when it comes to learning some of the rules of the game. I'll give you the recipe, but you got to follow through with it. You saw the Instagram video, YouTube won't even show you it. Well, hey, as long as you're on Instagram or YouTube, again, it's on the trading fraternity, but then that way I could at least get you guys something that's relatively broad, and then on the other watch list we spent some more time on it. All right, Habibi, let's get it ready. Let's get it poppin' in here. La 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 turn. U.S. drivers could see $4 gas by the weekend. Energy advisors. $4 gas. Habibi, give me $4 gas. I celebrate. Oil's dumping. So new low on oil, 93. You guys realize you're like $3 away and you're back at Friday's close. So literally blown up Iranian oil infrastructure. A new leader, not Trump approved. And now you're $3 higher than all of that shit from last time. It's kind of crazy. So again, you didn't hit the VWAP and it's going. So oil dropping. We'll see if we get anything. But yeah, Chad, let's get ready for Philo. I'll play you guys a track. We'll send out the alert. And it's a small Philo. You know, I didn't know how today was going to play out. So I have a couple of things I wanted to. It kind of relates, to be honest. So yeah, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready for it. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest and above. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision, in it? Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Oh, Chadadonia. Are you ready? No, there's no headline yet, actually. I'll keep you posted, man. I'll keep you posted. But Chatadonia, oil is dropping. It's actually near the high of Friday. But now, my friends, we got to talk. We got to talk about something. We got to talk about life in philo. I got a simple one for you, bro. I'm going to play you a couple of videos that I think are cool. But I have a couple of themes for today. Okay, well, you want me to just run down the themes real quick? Number 1, you are free. Oh, you are free. And then Saudi shut down oil fields amid Hormuz disruptions. That sounds like bad news. And then USDA and Army advance New World screwworm preparedness with new Texas sterile fly facility contract. Oh, but you're free, bro. I'll tell you. I'll explain it a little bit more. Okay? Number 2, question everything. You know what sucks about question everything? I don't mean that in like some fucking internet way. I don't mean, the information. They're controlling it. It's a propaganda. No. I just mean like, get curious. That's it. You know that? Curious, bro. It's amazing. Just get curious. Yeah, not like Alex Jones. Not like CNN. Not, question who disagrees with you. No. Like, get curious, bro. And something to explain it will be one of my favorite things. The mirror. Oh, and that's what kind of relates to the freedom, too. The mirror. Security apparatus tells Netanyahu that Hezbollah may target vital facilities in Israel. Channel 12. So, yeah, let me tell you the first thing to being free, though. Are you ready? Are you ready for the first thing of being free? It's a thing called guilt. Let me put it this way, my friends. When you feel guilty, you will anticipate calamity instead of deliverance. Oh, Chad, that's what I'm saying, bro. Be free right now. My guy, you want to know what you're free from? Punishing yourself. That's what you're free from. You're free from a lot of things. You want to know how free you are? You're so free, you should expect good things to happen. Oh, Chad, they don't want it. You know what's so messed up about this, bro? Some people do not even want to hear this. Come on. So listen, bro, guilt is always going to exist. Guilt in the world, guilt for who you are, for what you did do, what you didn't do, right? Let's be real. It's not a bad thing all of the time. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it shows you when you're wrong. It shows you when other people have been wrong. But the real question is, are you going to be able to handle it constructively? You use it to build, and then there's a point where it doesn't serve you anymore. You know that, right? But above all else, like I'm saying, the thing that gets in people's way is it changes their anticipation. It changes what they expect. Are you expecting good, or are you expecting calamity? Why do you think the whole Bible always telling you free? The sins, it don't matter. All these things you can do and didn't do. Why do they keep talking about freedom and sin and this? You don't get it? My guy, if you feel guilty, you're not going to expect anything good to happen. That's part of the reality. Let me ask you, anybody who has been bared with a constant, oh my gosh, bad things are going to happen, would you say there's some level of guilt in your life? Go look around. Do you think this correlation doesn't exist? Now, it may not be causation, but guilt and calamity go hand in hand, my friend. Any of y'all who actually turned your life around, I bet you there was a point where you're like, you know what? I'm actually going to stop feeling guilty about this. Whatever it may be. You know the Bible even says it. It says guilt will make you go crazy. It says they say you try to bear certain guilts, it's going to make you go mad. It is overwhelmingly crippling. You know, that's the thing. Are you ready for that? I said the other day, there's a difference between vengeance and justice. That's what people don't get. And that's why, guess what? I believe certain things deserve a certain punishment. This isn't to say you shouldn't feel guilty in the sense of, oh, do whatever you want. Woohoo! No. Real guilt, when it's not used constructively, is going to make you look beyond a punishment that God intended. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Think about it. Sometimes, bro, that's like getting a speeding ticket. And then you're like, you know what? I should do 5 years in prison. That's literally what it is. You're right. You got a speeding ticket. You should get a fine. Go on your record. Impact your insurance, right? There's a normal thing. You're like, nah, I should do 5 years. Fuck it, I'll do 7. And just above all, man, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Guilt and faith do not go hand in hand. Guilt in belief, guilt in the future, guilt in the long term, bro. Like, you got to really think about it. So there's just a very simple question, and then I'll play you the next thing. Are you walking around with apprehension? Or are you walking ahead? Are you walking ahead with anticipation? That's the difference. Are you anticipating something and something good in this life? The rest of your life, the rest of this world, bro. What's AI going to do? What's the war going to do? Who cares? What are you going to do, bro? What are you expecting? And that's something I just hope y'all don't forget. I think those of you in the next few years know that keep expecting good. Keep expecting something high of yourself. My brother, you are going to get it. Do you understand me? It's really that simple. I really believe that. I see it I've seen it every day for the last couple of years. I've seen it my whole life. There's some of you who are going to walk around anticipating something good no matter what the environment. This happens, this doesn't happen, it doesn't matter. Are you going to walk around expecting something good for your life, for your future? That right there is going to separate it. Or you could walk around apprehensive. Oh man, they don't know what I done. The world, oh my, are we so apprehensive towards life? Apprehensive towards the future, bro. So my brothers, you're free. Don't take my word for it. Read the book. And you know how mad they got too, right? That's why the concept of Jesus Christ is insane. You don't see why this guy was walking around in his sandals at this time and he was going up to people and he was like, I forgive you. Y'all though, you imagine, bro, walking up. What if somebody stopped you at the gas station and said, hey bro, I forgive you? You'd be like, what, for what? I forgive you, and all those who did wrong against you are forgiven. You'd be like, what? That's what they got mad at. They said, what do you mean you could forgive? How are you going to forgive somebody when you're not the one who committed the offense or the offense was not committed towards you? Huh? You see why they got so mad? This guy was walking around saying he's going to forgive people. That was really offensive. You got to really think about it. Bro, imagine somebody stole all your money and then this guy in sandals walks up and says, hey, bro, I forgive him. You're like, I'm supposed to forgive him. What do you mean you forgive him? Who gave you the permission? Yeah, y'all don't feel, bro. It's crazy. So I'm telling you, man, that's only God. That's the kicker. God. So yeah, man, you're free. I'd walk around. How do you know you're free? How do you want to bear the fruit of being free, my friend? It's very simple. Walk around expecting something good. Oh, amen, bro. So that being said, the next thing I want to give you, bro. This is the next one. I like this one. I'm going to play the other one at the end, but yeah, let me give you the scientist. I think y'all like the scientist clips. But yeah, bro. Y'all need to question everything. I think you're going to be able to question everything in so many ways. And, you know, sometimes you'll use it for life, business, all these other applications. But I'm telling you, bro, you want to unlock your mind further. I think some of y'all need to push yourself. Push yourself to the moment of excitement. Push yourself to the moment of curiosity. Do you understand? And the only way you're going to get that is by curiosity and by questioning things. And questioning things will get you to look at it from multiple points of view. And if you could do that, my friend, I think you are going to embark on a journey that even I can't predict. That's the beauty of it. So here, let Mr. Richard Feynman explain it a little bit to you.
You take any crazy idea. I don't know, it's hard to make up a very crazy one thing, witches or something like that, and you tell about what people used to believe in witches, and of course nobody believes in witches now, and you say, how could they believe in witches? Then you turn around and you say, let's see, what witches do we believe in now? What ceremonies do we do? Every morning we brush our teeth. What is the evidence that the brushing the teeth does us any good in cavities? So you start wondering, are we all, imagine as the Earth turns on the orbit, there's an edge between light and dark. And along that edge, all the people along that edge were doing the same ritual for no good reason. Just like in the Middle Ages, they had other rituals. And you try to picture this perpetual line of toothbrushes going around the Earth. It's to take the world from another point of view. Now, it may well be that brushing teeth is a very good thing because it gets rid of cavities, and you can find out whether it does or it doesn't by trying to find out. Now, you can ask your dentist, and he says, of course. And you say, how about evidence? I have not found the evidence from dentists because they just learned it in school. Now, I'm not trying to argue that it's good or bad to brush teeth. What I'm trying to argue for is to think about things from a new point of view.
This is 70s shit, bro.
Earliest one with a number of pleasant experiences. You see, I have had in my life a number of pleasant experiences. The earliest one when I was
Trump
a
opened
kid,
a committee being killed if he doesn't
myself,
cede to U.S. demands.
And in trying to get the formula for it, I developed a certain set of numbers formula for which I couldn't get. And I discovered later that those were known as the Bernoulli numbers, and discovered in 1739. So I was up to 1739 when I was about 14, you see. And then a little later I discovered something. I find out they invented a thing called, which we now call operator calculus. And that was invented in 1890 something. You see, I was inventing things that came later and later. But the moment when I began to realize that I was now working on something new was when I read about quantum electrodynamics at the time, and I read a book and I learned about it. For example, I read Dirac's book, and he had these problems that nobody knew how to solve. It was described there. I couldn't understand the book very well because I really wasn't up to it. But there in the last paragraph at the end of the book it said, some new ideas are here needed. And so there I was. Some new ideas were needed. Okay, so I started to think of new ideas.
Commander of Iran Aerospace says forces and scope will
Nobel
increase.
Prize winner, and his son Carl stepped gingerly down the wet cobbles of Millbank, high in the Yorkshire Pennines. Feynman, professor of physics at the California Institute of Technology, retreats to this remote village near his wife's home for a special purpose. It's here he finds the time and solitude to sift the ideas that have made him the most feared and original mind in modern physics. Feynman is in the forefront of one of the oldest and most intriguing games of hide-and-seek in science, finding the ultimate constituents of the world. In this search, Feynman is a celebrated maverick who was encouraged by his father, a New York clothing salesman, to confront conventional wisdom.
One Sunday, all the kids
drone
were all
shot
walking in
down
little
by air
targets with their
defenses near
fathers in the
Baghdad
woods.
airport.
Then the next Monday, we were playing in a field, and the kid said to me, "Say, what's that bird? What's the name of it? You know the name of that bird?" I says, "I haven't the slightest idea." He said, "Well, it's a brown-throated thrush."
Okay, that's the one I already showed you. I got one more for you, but are you getting it? I wanted you to hear a little bit more about him too. But he said something in there. Question everything. Even then, look at things that you are used to. This is the whole idea that got this guy being as crazy as he was. His dad was telling him from the beginning, just question conventional wisdom. It's not about settling on a conclusion and making it your whole identity. Again, why do people brush their teeth? You don't think that's funny? I think that's hilarious. The sun goes down, everybody around half the world start brushing their teeth. Sun come up, everybody halfway around the world start brushing their teeth. He's saying it's not to debate whether or not you get cavities or if it's good or bad for you. He's saying, what would that look like? Why would we do that? Ask yourself these questions from a different point of view. Beyond partnering with, I thought they already have is that with Impossible? Oh, it is with Impossible. Yeah, Beyond and Starbucks. Yeah, there's a 2 center and a 1 center. The 2 center is going to be the best. Those might not hit. That's only if people go crazy. Literally, you get $10 on it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Yeah, officially only in UK though. But yes, man, question it all. But that's the thing I like, man. Question conventional wisdom. I feel like even though we have the internet nowadays and we have all this info, I feel like this is a very hard thing to do. I feel like nowadays you get the internet, anything conventional. Again, there's a study for everything. So I feel like it's very hard to go backwards and be like, well, with it. But again, everyone's looking for a conclusion. Everybody trying to be right. The point is, can you think about it? Oh, that's the shit I love. So not only that, he was also saying something. He was looking for new ideas. Eventually, he came at new ideas, but what happened as he was going and finding new ideas? Does anybody know? You go for new ideas, do you know what's going to happen first? Anybody? What happens? Seek out new ideas. What are you going to find first? Well, you won't be crazy. That happens a little later. There's a process. Nothing gets demolished. You're close, though. New ideas? You're going to go back in time. Watch. Start trying to find new ideas. What you're going to come to realize is a lot of them are old ideas. That's what he was saying. He's like, I started discovering this stuff. And then I'd look back, it was from 1930, 1890. Again, I think you'll discover a lot of new stuff with electricity. You'll discover a lot of things in how the world and dynamics work, but you're going to go back. Then eventually you're going to arrive at something new. But a lot of it, man, nothing new under the sun. That's why I especially think in the world we're in now, I think there's a lot of a lot of these opportunities. I think we're on the cusp of a lot of cool inventions. But before we do that, I think there's going to be a lot of old ideas that need to come back. That's the only way you advance. That's what you'll start to realize. I mean, again, today, daylight savings, my friend. I don't think daylight savings is new. It's actually crazy when you go look at the history of daylight savings. Like Ben Frank was joking about it back in the day. Then 20, 30 years later, these other guys in Denmark or New Zealand came up with it. It's actually crazy. You go back and back and back. Like I'm telling you, I hear people talk about demons and this. Go back. You'll find ideas from King James, the guy who translated the Bible. You go backwards first. Kind of like how a battery recharges. So, question everything. Question conventional wisdom. Not for the sake of being right. Not for the sake of proving anybody wrong. Not for the sake of being a contrarian. But for the sake of curiosity. For the sake of actually understanding it. And understanding how not only we operate, but these ideas and concepts, what's actually at play. I think it's one of the most beautiful things. So now, let me give you this one. I really like this one. This one's just, I never thought about this. The mirror. So you might think I'm going to say something about the mirror. Oh, I never thought about the mirror like this. It's so messed up. Because the mirror offers so many analogies. The mirror is great sometimes. But yeah, bro, are you ready for this one? This one's great. Glorious.
One of the questions we got was the problem about the mirror. It's an old problem. You look in a mirror, and let's say you part your hair on the right side. Then you look in the mirror, and the image has got its hair part on the left side. So the image is left to right mixed up. It's not top and bottom mixed up, because the top of the head of the image is up there at the top, and the bottom of the feet is at the bottom. And the question is, how does a mirror know to get the left and right mixed up and not the up and down? You get a better idea of the problem if you think of lying down and looking at the mirror. All right, your hair is still on the left side, and now the left and right was the up and down, whereas the up and down, which look okay, was the right and left before. And the mirror somehow figured out what you're going to do when you're looking at it. So to describe in a sort of symmetrical way what a mirror does, that it doesn't look lopsided, that it takes left and mixes it up with right, and it doesn't do the same with up and down. And after a lot of fiddling, I knew we worked out the answer to that one. You see, if you wave this hand, then the hand in the mirror that waves is right opposite it. The hand on the east is the hand on the east, and the hand on the west is the hand on the west, and the head that's up is up, and the feet that are down are down. Everything's really all right. But what's wrong is if this is north, your nose is to the north of the back of your head, but in the image, the nose is to the south of the back of the head. So what happens really in the image is neither the right nor left mixed up with the top and bottom, but the front and back have been reversed. You see, that which is the nose on the thing is on the wrong side of the head, if you want to. All right? Now, ordinarily, when we think of the image, we think of it as another person. And we think of the normal way that a person would get into that condition over there. It's a psychological thing. We don't think of the idea that the person has been squashed and pushed backwards, forwards with his nose and his head, because that's not what ordinarily happens to people. A person gets to look like he looks in a mirror by walking around and facing you. And because people, when they walk around, don't turn their head for their feet, we leave that part alone. But they get their right and left hands swung about, you see, when they turn around. And so we say that it's left and right interchange, but really the symmetrical way, it's along the axis of the mirror that things get interchanged. Well, that's kind of an easy one. One of the questions we used to...
Isn't that crazy? Oh, no, some of you might like this. The mirror is the x-axis. I never really looked at it like that. I don't know. I mean, I've looked at the mirror many times. I've used it for analogies, but I never really got perplexed by the mirror. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what he's saying? This is Richard Feynman. You don't think that's weird? Go look in the mirror right now. Move your hair to the left. It shows up on the right. Move your hair to the right, it shows up on the left. Right? It does the opposite. But how come you're not upside down? So it keeps everything on your face the same, but the right is the left is the right? Even if you went upside down and laid on a bed and turned your head up, it'd do the same exact thing. You don't think that's crazy? That's why. You see how he's questioning it? Just looking at it, and it's a very simple explanation. It's, again, your nose. It's like it's getting pushed in from the back, but that doesn't happen normally. It's the x-axis. It's kind of crazy to think about. So, I just like how this guy thinks, bro. That's why hearing all these going, I've shown you a couple of them, but the mirror, my friends. I don't even know what to tell you besides the x-axis. I don't even know if there's a deeper meaning except for just think about the way he's looking at these things. How many things in life are like that you have just encountered every day on a daily basis? Have you ever thought about them that deeply? Have any of you asked that question about the mirror? Have you ever looked at it and said, how come it's not opposite, but it is opposite? How come it doesn't flip you upside down, but it flips your hair around? Right is left, left is right. But up and down is the same. But then front to back, x-axis, that's what's different. Oh, so Chad, take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for your nightly watch list in main channel. You got to go over there. And if otherwise, YouTube ain't going to show you it. YouTube going to hoe you, bro. Don't let them hoe you. All right, baby. All righty. They're talking about oil. You got headlines. The Beyond one, that one didn't hit. And then oil came down. Market came back up. So all is well. You got an hour and a half, but you've dodged the bullets, my friend. You have dodged the bullets.
Don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast said them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it, look. Now I wasted your time trying to reprimand. Explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have. So I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. It's a cult, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
Money is a servant, more worthless and treated as a god. U.S. February budget deficit, $308 billion, CBO. And silver and gold in Google. And we're back, Chattadonia. We are back, 20 minutes till power hour. Dude, it feels so early. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it. I kind of like it now. I hate it. I hate all of this. But it feels this early, bro. I still feel like it's bright outside. I don't even know, man. Good time, just change. It feels like habits are changing, but not really. Oh, man. Yeah, Boeing, some volatility to the downside, down $2. SPY, I mean, you avoid it. I mean, you still have another hour to come down here, but I'm sure you'll get, unless something bad happens, you'll get more resistance towards the VWAP. But you got the little 10 a.m. pullback, but that wasn't enough to take it out. So I think we're chill up until tonight. Again, you're going to have Trump. He was supposed to have a round table at 3. I don't know if that's still going on, but Trump at 5:30. I'm sure we're going to hear some more about the wall. Doot. Oh, I want to show you guys something, dude. Did I tell you guys how much I hate the show Bridgerton? Dog, my girlfriend watches this show and she's obsessed with it. I'm like, it's the stupidest show I've ever witnessed. There's zero historical accuracy. They just make up a bunch of bullshit. And bro, it's the dumbest show. And then, are you ready? This is what, bro. The other day, I like hear her listening. I hear her listening to like classical music, right? And I'm like, oh man, like my girl's so refined. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, wow, bro, she's so refined. I could like, wow, she just listened to like Beethoven and shit, right? Are you ready for this, bro? I'm like, I'll show it to you. And then I hear this song. I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. I think it's like Beethoven, Mozart. And then halfway through, I'm like, this ain't fucking Beethoven. So are you ready for this? Yeah, Apple with the little can. I don't know. There's been a couple glitches like that. What is it? Bridgerton. Are you ready for this? No, dude. Are you ready for this? Listen to this shit. Are you ready for this? I swear, bro. I thought this, and she was listening to this. I'm like, is this what I think it is? Apple delays smart home display launch as it waits for new AI features. No, bro, listen to this. It's not even historical vibe. Bro, it's like inaccurate. None of it makes sense, bro. Like, none of it makes any sense. I'm like, this is the stupidest show ever. Now listen to this song. This is not classical. Tell me when you guys get it. Here, tell me how long it takes for you to figure this out. Listen to this shit. You ready for this dumb shit? You hear this shit? UNFI. Dog. Do you hear this? I was like, what the fuck? Yes, bro. He's a fucking Usher and Pitbull. I'm like, are you? I was like, are you fucking kidding me? All right, this is what they play in the fucking thing, in the show, in the fucking motherfuckers, in the fucking 1700, whatever it is. They dance to Pitbull and Usher with fucking strings and quartets. I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. That's why I was like, yeah, I heard it. It took me like a minute because I didn't hear it from the beginning. I'm like, is it DJ got us falling in love again? And I was like, what? I was like, this is fucking crazy, bro. This is time to. I'm like, there's no DJ. DJs didn't exist. Usher didn't exist. Dude, this is what they listen to. Dude, women all over America are in love with this show. I'm like, you guys, this is so fucked up. None of the show makes any sense. None of this. And they be dancing. Bro, they even got a Coldplay in it. She's like, yeah, the album is fire. I'm like, what? This is from the 2000s. This is bullshit. Intel and Google. I know, bro. I know. Trump admin advancing talks on plan to rebuild Washington Dulles Airport. Huh? Dude, I can't believe it. Dude, I can't believe it. You know, bro, they got a whole ass album of just like fake ass old songs that are like modern club songs. Look at this. This is Coldplay. And they all just LARP around. They're like, wow, I would love to live where everybody was dirty and died at the age of 20 because they didn't have vitamins and shit. I'm like, they didn't have this music back then. They're like, it's so man. I really thought it was like Mozart. And I was like, all right, fair enough. You watch Bridgerton and you like it, stop hating. Oh, I hate it. I think it's terrible. As somebody who's fascinated by history, I fucking hate it. You have no idea how offensive that show is to me. You know that? I'm like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I can't. She watches that one on her own. I tried for like 5-10 minutes. And I'm like, none of this makes any sense. It was like bothering me. And then I hear her listening. Again, this whole time, I thought my girl was listening to Mozart, bro. I was proud of her. And it's fucking Usher and Pitbull. You know that? Side to side, side. The DJ got us falling in love again. They didn't even have DJs. They didn't even have speakers back then, dude. Hands up. It's crazy, bro. They all smelt back then. Do you know how bad people smelt back then? They don't even get me started. Yeah, Intel, Tesla. Dude, Mr. 305. Mr. 305, you understand? I don't think you guys are understanding the gravity of the situation. That Mr. 305 is what they were dancing to. UNFI up 80 cents now. That's 2%, I think. Almost 3. All right, a little bit more. That's 3% trigger right there. UNFI. Unfi. Ooh, expensive-y. Wow. And then Thermo Fisher. A lot of things are kind of running. We're back near the intraday high. Again, we did not fill the gap. If there were no DJs, who got them falling in love back then? That's exactly what I was asking. It doesn't make sense. They all just acting, bro. It's the stupidest show. None of it makes any sense. More biotechs. Boeing still flushing. I don't know. That's $3 down. It's quite the amount. That's like what? It's at least 1% down.
Dale.
Dude, I can't believe him. Yeah, that's the first show in a while I've been just pissed at. She watched the F1 race. I don't know. She didn't put one on this weekend. I didn't know they were still balling out. But she made me look at the wedding pictures of Leclerc. And then she told me all the drama. She was like, do you know his other girlfriend? He broke up with her because he said he wanted to focus on his career. And then right after, he married the other girl's best friend. And I said, wow. And I told her, I said, that's what guys do. I hate to break it to you. But yeah, that's what she showed me with F1 this weekend. At least Game of Thrones was based on King Henry. Bro, as long as Game of Thrones wasn't fucking dancing to Pitbull. And we're like, this is the music we listened to back in the day. Here's a love story about how we fell in love. This the DJ got us falling in love again. Like, fucking Game of Thrones had dragons and shit. I'm down with that. Like, we could deal with dragons. That's more historically accurate. I feel like it's more plausible that dragons existed than Pitbull and Usher. It's the stupidest show. Yeah, mother, this doesn't make any sense, bro. You don't understand how much this baffles me. And this show is a hit. Turns out her name was Career. Amen. Amen. Plot twist. The dragon was the DJ. I spit fire. That's it. And then it's good though. I've definitely I'm so glad that I don't know, man. My propaganda worked on my girlfriend. Because we were going through Netflix and then that dinosaur show showed up with Morgan Freeman. And everybody's watching this dinosaur thing. And we watched the little preview. And then my girl, I was so proud of her. She was like, we don't even know anything about dinosaurs. And I was like, exactly. They just make all this shit up. It doesn't make any sense. They're like, based on the bones, we could tell when they would feast. And he would go and plant traps and wait for his prey. And we could tell based on the bones. I'm like, except, you know that? I don't like dinosaur propaganda anymore. Because I'm like, yo, we just made all that shit up. You guys know that, right? I'm pretty sure we made up a bunch of shit about dinosaurs. They're like, yo, the half of the bone, you see its eyelids? Based on his eyelids, we could assume he held his breath for 18 minutes and his favorite food was a Galapagos. I'm like, what's a Galapagos? That doesn't make any sense. Exactly. I'm like, okay, not all of it's fake, but they definitely made up a bunch of shit with dinosaurs. Just off of what, how do you know that? He could see for 80 meters and his nose could sense everything. We could tell by the way he chewed the leaves and his bones. Yeah, bro, I said, wow. Yeah, don't get me started. I think we know how they were shaped. I could get behind that. Sweet greens. Oh, hello, sweet greens. You just got off of lunch. Can I get my important news? All right. Well, besides Bridgerton fucking lying about Usher and Pitbull, the main part of the day, were you here for the G7? So all of the G7, they said they're going to have a meeting tomorrow morning, and then they're going to discuss, but they're not ready to release oil out of the reserves. But that pretty much clapped oil and calmed down a little of the fear, even though we're right at the door of $100 a barrel. There was a couple of attack updates. Iran said some stuff. Israel did, and then Trump pretty much said he's not happy with the leader. He's not ready to take oil from Iran because it would stress relations with China. And then Trump at 5:30 p.m. Eastern today, about an hour or two after the bell, we are going to hear what he has to say. And now gold and silver are kind of going crazy. More so silver. But yeah, they're both up now. So that's the best. Right now, and then nothing came out as of late. This is kind of still the same setup. If you read the studies, they say we think it's possible following interpretations. Yeah, bro, they're making shit up. It's just like G.K. Chesterton when he talks about the cavemen. And like everyone's like, cavemen were selfish and did all of this. It's like, how did you know? Like what? Based on the writing. Like, you don't even speak Klingon. Exactly. But yeah, that's like the quick recap. Otherwise, today's been a couple of headlines back and forth, but it does boil or revolve around the G7 stuff. So again, I mean, what I've been telling people, just you pretty much, if you want any play, you're going to have to decide today, right before bell, or even now, and then it's what we're going to gap up to or gap down to, depending on what's said after hours. And then again, what even Iran and Israel do. Just, I mean, over the weekend, it was Israel that kind of caused most of this. It was the advancing of them blowing up the oil infrastructure, surprisingly. Damn, VIX is below 22 now? No. Where is the VIX? 27. Which VIX are they looking at? Yeah, I don't know. If you were here in the morning, we got, again, I even posted it on the trading fraternity. We had the G7 news in the morning, but it just took 7 hours to develop. And then all the other candles throughout the day was when we heard from, like, Japan's the only one who's down. But pretty much tomorrow morning, the same exact drama is going to play out. And then whatever else new stuff that we end up getting. Technical levels on gold, I don't really have any. I could make them up if you'd like. I'm good at making them up. That's how I do all my technicals. I just fucking eyeball it, bro. So yeah, like 474 on GLD, and then the gap fill, and then or even 450 to the downside. I think gold is on a shot clock. So again, I do think 3 to 6 months out from this drama, gold will be higher. But how it's gonna get there and which route it takes, the scenic route or not, I have no idea. Doha Prime Minister will resume full energy supply once conditions stabilize. IDF post, they're saying our systems are intercepting a threat. It's weird. It seems like they do Iran shit at night, and then middle of the day they do all the Lebanon stuff. Side to side, side. I hate it. All right. Well, do you guys mind? It's power hour, but can we get a quick Reddit in real quick? Are you guys okay with that? Yeah, and gold and silver are going up. Boeing on the low. I think I want to see what Trump is going to say, but they said he's going to outline a plan to keep oil down. But then, too, it's whatever else they say. Whatever, again, or just if Israel fucking blows up another Iranian oil facility, or if they fuck with that island, but Trump seems like he doesn't want to. I think they're down to fuck up oil infrastructure. I don't think they're down to take that island just yet. First post on Reddit, nightmare scenario as global markets hit for the biggest oil output disruption in history. Here is a deer licking a cat. What happened to the hottest chick at your high school years later? Barnes & Noble's put a RFID sticker on the page of my book. Am I the asshole for speaking to my overweight assistant about her business lunch and making her cry? Uber is letting women avoid male drivers in the US. Am I the asshole for wanting to advocate against our neighbor's sex offender son moving in? I hope you degens are ready to buy. S&P averages a 10% correction once a year. Other than Strait of Hormuz, over 80% beat earnings last quarter. Wall Street Bets made it to the front. Your tall post got removed? Iran may be activating sleeper cells, alert says. Is this a bullet? Alright. Dude, I'm telling you, they don't give me political shit. Now, all I get is oil and a Wall Street Bets post. Alright. So now let's see. Let's see the sides of life right now. Yo, dude, this first one's trippy though, because I noticed this weekend. Is this a Chad? Why are you putting the thumbs up? He said 5'6", 23. He does not look 23, bro. Have you guys heard this? Because even then, bro, we were eating at the beach yesterday. We were eating pizza. And like we were sharing like a table with people, just like random people. And these kids were talking about college. And I swear they were 16. But like, have you guys heard people talk about this? Apparently, like 25-year-olds look 14 nowadays. No, bro. I kind of feel though. I don't know what happened. Long run Sunday, 60-year-old male, 4 foot. If he's happy, I like this guy. I fuck with you, bro. I think oils it'll slow things down. 5'7", 180 gym rat. There you go. Flex on him. This guy. Is that Nadruk? This is Nadruk. I know this. This is Nadruk. It's you, huh? It's fucking steroids. I'm proud of you. Online dating is hopeless for very short men. I'm not looking for a relationship, but I'm looking at women's preferences in dating subreddits. Basically, we have no chance at all in online dating. Real life is the best way to go for us short men. He said, I'm not looking for a relationship, but I'm looking. You know what I'm saying? Anybody got experience? 4-inch taller, black sneakers. Wow. Well, these actually don't look that bad. They don't look like high heels, so that's good. Dating at 5'2", 21-year-old male. Okay, he looks a little older, finally. How do I stop caring about my height? I'm 15 years old. Why the fuck are you on Reddit at 15? Someone save this child. People under 5'4". Have you ever heard of a Habata desk chair? This is a fucking sponsored post. 4'10" male. I knew I was short stature, but I didn't know how short. I decided to measure, and now I'm severely depressed. I don't have a medical condition, at least to my knowledge, and is an adult. Oh, man. IDF warns ballistic missile attack on northern Israel. Worst pants for tradesmen. HVAC, I'm a 34 and prefer 29 inseam. Being the short person in a tall family is brutal. I don't even know how to read charts. My height during the years, 11 to 18. Ain't missing out on much. I'm making this post for all of you who are single just dreaming. I know everyone's situation is different, but I just got in a relationship and it's not as grand as everyone makes it out to be. There he is. This is like a halfway positive post. Once you get in one, you start to understand. Used to worry about work and gaming. Now I get a shit ton on my mind. Stay single out there. It ain't as grand as they make it out to be. There you go. You gave a short guy a chance and he fumbles? I'm sorry. I don't claim him. We don't claim none of that. That's his fault. You know, fuck him. Fuck the short guys. Tell him to get off Reddit. I'm short. I'm on their team, but, you know, I'm disappointed in the team morale, bro. Every time I read through r/short, it's like team chemistry, -5. Okay, now let's see the other part of life. The other guys were depressed going on Reddit. This is what happens when you want to flex going on Reddit. Okay, here's r/tall. Being tall in university has its worst perks. Chairs. I constantly have to crouch to write. Oh, this guy's not doubting his family. He's not doubting relationships. He's not looking for high heels that don't look like high heels. He's worried about sitting down. Amazing. Oh, 6'1" and 5'9". Preference for shoe stores. I have a 13 wide. It's impossible to find footwear. Trying to find a gift for my 6'3" woman. I'm simply lost. Visiting from a tallish community. Get her a volleyball net. What the fuck is easy? I figure that out in a second. I'll be like, here you go, baby girl. Here's a volleyball net. You could do what you wanted to do your whole time. Why are people acting like Barron being 7 foot tall is normal? Look, they don't even have anything bad to say about Barron. They're like, he's tall. We love him and accept him. My tall family. Oh, look at that. Everyone's happy. Oh, wow, you're so tall. Your family must be tall. Nope, I just got lucky. Sucks to you, short guys. 8'8". I like these ones. These ones get me excited. Oh, look at how it is in the Nissan Rogue. Once again, sitting down is my biggest dilemma in this modern life. Oh, I train once a week because otherwise I don't recover. I'm so tall, my muscles take long to build. Oh, bad news. Dead pedal broke off. Good news. More legroom is comfortable. My car broke and now I fit better. I'm so happy to be tall. Finally, a chair with a back meant for us. Another chair post. Work shifts, shirts with long cuffs. Oh, tailors don't exist. Oh, both lean. I'm skinny, fat, and tall. Oh, what sports do you do for fun? Don't say basketball for the love of all that. I'm 6 foot and I'm striking out on sports. It's frustrating. Why don't you play basketball? Fucking idiot. He's like, oh, I'm so tall. I want to fight people. I want to play jujitsu. You don't play jujitsu. You survive. Go play basketball. Go play volleyball. Does anybody consume a concerning amount of water every day? This guy. He said, oh, I got to drink a lot of water because my body's so large. Oh, look, I can't even sit on a pull-up bar. I just put my hands up. He said, how do you deal with people looking at you wherever you go? Hug them. Give them a kiss. Pick them up. Why is this? Oh, I'm 6'4". Oh, all this attention. Oh, super spacious. My head hits the fucking ceiling. This is insane. Look at this guy. You're not really sad. You took a picture. Fucking, this look like Andrew Tate and the other guy. Toyota C. These are just fucking AI. I swear these are the same pictures. This bed and breakfast was not designed for us in mind. Look at these guys. Finding a hat. Another guy with his head on the ceiling! The fuck? Happy there's a max height. Our boy Barron is safe. That's pretty funny. Look at, they call Barron their boy. You guys don't realize that? This might be the only Reddit community that has accepted anybody in the Trump family just because he's tall. Dude, do you guys have a gang? Is there like the Bloods, the Crips, and then the Talls? Because y'all operate like a gang. Y'all don't care about anything. Y'all like, are you tall? You want in? Okay, here, sit down in this chair. Uncomfortable? Okay, he's in. All right, word. Your knees hit the back of the chair? He's in, bro. Well, what is this, 5'10"? Look, even the tall girls flexing. These like all the girls just pop up to flex on the short and tall one. Ladies, read the room, ladies. Read the room. Queen Elizabeth. All right, man. Another car down. He asked if he could sit in a Ford Escape. I couldn't fit under the steering wheel. He said, I need a full-size SUV. Well, look, we could do flips. We're tall. All right, man. Hey, look at the tall girls, bro. They just flexing. All right, man. Well, as you see, not as depressing. Not as depressing. So, Chad, stay off Reddit if you're short. If you're tall, go on Reddit. Would you rather be tall and broke or rich and short? That's a stupid question. You know, you're tall, aren't you? You're either tall or depressed with that type of question. You know why? Because you can fix being broke! What the fuck is wrong with everybody? You're like, so would you rather have something genetic that you're stuck with or something that could change in 30 days? Oh, what do you mean? Go get a career. Get in sales. Go get a long term. Oh, you're like, which one would you rather have to deal with? This is ridiculous, bro. This is ridiculous. You know what my favorite would you rather is? This is the one we would. Yo, Sweet Green's up 3. Ours was, would you rather have boogers coming out of your nose all the time? Or would you rather have earwax coming out of your ears all the time? That was my would you rather question. You're 6'5" and drive a Honda Civic, so what the fuck are you doing? Get into sales. Okay? You could change that. You could change the Honda Civic. You got the first part down, bro. This guy. Yeah, Paul Volcker never complained. He just fucked up the rates. Or you could say he helped, depending on how you look at it. I do after having boogers for the last like month with that sinus shit, I take earwax hands down. What's wrong with the Civic? Nothing. This guy's acting like the fucking financial situation cannot be altered. He's like, so which one? You think if I fucking had Aladdin, you think me and the fucking genie, and I'm like, oh, should I change the thing that can't be changed, or should I change the thing that can be changed? Which one are you gonna pick? Like, what a waste of a wish. It's bullshit. So why we don't have genies? Y'all would waste the wishes on dumb shit. Oh, yeah, they were saying the nonsense. I feel you. Good for you, bro. They all flex, bro. They all flex. They're like, oh, I can't fit in a car because I'm tall. I like it, though. I like how delusional the tall Reddit people are. I aspire to be that delusional in life. And then I make sure I don't ever feel like the short guys on Reddit. It's a good litmus test, honestly. So I hope you guys stay safe out there. Again, stay off Reddit if you're depressed. If you're excited about life, go on Reddit. You'll find a community. They'll accept you. They'll love you. They're like, oh, how do you think Wall Street Bets works? Oh, never mind. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Would you rather have hands for feet or feet for hands? I would rather have hands as feet. I would be so good at basketball. Dude, I would jump upside down. I would like handstand upside down and start dribbling with my legs, bro. I'd be unstoppable. No double dribble. I'd be a lot better at soccer. I'm not good at soccer. That's amazing. I would much rather have hands as feet. I would have such cool shoes. I would wear gloves. Yeah, you could climb anything. Why would you want feet as hands? That would be so terrible. Because my feet don't work. Like, I don't have good feet like that. You know how hard it would be to click? With my flat-footed ass, nah, bro. I would be so bad. I would never be able to snake the option chain. All right, we're chilling. Is it power hour? It's been power hour. 45 minutes left. 47. Stand up. Hella weird for high fives. High foot. You can't fit in a Mazda Miata? Well, dude, it's not 2003. You'll be okay. All right? Because did you guys know that at one point, the Mazda Miata was a more popular sports car than the Porsche 911? You know that? The most widely sold sports cars is the Porsche 911 and then the Mazda Miata. I fuck with the Miatas with the little eyelids. The ones that have the flip-up lights. I still love that car. I will always love that car. I don't know how I feel about the new ones, though. I don't know. I'm more nostalgic. If they made like a modernized Miata that had the like flip-up lights but was like brand new. Yeah, bro. I like pop-up lights. I feel like we need to bring that back, dude. You're 6'4", you can't fit in 80% of vehicles on the road. You know, I think you'll find a way, bro. You know, at one point, a valid concern of mine, like a legitimate, like, worry of mine, is I was like, how the fuck am I going to see over the steering wheel? You don't understand, bro. So between, like, 14 and 16, I was still pretty short. And I was like, yo, bro, the steering wheel, I can't sit on my dad's lap. I was like, I said, you know, the only encouraging thing was my mother. I said, how the fuck does she do it? So I was like, you know what, man? I said, but that was a worry of mine. You're worried about fitting in the car. I was worried if I would ever be able to drive a motor vehicle. Okay, I want to hear it. Okay, you better see. It's all about perspective. The pop-up lights hit the power to weight ratio on Miatas? No way. That's amazing. I didn't know that. I do love the S2000. I did not know that about the Miata. You know the Toyota MR2? That was the most perfectly weight distributed vehicle ever. It was a perfect 50-50. But I didn't know the headlights was the fucking... Was it the ballast? That's crazy. Or I don't know what you call it, but that's amazing. All the 6'3", 6'4" guys complaining I'm 6'11", and I find a way to make it work. That's insane, bro. How do you sit down on, like, computers? Because they were all complaining about that on Reddit. You know, as much as I make fun of the tall guys with their non-existent problems, I do feel for the back, you know? Because I do think posture, that must be difficult. But, like, you guys could just get a standing desk, right? Or can't you just sit on, like, a house or something? Yeah, SPY's tweaking. Oil down, SPY up. Eyes up, my friends. Again, I'd finalize your plays, too. 45 minutes, but SPY's going. Oil took another, what, $1? $2. Holy shit. Oil's up only 2% on the days, bro. That might even go red. But, yeah, you got a little pop here. I mean, oil just settled. That's the oil settlement. I don't see anything, though. Again, you're moving here. Apple's getting the candle. This might just be big tech, but oil's the one that moved with it. IDF, we extended strikes on military infrastructure in Iran. And Eurogroup 1211. I had the video conference Tuesday with a group of European leaders to discuss competitiveness. Yeah, no, there's headlines, but that oil drop was bigger than the SPY drop. A couple biotechs are dropping too. Yeah, I don't know what this is. No headline yet. I think it was just oil mixed in with volume. Could be algos or oil settlement. That's what I'm saying, dude. Oil hit only up 2% at one point. Dude, you've sold off 27%. Do you guys realize how insane that is? So from last night till this morning, I mean, probably like 15 hours, 27% drop. You had a 29% increase and about 27 to 26% drop. That's crazy. You do not see these moves, bro. This is not every day. On oil, bro. All right, that candle's getting bigger. High ticker's gassing. There's nothing even on the clock right now. So it's either something's developing or this is just kind of squeezing here, but I'd be ready for both. You might get let me double check. No, every other day has been like 10%. Like 10%. The max was like 12% on Friday or 13. But 29? Yeah, I don't see anything. Nothing on. Okay, that's getting way bigger. Hello, Trump, war could be over soon. There's no way we're fucking running on that. All right, go. If you're gonna look at the SPY date, oh, that's a big candle. The last trades though, you could get a look. They just doubled. There has to be another headline on there. Trump says war could be over soon. There's no way it's reacting on that. Yeah, that got way bigger, bro. That's huge. Now you filled the gap. SPY is green. NASDAQ is up 0.5%. The headline is Trump. There has to be a follow-up, but they're saying war could be over. Oh, my gosh. They ripped it. Oh, you had a 6-cent one. Those just tripled. I did not take that one. Yeah, bro. Apple's going. Big tech. Oil's going to go negative off of it. Yeah, literally. War could end soon. Trump. There's no way they're listening to him like that today. Bro, those are huge. Bro, you just ripped 4 points in 2 minutes right at the close. That's it, bro. You already had a double, tripling of the contracts. They're going to chill out for a little bit. I don't know how much follow through, but that's going to get oil. I might get oil down to negative right now. No, that's Apple, IGV, Microsoft. Airlines are really running on it now. That might be your other play if you really want. Amazing. There's one where the last trade is the same if you want it. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, let's see. I think Iran war is almost complete. I don't think Iran's backing down. Trump's just kind of... It sounds like Trump is moving up his timeline. Or he's saying, again, oil's dumping. Let me check one more. Oh, they fucking moved it on me. Damn, I had one. They wouldn't accept my order. Boom. Okay, it filled me at the price. That could get you, if this can, I'm doubtful of this though. Again, all you need is one bad headline, but if Trump comes in at 5:30 or depending on what happens tonight, then you'll be good to go. But not a recommendation. Trump says very far ahead of initial 4 to 5 week estimate. CBS reporter on X citing interview. So that's what it is. He's saying he's ahead of schedule. That's what's happened. He said war could end soon, and then the follow-up is them saying that the war could be done sooner, and they are very far ahead of initial 4 to 5 week estimate. That's it. Oil is now negative. So it depends what he's going to say at 5:30, but that's what I'm saying. SPY's already going. I gave you the other one. I'm still, again, I'm doubtful for the follow-through. As long as nothing bad happens, this will continue tomorrow. Absolutely amazing. Okay, yeah, those already went on the bid, though. Bro. Yeah, your IGVs are ripping. No, this is all off, it's all off a reporter. Literally CBS reporter citing an interview. So they wait. Again, oil is negative now and dumping. That's it. We're running on it. I don't even think this is Taco. This is just him saying, remember, Last week, he was like, it could take a while. You know, everyone's saying a month. He just came out and said this could be done soon, and they're ahead of the 4 to 5 week time frame. So even if you didn't believe the time frame, oil was making people believe it was going to be longer. So now Trump is saying, we're going to hear from him after the bell, but Trump is saying that this is going to be less than 4 to 5 weeks. Remember, you're at week number 2 right now. So that's it, bro. Everything's green right now. That's insane. SPY up 1/4, Russell up 0.5%, NASDAQ up 3/4, and then Dow Jones even went green. Well, that's what I mean. Everybody was talking about this. The moment you act, I don't know if this is real enough, though. So even if he said it, you got to think about it. All it takes is one more blow up next week or tomorrow, oil infrastructure, whatever happens with the strait. You get what I'm saying? It's like certain things are going to fuck it up. But otherwise, if nothing bad happens this week, the market is going to really run off of lower oil. But now you have a long way. You're at $90 now, which is crazy because that's still a fuck ton. But yeah, that's your shooting star. So yeah, you're back below Friday's close. Do you guys understand that? So you're dropping below that Friday level and doing it now on a headline, and that's it. No one's going to be able to rebut it till like, 6 more hours? So you got to think about it. You have like 6 more hours, even like midnight, where everybody, where the Iranians and everybody could do stuff. You're running because he's saying the timeline. That's it. That's what got it. That's what I was saying. I'm still doubtful of this one, but in terms of follow through. But if you want to understand the algos and why oil's going negative, but he's saying the timeline is ahead of schedule. No, every timeline he's been saying 4 to 5 weeks. This is the first time he said it's going to happen sooner. He said sooner than 4 to 5 weeks. And this is all off a fucking tweet. I think he is. I think it's all jawboning. Again, the first 90% of today was jawboning from the G7 to create all of this stuff. And then now the second part is Trump saying that at some point, if he moves up his timeline, that could kind of be it. You might be thinking Iran might cave, but what if Trump is like, we're done. I did what I had to. I don't agree. Kremlin, Trump has called Putin to discuss Iran and Ukraine. That's Kremlin. The call lasted an hour. It was constructive, businesslike, and frank. So now the Kremlin is putting this out now. Expressed interest in Ukraine conflict to end soon. So that's the next side of this. So literally, now Kremlin. Now you got Russia, Ukraine, and whatever else fucking Russia wants to do. Welcome. Oh, fuck. They knew my trade. Did they give it to me? Yeah. They moved the ask on me on another one. I got another idea for you. Do not get clapped. So again, now you're getting a follow-up with Russia-Ukraine war, either ending or Russia getting involved there. Oh, dude, that's insane. You could have hit the dailies. That was crazy, though. I hesitated on one. The other plays worked, though, but still, dude. That's crazy off that headline. 87 on oil now. What happened was there was a Trump reporter. Trump said the war will end soon, and it got active, but the real candle was Trump saying that they're pretty much ahead of the 4 to 5 week timeline. And then that's what brought everything down. So ahead of the 4 to 5 week timeline, that's what I would say brought you up Maybe like 0.75%. Software is insane. Again, you're going to have the Oracle and all that. Remember, software wasn't too bad, but it's about to go green. Oh my goodness. Amazing. All right, well, you could even make any of those free right now if you really wanted to. The first one. Yeah, the first one already doubled, dude. So again, even on the later react, we fumbled the first one. I couldn't confirm that one. It didn't look good, but the other ones are already up 50%, almost 100 on the ask. And then yeah, all your software plays get to boom again. No, bro, there was a SPY daily. I just didn't like the first headline. That's why I'm saying the follow-up. Just Trump ending war soon sounded basic, sounded the same. But there was a 680. Oh, they came down. What the fuck? And then there's one that went up like 800% though. That was one of those moves, bro. But even then, there was a couple of individual laggers you could have went on. I'm saying it started to look like it. That's why I said just keep your eyes up. We were making our jokes, but we were ready for the first candle, but the confirmation came a little later. Trump moles taking over the Strait of Hormuz, CBS. So now that's coming out. That's a new one. That doesn't sound... What? See, that's what I'm saying, man. Be careful on the follow-through. So now SPY's chilling out. It was a big rally, but now he's saying they're going to take... That contradicts what he said earlier, though, with not wanting to get in the way of the oil. I guess the Strait's a little different, but yeah, see, that doesn't... Strait of Hormuz does not sound like 4 to 5 weeks or faster than that. You know what I'm saying? If you use the last trade trick, there was one that I was looking at. That's the one that fucking went. So at least if you use that, you were able to at least be ready for it if you were willing to take it before that. Yeah, there's these headlines. I mean, that last headline doesn't add up, but you're still, again, just wait till tonight. Like I'm saying, I'd finalize your play on here. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes? But again, depending on tomorrow now, it's just whatever Iran does. If no oil or ships, again, you could get good news if the Strait looks good tomorrow. No oil infrastructure. If they keep fucking pumping this story, you'll be able to go up a little bit more. But yeah, you're gonna have to see. And then again, the Russia-Ukraine part's the other one. What if they fucking make a deal on Russia-Ukraine right now? That's the second part that got thrown in there. The Strait of Hormuz headline, that doesn't really support the rip, but again, the first time he's saying it could be done in 4 to 5 weeks. You got to remember, leading into this, why oil was bad, because Trump wasn't putting a short timeline. You know what I'm saying? Trump wasn't giving a short timeline. You know, he was more or less, he was saying it's going to take a couple weeks, and he was kind of down with it. So the fact that if Trump starts winding down the timeline, people are going to take that positive, at least until something happens that extends the timeline. Yeah, they can. That's the best in stuff from last night. But again, the Kremlin, they came out right after this started popping. It's like they waited for that. The recent spike is caused by Trump lowering the timeline on. He's saying they're well ahead of the 4 to 5 week schedule. So it's a somewhat of an update, but that brought oil's down 3.7% now. Aye. He's coming live at 5:30, but that's, bro, oil is now about, dude, you might even give up all of Friday. So if oil gets $7 more, another 10% almost, oil will be at the Friday open or Thursday close. You've already wiped out Friday, which is insane. Because, again, that was big. Not only did you wipe out all of today, but a little bit more. Oh, those dailies. Oh, I got one, but I would have fucking smashed it on those, man. GG's if you got them, bro. GG's if you got them. Okay, the other one you can make free at 100 or push it. It's up to you. It is up to you, my friend. Good luck. Good luck and God bless. So yeah, if any plays that the dailies you're gonna have to sell today. Anything not a daily though, if you were able to get some on there, then you'll be good. They might have halted oil. Yeah, oil's not moving. I think oil just got halted, dude. I mean, the market already settled, but that could be a limit down. Because you're down 4.8. I think they did. Bro, I think oil is halted limit down. Trump said the timeline is 4 to 5 weeks. Oil futures turn negative in post-settlement after soaring to the highest since 2022. Brent turns negative the most since 2022. Yeah, bro, I think USO's moving, but I'm pretty sure they halted oil futures. It's not moving. I don't see a halted limit down yet, but I'm pretty sure, or it's broken. Again, it's settled already a while ago, but yeah, bro, that thing's clapped. Yeah, bro, even the old puts just came back to life. Any old oil puts from Thursday are back to life now. They're still a little down, but look at the spreads. Yeah, there you go. Oil, something's happened with oil. I think they halted it for a second. Oil is down 7% right now. It was halted, moving now. Yeah. Bro, they just hit a fucking limit down on crude futures. Oh my goodness. Now it's trading, but why? It's moving very slow right now. Nice, bro. What a day. That's over 30% in a day now. That's like 37% on oil. Bro, we were at 120. Now you're at 83. That's it, bro. GG's until, but guess what? When you get one set of bad news, you get the opposite. So Trump just made a big risk. Because now oil, if he, anything that goes the other way, if he put a clock on this now. That was a Trump put. He just said it's faster than 4 weeks. Faster than 4 to 5 week timeline. If anything takes longer, what the fuck is going to happen to oil? But then that bought them time now for the SPR. So now if Trump's bluff gets called on this, oil will skyrocket again, and then the G7 will come in and say, hey, we're going to dump. Does that make sense? Are you guys following? Because it's very risky because Trump now, he just sped up the timeline. That's what everybody wanted. But now if the timeline slows down, then yeah, that's where the G7 is going to come in. So now the G7, they're going to have the meeting tomorrow, and now they didn't decide to drop it now, but now essentially if this Trump's little fucking comment just bought you 2 days worth of this fucking Hormuz closure, which is crazy. Look at that. You're getting into Thursday. Oh my goodness. Woo! What a move, Chatadonia. What a move. Bro, even this, oh dude, Staples. I don't know. If you want to chase it, Staples will be another one to the upside. Think about it. Because remember, Staples were the leader up until the crush. Oh, shit. Those other plays hit. I forgot about the other one, not airlines. Oh, no. They took away the bid. If that bid just flashed 300% for a second. If you want to take that one. Or you push this. Again, any plays you got late, if you have your dailies, GG. Anything else, you either make free or you fucking push it. It's up to you, but you're going to be like literally whatever happens overnight, good or bad, that's what's going to do it. Maybe even if they just shorted futures, they made a killing. They didn't even need to buy any of this. Dog. What a move. No, well, yeah, again, he just lowered the timeline. The comment on taking over the Strait of Hormuz was a little weird. That one didn't really match up, but at the same time, this is, it's just you're now, whatever happens overnight, we'll see if we get either a back-to-back good news day or if any of this gets reversed. But that's crazy, bro. Sources say Trump weighing further easing of Russian oil sanctions. It's both. So it's both speeding up the timeline, and now people are pumping the Russia oil one. Again, you had the Kremlin stuff come out right after. Yeah, you're down over 10% on oil. That's a 39% move top to bottom, you guys. That's insanity! Wow! Dog, are you kidding me? Bro. This is insane. Bro, those oil puts from the other day are green now. You could ghetto spread them. So the pair trade, those are green now. As odd as that is, I did not think those were going green today, bro. So do something with that one. It's alive. It's up to you. You could ghetto spread it and have a guaranteed gain. You could sell it and get out of it, or you could push that one into tomorrow. You get more bad oil news, that shit'll hit really big. But that play wasn't supposed to go fucking green, dude. That was not supposed to come alive like that. Bergam, oil price to be temporary. There's a lot of oil in the U.S. Fox News interview. I don't know if that's... Well, this is what the shooting star creates. It's this volatility. You might get one move down, a fat move up, another move down, but now it may be very hard to... It might take a couple of weeks to get back above 120. So if to get back above 120, you're going to need one of the biggest escalations that makes it so that 4 to 5 weeks looks stupid in terms of timeline. And then after that, you're still going to have to deal with the G7. So now the G7 got the job owning. Trump just did the final set of work. And now you just need to make sure there's nothing like physically escalatory over the next couple of days here, or even overnight. Dude. What a fucking move, bro. Let me see one more. S&P is up 1%. NASDAQ up 1.5%. Holy. That one was crazy, bro. That first, again, we saw it brewing up there. That's why I was like, look at oil, look at this SPY. But then after that second or third candle, that just got unreal. But oil, dude. Oil just bounced 5% off the low. It was just down 10%. So pretty much Trump came out. There was a comment from a reporter who did an interview, and Trump said the war may end soon. Then it was followed up by a headline that said it might be sooner than the 4 to 5 week timeline. That's what Trump said. And then after that, the Kremlin came out and said they had a 1 hour call with the White House, and they're discussing Russia, Ukraine, and also oil stuff. So then that was just a fucking right hook, left hook, uppercut. And then, yeah, we chilled. And oil just got... It was all right as oil was near the red. And then that just fucking demolished it. Well, yeah, if you end both wars would be insane. That's what people are starting to talk about now, too. Trump talks at 5:30 Eastern. So an hour and a half after the bell. Probably give it 2 hours. So that's what brought everything down. All right, making another run. Those oil plays chilled out there for a second. Like I'm saying, you had a chance to bring them back to life or ghetto spread them. Dollar Tree now. A couple of random poppers. Actually, Dollar Tree just ripped. Again, Staples, dude. That one you got to take a risk on it. Again, if shit gets bad, Staples are going to be clapped. But then again, remember, Staples were the outperformer up until this shit happened. So XLP might be in play, but you need continued momentum. You need a good week. So if bad news comes back, more oil freak out, this will get clapped and you're paying a fat premium on that spike. But other than that, Staples are the one right now. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these Staples are individually just ripping. Damn, the IGV premiums are going higher. Holy shit. IGV not as much though, but look, Staples are winning. But yeah, the premiums on IGV are back up to a couple 100%, depending on which ones. PBF oil names are getting clapped too. So oil's still down. Yeah, LT just ripped too. Dude, that was insane. So again, it's a bigger update, but in the sense that like Trump just boxed himself in. I would argue this is high risk, high reward. That's what I'm saying now, because he went, remember, the whole last week, he was playing the card of, we don't care how long it takes. We don't care. We're ready for a drawn out. You know what I'm saying? Like they were ready for a drawn out conflict, or at least that's what they were messaging. So in a weird way, that saved him fucking at least $15 a barrel. But at the same time now, as that time and that clock starts ticking down, it's going to play out a little different. And then again, depending on what we get from Russia, Ukraine, all that shit. But yeah. It was a mix of those Trump comments and then your other guy. Your, what's it called? Your Trump and Putin right there. I don't know if Putin's going to... That would be the bigger tailwind people aren't expecting. If somehow this leads into getting the fucking Ukraine war ended, and then with oil, that would be next level. That is where everybody, I think, gets caught off sides, at least to the downside. You got to think about it. Because that would be not expect. Right now, we just want the strait open. Everybody wants the other shit chilling. But other than that, this is where it gets fucking insane. Yeah, then you throw in China. I feel you. They pulled the bid on one of them. Again, the USOs came back to life. That's crazy. ISPC? Oh, no, that's a different one. I thought that was a tanker play. Oil's coming back down. So, yeah, decide. I mean, depending on if you want it. So, that's a play for thinking for tomorrow. You either bet against or for oil or any of these other derivatives that are related to it. And then that way, if tonight's bad, oil's going to rocket back up. If tonight is good and none of this gets walked back through events or the policy or talks, then you're going to have another room here to get, because this is all happening in the last 30 minutes, you guys. So you got to think about it. This was all 18 minutes ago, maybe like 20 something now. Brazil held call with Rubio to discuss details of Lula visit. That's the second part. Again, I think Russia, Ukraine, and then mixed in with timeline 4 to 5 weeks. Those are the real big drivers of all this. Bro, I'm shocked. Because at first, again, him saying end the war soon, but now put in this time. But that oil move is fucking nasty. Fitch exit from war risk coverage is credit negative for exposed marine insurers. Well, that's your, again, like we talked about yesterday, or just all day today. What you got to, your opportunity is you're betting now to the gap up or gap down tomorrow. Especially with how today, that was a crazy intraday move. Now it really looks like a fucking Monday. That's what happened on last Monday with the war, and then some of the other volatility freakouts we had. But yeah, now it's just a matter of deciding, because that's it. Bad news comes back. Oil market are gonna. You have a lot of cushion now, and then vice versa. Good news continues. If they play this game, nothing gets wound back. No physical bad developments. Again, oil was already high from last week. So you wicked into that Thursday level there for a second. But so the last like 2 really bad days of oil is now back in the striking distance. So yeah, there's a lot of room this way could go. So again, you saw how hard it was in the morning. It's not like those plays were there. It's just, but now volatility is insane. That's what you got to be careful of. Any play you're making for tomorrow, you got to just make sure you're not overpaying, or it better end up in the money. Short the shipping. They might hold up for a little bit, just because now if the ships get moving, those prices aren't going to come down immediately. Because remember, they were supposed to benefit off of it, but eventually anything related to this is going to get clapped. That even includes wheat. Again, you could even now Korea goes both ways. That's the other one to keep in mind. Damn, Dawn's at 21. And then HYG, I don't know if they got, damn, even HYG got a fucking stick. So that'll get a bid until we hear from the banks. Again, even TLT, that could be the other one. Tying in TLT with the staples, there could be a different opportunity there too. Yeah, see, some of those logistic plays are going up. Because again, if we get shit moving, it'll be good. But then those prices, yeah, I think 3 to 4 weeks. It all, depends on if the war is 3 to 4 weeks. That's what I'm saying. The crazy timeline now, moving up that timeline, that'll affect it. BB. All right, what time is it? 10-minute rig. It was 2 minutes ago. So finalize your plays, my friends. That's it. It's you're rolling the dice to see good or bad tomorrow. Market on close, $2 billion to the sell side. Woo! You're rolling it for tomorrow, my friends. You roll the dice or not. Does the good news continue? Is it believable, assuming nothing bad happens, or do we play this game all over again? This is just like last Monday, just higher stakes. Last Monday, you played the same thing. The freak out, oil was $20 lower. See what I'm saying? So you're kind of replicating this just now, 2 weeks in, a lot higher stakes. And then just this was the biggest top to bottom move on oil ever. This is actually insane. Oil's going to close down. Dude, it was just down 10. I don't know if it'll close down there, but shit. That was amazing. Do. Yeah, bro, that was right on the right after the 3:30. That's crazy. Yeah, bro, this is just Monday. Okay, now Walmart, Microsoft, again, the staples are going to offer their own little, you really need continuation on staples. That's what sucks, because they're still up, and then they moved violently there, but yeah, staples might move around a little bit. I wouldn't want to say like XIGV, but again, they got clobbered after holding up. So they're going to have a little bit higher of a risk to reward there. Yeah, and they were down a lot, but they just got all of that back. MNST, JB, a couple of the shipping stocks are going up right now. Yeah, they all got a bid. Again, now Microsoft, that should help IGV out a little bit. Oracle's still kind of in the hole. Amazing. Dude. Are you guys ready for the rest of this week or what? Oh, man. So, again, these are what I'm saying. All of these little these are headlines. That one came from Trump. Wait till you get one of the ones that are equivalent to the fake side or, again, the double whammy. Because at some point, if he now after this reaction, if Trump is like, okay, I'm good. Like, if he's just done with it, you might get, again, that could be the next nail in the coffin, essentially, if Trump just wants to get over it. But at the same time, just get ready for even a downside one. But let's see if the timeline moves around. Not only the timeline of the war, but, like, again, week by week, we'll see day by day. But, yeah, IWM could be part of it, too. That'll be risk on. But I do think staples are better. Staples and the ones more affected, or, again, Korea. I think Korea both ways now. Not only for remember, oil importers, if oil gets clapped, they get clapped. If oil does good, they go good. Again, that was like that pair trade that we talked about. Airlines are still going. All right, man. Rapparooney, Chattadooney. 3 minutes remaining. SPY, every index near the high of the day. Oil down near about 5%, a little bit off of its worst low, but absolutely historic. Trump at 530, and then wherever we lead in tonight, my friend, we're going to see. All right, I made one of them free coming into tomorrow. Not a recommendation. So that one, too, that was late. You only got 100%. There was a couple of crazy ones out there. Habibi. Kind of insane. Don't you love it? Welcome to Historical. Historical in the making, Habibi. All day was this shit show. This is even just fascinating. Check those retailers. Yeah, Nike, Lulu, all of those are even catching a bit, a little bit. And then Estee Lauder, that one's really running. Now Meta, now Google. You're getting all the tech here at the close. I don't think anybody expected that one. No, even then, looking at the just oil in general, I don't think anybody was expecting 30% up to down 10% at the low, closing at 5. It's actually insane, dude. So, like, do I not have to fill up at $6 a gallon, or what? How is this going to work? All right, Chad. Wrap-a-road. Get right. This after hours is going to be fun, huh? Oh, just get ready, man. Get ready for tomorrow morning, my friend. A lot is going to happen in the next 6 hours. Finalize your plays. Close out anything you got there. Get ready for the after hours, but you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Are you going to push the momentum? Are you going to bet against it? Your best odds of a move are either gap up or gap down. Use it to your advantage. The plays that were in there, some of them go both ways. Some of the ones that bet on a longer timeline, like wheat, all of that, it is going to change, my friend. But you have less than 15 seconds. Wrap it up. We'll see what happens after the bell. Make sure you're on the trading fraternity. I'll post for an update for you guys. But holy shit. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Oh my goodness, Chatadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a GG in the chat. This one was insanity. Absolute insanity, chat. Dude, tonight's going to be insane. There's still a physical world out there. No, they don't feel me. Good game, baby. And GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Some of you learned a lot. Some of y'all put that into action right there. Are you ready for the rest of the week? But good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, all of y'all who participated. That is good contributions. Made your words count. Made everything count, baby. God bless you and I love you. I'll see you tonight, all of you. You're going to get a video update. It's going to be on the trading fraternity. I'll see you there. Get ready for the morning as well. But God bless Chatadonia. God bless America. The stream alerts, the members, the locked in, everybody in the game. Shout out to Long Term. Amen, baby. Good game. God bless. Get ready for it. That's just fucking insane. Oil's insane. Freedom a lot. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Chad. I'll let this one ride out. That's the day, bro. That's it. You're going to have to wait like another 2 hours, though. Trump's going to be a little later. But good game, baby. I hope you enjoyed it, man. Let's get ready for it's not over, bro. Even then, you even saw it. Some of y'all hit those 1,000%ers. Even if you waited, there were still plays, my friend. Just what do you think is going to happen? There's going to be more volatility. Beware the Ides of March. Oh, my gosh. Where is it, bro? Wow. So look, bro. All of your watch lists are going to be on the shorts, bro. I've been spamming them. I spammed one while we were even live. Y'all don't feel me, bro. So that's it. You want your little watch list? I'm going to get it to you quick. If you don't like the video, YouTube will not show you it. So I can't change that, bro. God bless you, bro. God bless you.
Crazy, but I'm diligent. Cherry in the dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive. I'm moving like a militant. I translated transitory. There was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen. I son him. That's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow. Ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see. Yeah, caught that vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it far if that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the trade. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring now, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you, no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you, I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the philo hitting. I deal with the dealer different, and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees, and it's feeding my children. In the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. You should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie, and the Lord can take away.
So Chad, yeah, it's that CBS thing. It's from Weijia Zhang, believe it or not. But yeah, there's 3 comments. He said 4 to 5 weeks estimated time frame. They're very far ahead. Asked about the supreme leader, have no message for him. And then asked about the Strait of Hormuz. He said he's thinking about taking it over, but he noted that ships are moving through now. Warned they've shot everything they have to shoot, and they better not try anything cute, or it's going to be the end of that country. That's what. So that was out. And then you fucking throw in the Russia-Ukraine thing. I think that's the bigger tailwind. I think those comments in the time frame, like we talked about, I'll cover it in the little video tonight for you. But yeah, man, Chatadonia, we will see how it all plays out. But thank you for your time. I'll see y'all tonight, whether it's on the trading fraternity or the watch list for the locked in. Enjoy your evening. Get ready for tomorrow. Things will happen. I'm sure or if nothing happens, that might be good news. So we'll see where it all leads us, baby. But God bless every single one of you. Don't forget why we're here, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friend, you should get curious. Question everything and get some curiosity, baby. You know what I'm saying? And you're free. You're free. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia, have a glorious evening. I'll see you tonight, man. We'll see where this all leads, man. It's going to be crazy. Good luck. And God bless, man. Have a wonderful day, and peace. Oh, yeah. I forgot, you guys. They're going to find me if I don't show you. But remember, all of the content, all of your shorts, they're paying me to do the shorts right now. I don't know if you guys knew that. But yeah, they're paying me. This is all brought to you by our sponsors here at Long Term Monthly. So please take a minute and have a wonderful day, and make sure you visit Long Term Monthly.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality
Bye. Have a good night.
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.